Welcome to the midway point of the Saratoga Summer Meet with a Birdstone, the feature. Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott may hold the key to this mile and three-quarter test if his morning line favorite is for real. Parchment Party sure looked like he loved this distance in an off-the-turf win in the Belmont Gold Cup. Can he reproduce it on a fast track? With the career milestone of 1,000 wins in the rear view, trainer Joe Sharp now focuses in on the next 1,000. Lambeth, stakes winner at a mile and a half, but that was at Oaklawn. Can he transfer that form to Saratoga? Farbridge continues to impress. He exits a grade 2 win in the Bowling Green. Can he stay atop the division after Saratoga's Saturday's sword dancer? His trainer on a roll, Miguel Clement, looks for back-to-back weekends with grade 1 turf victories. All that and more coming up on this Wednesday edition of Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports 2. Great to have you with us on a gorgeous Wednesday afternoon here in upstate New York. Terrific crowd, sun shining, and every week big at this meet, but we got some real big ones coming up on the horizon. I'm Greg Wolf. Good to be with you. We're just about 9 minutes away from kicking off this Wednesday afternoon card. Big one over the weekend coming up, grade 1 sword dancer. We will see Farbridge back in action. We'll preview that race coming up, and we'll take a look at some fireworks across the street that we had Monday and Tuesday night at that Fasig-Tipton sale. Some big pedigrees going for big money. Of course, the feature today, named after the horse that spoiled Smarty Jones' Triple Crown Party back in 2004. That 36-1 upset for Nick Zito would add a Travers, a first ever for Nick Zito, and Parchment Party, 7-5 morning line. Dominant performance at a mile and three-quarters, but that was a race that was meant to be on the grass. It came off, it was on a wet track. Will we see it today reproduced on a fast track? Andy Serling, Richie Migliore here with me. What's your take on Parchment Party?
I think you asked the question, right? I mean, if this horse is able to run back to the race he ran in the off-the-turf race last time out, the Belmont Gold Cup, at today's distance of a mile and three-quarters, he's going to be extremely hard to beat. That was a sensational effort, but you just can't be certain, Richie. I mean, I'm sure it was partly the distance, but was it partly the wet track?
Well, I think it's a great question. He did answer I think the most critical question, though, is could he stay? It's a distance that some horses just are incapable of doing. Well, we know he can do it. Now we want to see him do it on a fast track.
And he got a win. You're into the Cox Plate for this race. And I think if they would tell Bill Mott they're going to take the Cox Plate off the turf, I think Bill will be willing to fly over to Australia for the big race. Yeah. But I don't think that's going to happen, fortunately, but unfortunately for them. But this was some tour de force.
And he didn't just win. I mean, that was dominant what he did in that race. 8.5 length score. So now the test, if he could do it on the fast going he's going to have this afternoon. John Velasquez back aboard for Pin Oak Stud and Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott. But there's some capable horses he's going to go up against at this distance.
I mean, you've got horses that are experienced going long, that have won stake races, and you've got Digital Ops on the outside with Irad, who is going to look to go wire to wire.
Lambeth, Game Warden, they've got to know each other pretty well. And of course, sharp form at Oaklawn and Hot Springs. But for Lambeth, not a big victory in the Temperance Hill. Didn't back it up in the Isaac Murphy at Churchill.
That's what worried me about him, Richie. The fact that he came back and didn't run nearly as well, and Game Warden ran better than him. And of the two, the first and second place finishers, I prefer Game Warden, the one running second here.
Well, Game Warden has kind of shown that he's consistently good at these route distances, right? And he's 2 for 3 in Saratoga, so there's a lot to like there.
There's Lambeth. 4-time winner for Joe Sharp. Jose Ortiz will ride that big win at a mile and a half. Yeah, in that Temperance Hill at Oaklawn where he did beat Game Warden. He beat Time for Trouble. And Joe Sharp, he said even though he's in this race today and the horse didn't look, particularly awe-inspiring on the grass, he's considered going back to the grass with him at some point.
Okay, I'll be betting against him.
Here's what's ahead. Presented by Claiborne Farm. Race 4. $100,000 allowance optional claiming group. Start of the late pick 5 in the 5th. Birdstone, the feature today. That is in race 7. You can play it all right there at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get a $200 deposit match new customer bonus when you punch in that code for new members at sign up, SPA200. And you're ready to rock with us all summer long and beyond at Naira Bets. Going to kick off the card with an interesting race that will start the early pick 5, a $32,000 claiming group. They're all for sale for that price. Mile and an eighth for 3-year-olds and up, Andy.
Yeah, and the current favor is the one Tabawatch, who I think is a complete pitch in this race.
Has never won at the distance, but he's run well at the distance against better company.
I don't want him off the claim for a barn that's cold after running a dismal 4th at 4-5.
Castle Island, he just ran a big effort at this distance in a win 2 starts back.
Yeah, and then faced much tougher last time, and he kind of threw in the towel early. Will he get back to that better race?
Costa Terra facing easier for Ilkay Kantermachi.
I like Costa Terra on the drop down here. I just think he's been over his head in his last couple starts. I like his chances at right now a wild 7-1. It's very strange.
Joe Sharp just reached 1,000 career wins, sends out Curlin's Malibu.
Well, he's been facing much better. I mean, you look at his past performances, and the first thing that jumps out is post time. But boy, his last was a dismal effort, wasn't it?
It's a little slow early, though. I think he's a player.
Golden Purchase went by off a win against Softer, and then here is Swaggish. First time going longer on the dirt. He looked pretty good at 1 1/8 miles.
Yeah, he almost saw it out. He's got 2 tries at the 1 1/8 distance with 2 seconds, and last time was a really good effort with a sub 48 half mile going 1 1/8 miles. That's taxing here.
Just off their last races, the 6 should be favored. I know Wayne Potts struggles in Saratoga, does have the 1 win at the meet, but I think strictly based on all these horses' last races, he should be the horse to beat, right?
Hold that thought. Let's check in with Acacia Clement and more on Tabawatch.
Yeah, we'll start there, and I'm with Andy on the way that this race is being bet and the way that I kind of see the horses. Tabawatch is not necessarily a horse that I would potentially trust at a short price. Now, he has run well at the distance in the past, and he certainly is built like a horse that should appreciate stretching back out. He went right off for a big solo warm-up under Irad Ortiz, and he has a bit of back class to him. That being said, I feel like he's a horse that just never really showed what he was supposed to on the track. Furthermore, I have seen him look better in the past. Could he win potentially as he gets a chance to stretch back out after trying the 7 furlongs last time out where he just totally flattened? I also noted he getting out a little bit in the running of that race. Does come in wearing a ring bit in the first start for Rudy Rodriguez, but watch how he's traveling and see how comfortable he can get. The number 4, Curlin's Malibu, significant drop in class, but yes, he was very disappointing against far superior company last time out. Watching his races, it's funny, he actually breaks okay. He just doesn't necessarily from that point kind of get into the race and is not really able to keep his position. He looks fantastic in the preliminaries. I have no knocks from him on a physical perspective. In the flesh here, he is a big, imposing horse. He's built like distance, looking like they actually cut the blinker cups back a little bit versus what he was wearing last time. This is from me watching on the replays. So just a tiny cheater cup on him. Framed up really well on the track. Just the question is, can he do it? But it is a significant drop in class. The number 3, Costa Terra, is where I'm going to land. And this is a horse that has been kind of a real hard knocker for a long time. That being said, his recent races are certainly not as strong as they were at one point in 2024. He was on a stronger run, one with Linda Rice, but he is dropping in class versus what he's faced in his last couple of starts. He was off slowly last time as well, just got high-headed and a little bit erratic too. I wasn't in the paddock that day, but I do note that he is outfitted with a cage bit. He's the horse that always throughout his entire career, and Manny Franco jumping off here, I was going to say, he always through his entire career, he has run with his head turned. He kind of has that very odd head carriage about him, runs with his head turned sideways throughout, sometimes can be a little bit tricky in the preliminaries, and have been announced now. It is a late scratch here as on attending veterinarian advice, late scratch of the 3, Costa Terra. So does dramatically change this race in here as he is coming out as a late scratch, Greg. From there, we'll see who's able to take a step forward at this distance.
Takes out certainly a key player, Manny Franco. We'll head back to the jocks room, so Costa Terra comes out for the Ilkay Kantermachi barn.
And while I liked him, I was wondering about the lack of money he was taking, and now it even makes more sense. It doesn't affect the race. except his presence. He has absolutely no speed. He and the 4 were going to be 5th and 6th, I think, in the running. So nothing about him not being in the race. It just takes out a player from the race, but it doesn't affect the way the race is going to be run. I still think you're going to see the 2 Castle Island, I think you like, Richie, in front of the number 6 early. I end up with Curlin's Malibu. And for me, it was more of a case of not wanting to bet any of the others, which includes your pick and the 1.
Well, I just thought that the Castle Island having inside position, Christopher Elliott's going to have a little more urgency to allow him to use his speed, where the other speed drawn outside, Golden Purchase. I know when I was riding, if I couldn't clear, I would say, okay, I'm the one outside. I can moderate things, and I would allow a horse like that maybe to lead me for a little ways anyway.
I get it.
So Costa Terra out with that, and look, it's an incredible meet for Joe Sharp. His start was sensational. He did face a horse who ran on the Whitney, didn't run particularly well, but post-time last start, so this is a lot easier company for the 4, Curlin's Malibu. There's the 4. That's your favorite on the screen.
He is a bit of a plotter, and, I scratched into him as my top choice in the year, and I had preferred, obviously, Costa Terra, but he's a plotter, which does worry me, his lack of speed. And, I think people need to know with Joe Sharp, he's obviously having a very good meet. He hasn't started many horses. He had a lot of wins. I don't think he's run one horse where I said after the race, boy, where'd that race come from? Every one of the horses he's started, he's won with, have been very logical horses that have been running well out of town, that came here, and what they did that sometimes doesn't always happen is they brought that good out-of-town form to Saratoga.
Well, listen, Tom Amos, our friend and colleague, talked about that Churchill Downs form probably being pretty strong here. And the other thing is there's 2 parts to being a successful horse trainer. Being a good horseman or woman, and spotting your horses properly.
And Joe's running where they belong. And I think the thing about the Churchill Dirt Horse, we have seen meets in the past where they just haven't really run their races in Saratoga. They're running their race up here, particularly for Tom, who's been doing well, and Joe as well.
Joe Sharp, Curlin's Malibu, the 4, the 8-5 favorite as we kick off this Wednesday card. Let's send it upstairs to Frank Miramati.
Swaggish, the last one. They're in the gate. And they're off. Tabawatch out alertly. Curlin's Malibu is moving up on the outside to challenge, and Castle Island in between with the yellow cap is now right up to take the lead from Tabawatch. Tabawatch fights back. Tabawatch head and head with Castle Island as they round the clubhouse turn. It's 2 more lengths back to Swaggish taking 3rd. Curlin's Malibu broke well, now 4 off the pace in 4th, and Golden Purchase is at the back of the field. So they went the quarter in 24 seconds flat. Tabawatch on the inside, just in front, with Castle Island keeping him very honest in 2nd. These 2 continue head and head, 2 lengths back to Swaggish, who's in 3rd. Down at the rail, Curlin's Malibu now inches forward and is looking for a little bit of a spot, finding it apparently in between horses. Suddenly 4 right across the track as they run toward the half-mile pole. The half went in 48 and 4. That was a very brief 4 across the track as Curlin's Malibu is now losing ground with every stride. Tabawatch fending him off thus far. Castle Island, Swaggish on the outside is a length back 3rd. Gap of 5, Curlin's Malibu is racing in 4th with less than 3 furlongs to go. Joined on the outside by Golden Purchase. Swaggish is the new one to come after Tabawatch, but Tabawatch, Gerard Ortiz has a nice hold on him, and he's taken all the heat so far through 113 flat, 6 furlongs. Tabawatch lets it out a notch now, coming to the 8th pole, and opens up 5. Curlin's Malibu is suddenly resurgent, trying to get into 2nd, and he is doing just that, coming after Tabawatch, but he's 6 lengths behind with a 1/16 of a mile to go. Tabawatch, far too good, airs it out in the opener. Tabawatch wins by 7 lengths. Curlin's Malibu well clear of Castle Island and Swaggish.
Tabawatch, the victory. Good for Rudy Rodriguez. First win since July 10th for the barn.
I guess this is the difference with Gerard Ortiz. I mean, this horse's form has been pretty dismal, to be honest, lately. Not this performance, though. This was the opposite of dismal. This is a big performance, Richie.
I mean, he showed good speed. He was always traveling comfortably along the inside, even though he took some pressure from the 2 Castle Island, and he shrugged everybody off and just drew away as much the best.
Tabawatch continuing to drop down and face easier and easier company, and finally finds his spot, right field, and wins at 5-2 as the co-second choice here to kick off his Wednesday card.
Made 5-2 look like the overlay of the century. He won like he was 2-5. I mean, I didn't see it. I couldn't have expected this performance. I haven't liked his recent performances. I was dead wrong. This horse won, and he won for fun. I don't think Curlin's Malibu was winning, but maybe the move in the backstretch wasn't in his best interest.
Yeah, a little bit of an odd trip, right?
Yeah.
You know, it moved kind of aggressively into the middle part of the race and dropped back and then came on again. I agree. I think he was going to be second regardless.
And did he come on again, or the other horses just did he sort of outslow them to the wire?
And it's something when you've got a horse in front and horses are chasing them. When that horse gets away from him, how they'll cave in sometimes. Maybe you're right. That's probably what happened. The two chasing him went,
just fell apart, right?
I can't do this.
1-4-2-6 finish, and Ron Ortiz Jr. leading rider at the meet. If he doesn't win it all the rest of the day, still on pace to equal the single season record for wins at a meet. That was his 33rd winner of the meeting. Of course, Ramon Dominguez set that record with 66 wins.
I like his chances to win the riding title this summer. I make him the favorite.
Thanks, Andy.
Trying to pick a winner.
Well, we're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. They've met and both hit the board in Grade 1 company together against each other at this meet last year, or Belmont at Saratoga week, I should say, in the Manhattan. Farbridge, Nation's Pride, they get reunited in the Grade 1 Sword Dancer. We'll have a preview coming up.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live as we are underway on this Wednesday card. Opener in the books. And it is Tabawatch. Rudy Rodriguez first off the claim. And Ron Ortiz Jr. meets leading rider, collects number 33 of this Saratoga summer season, and pretty dominant here doing it.
That would be the understatement, I think, of the show. I mean, this was destroyed the field.
Let's go to Acacia.
And very happy to be joined by Rudy Rodriguez getting the win here with Tabawatch. It seemed that he really appreciated getting to stretch back out around the 2 turns.
Yeah, definitely. You know, when they run the mile and a, I was very happy because usually when they don't run the mile and a, they go to a mile and look like he wants to go to turns for sure. You know, he is a horse that keep grinding around. And he was training very, very good when he had to ride to Saratoga. So we only got it for 1 star, so good luck to the new people.
One start and a win, though, that's part of the claiming game for sure, and picked this guy up, and has to be nice at least. He wins by open lengths like that.
Definitely, you know, when you do that, you win in a claim, everybody's got to be happy.
That's right. Well, coming up later in the Birdstone, you're sending out Strapped. A bit of a long shot, but a horse that has won at 1.25 miles. Is it distance that you think he'll really appreciate?
You know, Vincent Scuderi is been in the game maybe before I was born. He thinks the horse is going to appreciate the distance, so I just going to follow his lead.
I like that. I know, like everything, racing comes in waves, but I know these wins at Saratoga are really special for the whole team. It's tough up here.
Definitely. You know, we got a couple of seconds, and people, they just keep putting you down. And it's hard, but, you know, as long as the horse is run good, that's all you can do. Everybody comes to Saratoga to win, and you just got to be happy that the horse is run good.
That's all that it is. Well, Rudy, congratulations on this win here.
Thank you, Akacha.
Greg?
Sometimes it just takes one to get you going. Good for Rudy Rodriguez, Arad Ortiz Jr., and Tabawatch dominant here to kick things off. Pays $7.20 for the victory. Curlin's Malibu, Castle Island, complete a trifecta here in the opener. And its race 2 will also be contested at 1.125 miles. A New York bred entry-level allowance. We're Royal Bobby. Favorite right now in a rematch with Sweet Anniversary, but the big question of this race, Summer World, can she run on dirt?
If she is as effective, the 5 Summer World on dirt, as she is on turf, she's a pretty likely winner of this race. And she has a pedigree that suggests she's supposed to be a dirt horse. Arrogate is like a 6% turf sire. But Graham Motion knows all those things, and yet he's never run her on the dirt. That makes me a little bit cautious, Richie.
Yeah, that was my question about it. What took him so long to get to the dirt if this horse had trained like a real dirt horse?
Yeah.
You know, Graham's pretty sharp, and he knows his horses, so it is a big question.
So if she wins easily, maybe we have to revamp how sharp we think Graham is. No, we think you're sharp, Graham.
You're on fire this morning.
I got 9.5 hours sleep. I warned you already. I'm ready.
9.5. Wow.
I'm ready to go.
I told you, don't ever say that in my presence again, please.
You've got 9.5 hours sleep last week, Greg. What are you complaining about?
Cumulative, yeah.
Right.
Fox Saratoga Saturday schedule, big one coming up over the weekend. Resorts World Casino Sword Dancer Grade 1, which we'll preview in just a moment. Then Alabama and Travers. What a lineup in the Sword Dancer. How fun has Farbridge been? How good and consistent. What a job Miguel Clement and, you know, obviously his late father Christoph has done with him. Joel Rosario, I don't know if there's been a better fit of horse and rider than those two.
Well, Joel is totally plugged in. This is something we saw with Farbridge. I saw it very, very early in his career. He is a rail runner. He wants to be inside, and when he's able to get those inside trips and save ground, and there's not a lot of horses that are like that. A lot of horses will prefer to be inside. A horse like Run Curtis Run, who want to sprint here up the rail, but they'll run outside of horses. He's a grade 1 killer on the rail, and he's just a decent horse when he's not inside.
Well, and Joel rides him accordingly, right?
Yep.
He'll make a bit of a middle move or, you know, a move that might look a bit unorthodox to make sure he can secure that rail position because he's that much better on the rail.
His ride the Manhattan, when he ended up finishing 3rd, I believe, but he got to the rail. He was 4 wide, about 3 strides from the turn, and he got him the rail. Amazing rides.
He'll be in post 6 on Saturday. As we look at the Bowling Green, has not mattered, though. Joel Rosario knows where he's got to get him. He's very good at doing it.
I mean, at this point, you can't ignore that Spirit of St. Louis has 2 Grade 1 wins this year, but there's an argument that Deterministic and Farbridge are the 1-2 horses for turf champion in the country, and Miguel claims them both.
Yeah, I
Trains
mean,
them both.
Deterministic has certainly put his hat in the center of that ring with 2 big Grade 1 victories. And Farbridge, like you said, he's consistent. He shows up. He gives it all the time. Stamina is his strong suit.
He's just a cool horse, too. And it's so funny to look back how he and Carl Spackler debuted the same race.
I like the comparison,
incredible,
though.
isn't it?
He was a little
Goes back
different than
Archer.
Artie Schiller. Artie Schiller was electrifying. This guy, he's just good every time he shows the
He's been
racetrack.
great at Saratoga, and obviously he's been great with Joel Rosario getting back aboard with more, and no one knows the story better. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, I have a lot of love for Farbridge, as does everybody in the Clement barn. He has been such a special horse. And of course, the journey is first 2 starts with Christoph, then purchased privately, and then ending up back in the barn and now winning multiple grade 1s for Christoph and now running in a grade 1 for Miguel. We'll take a look at his most recent work, which was on the turf outside of Tawnyport, stablemate and a regular workmate as well. This is from August 1st. Starting in behind, you can always spot him in that shadow roll that he does wear each and every morning training and in every race as well. Starts behind, he goes 102-1 over on the Oklahoma turf course, taking over and just finishing so nicely. And Tawnyport has always been an exceptional workhorse as well. The idea with this work was just the final tune-up, so to speak, coming in off of that dominant Bowling Green win. It was a short field, but it really seemed to be a race to set him up beautifully going into that sword dancer. As we'll take a look at a different angle of this workout. This is with the Meta glasses on with Lee Vickers, who's the same exercise rider as Deterministic, who won last week as well. He put them on for Farbridge's work, and Richie, I know you'll enjoy this part. So fun to see how he just accelerates when tipping out outside. Again, maintenance work coming in, but a horse that's doing exceptionally well. He's his normal fiery self back at the barn and looking forward to seeing if he can defend his title in the sword dancer, because while yes, he is shown to be a rail runner, he also has versatility in being able to either be on the lead, be stalking, or to come from last, and he's had wins with all of those different running styles, Greg.
We're getting sponsorship money from that, right?
Casey was right about one thing. Richie was extremely excited by that shot.
You were. What got you so excited about seeing that view?
Because they're putting you on the horse's back. You're there. You're doing it. You guys should be excited as well. And one thing
If
that
you're
was
excited,
interesting,
I'm excited.
you could see that, you know, the rider ever so gently correcting Farbridge because he wants to lean in a little bit, and that's why he's better inside of horse as opposed to outside.
Right, but
horse.
Acacia's right. He's not a speed horse.
No.
He can win from last, but he does want to make those moves down on the inside. And I remember his Belmont Derby win, which was like his 3rd or 4th race. When he got down to the inside is when he really started running fast.
He has been so much fun to watch, and it was Andy Serling who really hopped aboard Farbridge and believed in him when a lot of people did not last summer. And he's just continued to produce, but so consistent at the highest level. Here's our Week 5 stakes schedule. Birdstone the feature today, Galway tomorrow, Ballston Spa Friday, and then the Sword Dancer and Saratoga Oaks this weekend.
I just want to say, if you have not looked at tomorrow's card, you need to look at the Galway tomorrow, because that race may be one of the greatest wars I've ever seen. I think it's a 12-horse field, I'm sure it is. And I mean, there's about 8 of them that look like they can win on paper. That race is a tremendous, tremendous race.
He's excited now.
I am excited. I'm always excited.
Does
That
he have
race
the Meta glasses on? Do they work for your handicapping?
I'll let you know if I pick some winners.
Race 2, early pick 4. When we come back, Philly trying dirt for the first time, Summer Whirl, the one to beat. Say hi, guys.
At the top of the stretch, an obliteration. Obliteration. Perfectly named individual is romping home in the Sanford. 7 lengths past the 16th hole. Obliteration is a star.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Spun to run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion, is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
Night Beacon airs at the home of Spun to Run's Breeders' Cup victory.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
The official Saratoga Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.naira.com.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
What a stretch duel this was, and we're still not sure who won it. At least the connections of the runner-up weren't.
It's not quite as bad as Star Dabbler in the Indiana Derby. I can remember watching that race at Lehigh.
John Henry in the Bart,
college.
Arlington Million.
The two of them.
1981, right?
Yep. What a race.
On loan.
I mean, I love
right
that
outside
Arlington,
across the street.
I love that Arlington Park, they gave this to the race museum, or gave it, or loaning it, whatever the case is, because it should be in a place where it can be appreciated.
It was the first $1 million thoroughbred race in North America, the Arlington Million. You had the, All-American Futurity was $1 million horse race, but for quarter horses, I always felt bad for Eddie Delahousse on the Bart because I'm sure he had to believe he won it, and then the Bob went the wrong way.
Wasn't it 50 to 1 too?
It was a big price. I don't remember exactly.
We got an Arlington Million winner coming back against Farbridge this weekend in Nation's Pride. Let's go to Acacia for more on race 2.
And we'll pick things up with the number 5, Summer World, Greg, who is your heavy favorite right now. And she does bring in certainly some class to this field. But the big question is that she's doing something for the first time, having never raced on the main track before. Now, as Andy alluded to earlier, she does have some pedigree to suggest that this would actually be her preferred surface. The Dam's 2 wins. We're going long on the dirt. She is half to a horse named Harmon, who stakes place, who was much more of a synthetic horse, won once on the turf, once on the dirt, and then another sibling who was kind of equally efficient, so to speak, on either surface. Looking at her, and I had noted in the beginning of her career that she's such a beautiful mover that maybe that was in one way why they had thought that turf was best for her, but she doesn't have an overly turfy hoof and that it's not kind of that flat pancake-like build. She's pretty upright in her pasterns and her legs as well. She is more of an angular type of build, especially behind, but from what I've seen, that's kind of typical of the Arrogate line. And for her standards, she has actually strengthened up a bit. Unfortunately, that lone work in Saratoga is not available on First TV, so I can't watch it to give any sort of inclination as to how she is doing coming into this, but according to the DRF Clocker report, it seemed like she was striding out really well in that last work in preparation for this dirt debut. I was a little bit against her coming in just because she would be a short price, but seeing her in the paddock, I'm pretty optimistic about her chances in being able to handle the surface switch, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. Good signs if you're going to take this filly trying the surface for the first time. Let's look at her most recent turf effort. It was at a mile and 3/16 here at Saratoga, or Belmont at Saratoga week, and just missed by a head, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, this is who she is. She's a bit of a plotter, and that's another thing we should talk about in this race. She has no speed whatsoever, but she's obviously pretty good. I mean, she consistently runs sort of the same Beyer speed figures. It's just a question if she handles the surface. I think if she's as efficient on dirt as she is on turf, she's probably the horse to beat in this field.
But do you want her at 9 to 5 answering that question?
I don't think 9 to 5 is a bad price. I picked the 3, I picked her second, but I don't think 9 to 5 is a bad price on her. I wouldn't want her at 4 to 5, but I don't think it's a, I guess the biggest question I have is why was Graham so insistent on running her with that pedigree on the turf? Right. And that scares me. But in this field, I don't think 9 to 5 is if somebody said to me, I'm betting on her, I wouldn't say I think she's a lousy short price.
What about the Harvey Pack saying, though? Never bet a horse as a favorite doing something for the first time.
Yeah, I know, but I don't take those things wholly to heart. And I also think 9 to 5 is an overwhelming favorite.
Okay.
I'm not in love with her chances. I prefer the 3, but I don't think 9. All I'm saying is I don't think 9 to 5 is a bad price.
That man right there What a start to this first half of the meet. Who's hot? Here's Arad Ortiz Jr. Of course, he has been hot. 33rd winner of this meet. He's leading the way once again. Incredible first half of the meet. But amazingly, his brother keeping pace.
Yeah, his brother's annoying him. Irad can't get away from Jose, and I guarantee there's a lot of ribbing going on between the two of them, and I love the competition, Rich.
It's great. And listen, they're both so talented, and then you got Flavien Prat, who I think has been riding well, just didn't get off to the same kind of start he got off to last year.
4 wins Whitney Day.
Yeah.
He's going to have to sit for 3 days
and
later this month.
He is leading in money won, for what it's worth.
There is Jose teaming up with Linda Rice for more on Royal Bobby, who they'll team up with. Let's go back to Acacia.
And her big Achilles heel, Greg, is that she just does not get out of the gate. She is adding blinkers today. It's just a short cup with a little bit of a hole in the side. So it's not really significant coverage, as oftentimes Linda will reach out for a 3/4 cup blinker, so a little bit more coverage. So I was a touch surprised to see that, but she is such a laid-back customer. I'll watch her on track, but I know at least 2 back her last dirt start, Jose warmed her up really aggressively, and still she just hesitated at the break. She only wore blinkers in her debut with previous connections where she was declared a non-starter, which obviously was not her fault as she was held by an assistant starter that day. But even still, she was braking really slow. So that's her big issue. Now, she did run on a bit 2 starts back, and she's built like a horse that should appreciate the distance. We'll see if the equipment change does help. I think it's more than anything just her such a laid back demeanor. She's almost caught a little bit by surprise when the gates open. So we'll see if she gets a little bit of a setup or she's able to get herself into the race a bit more today.
She is interesting. Thank you, Acacia. She may be one of the worst gate horses in the history of the sport.
She's actually been pretty good in the gate since Linda claimed her. She was
Has
breaking
she?
6 lengths behind the field before Linda had her. Now she's only breaking a couple lengths behind the field. And actually, in one of those races, she pretty much broke with the field. But she is, I agree, been a problem. But Linda has done a good job in getting her better. Whether or not she's going to break cleanly today remains to be. If she breaks a length slow, I feel like she's already 2 lengths in front.
My concern when horses have that consistent, that habitual, breaking slow, that one day they don't move. And it's more a mental thing than it is a physical thing when they're breaking that slow.
Her last dirt start, and that was 2 starts ago because she went on turf last start, she just stood there in the gate. And she did have a huge finish. Now blinkers go back on. She did have blinkers in the debut. Maybe you can forgive the debut, but she's declared a non-starter because she wouldn't leave the gate with the blinkers in the debut.
Well, I trust in Linda Rice. That Linda knows what she's doing, putting them back on, but I don't think it's wrong to point it out.
2-1 right now. Second choice on the board. Let's go back to Kira's Dreamweaver to kick things off. Dylan Davis.
A friend I respect a great deal, likes her in this race. I think he's kind of crazy, but I've seen crazier things.
Sweet Anniversary stretched out off 2 sprints to 1 mile and 1/8 and was a runner-up last start.
Big old filly. She was rambling along on the lead and controlled it, just didn't see it out.
This filly finished right behind Sweet Anniversary, but was getting to her despite that terrible beginning.
Yeah, I feel like Sweet Anniversary kind of should have got it done last time out. And I feel like Royal Bobby, maybe if she has a better break, she could have a more sort of even trip instead of rushing up, she could win today.
Ricardo Santana Jr. on the 4.
Yeah, Philly comes off, I thought, a very subpar effort at Finger Lakes last time, but at least she has a race under her belt now.
Summer World favored, never been on dirt.
There it is, Greg. That's all it is. I mean, she's the horse to beat in a way, but who knows if she handles the surface.
And is this 6 not a little interesting? She had an excuse, certainly, last start.
I got to tell you something. I watched it. I didn't see anything bad happen to her last time, and particularly, but obviously something went wrong, Richie.
Yeah, because she didn't even show really her customary speed stretching out to 2 turns. She showed high speed the previous time going a mile. Maybe she's just one of those kinds that needs to go.
But also, right, I was going to say, she's a horse that's important in this race, even if you don't like her, because she can be forward with Sweet Anniversary. And if she is forward and pressing her, that helps Royal Bobby, as well as the favorite Summer Whirl.
83,000 in the pick 4 pool. We see these
New
youngsters. That's not who was in the winner's circuit for Wayne's Winners.
No, he's going to be on this set for the 3rd race.
Okay. Oh, wow.
I wouldn't mind.
Taking shots at Ray Handel already?
Oh, Ray.
No, Ray comes on the
Ray's
fourth
on the fourth.
race.
He was going to be on the third
shot at
because it would have been a tough act for Ray to follow. Oh, don't worry. I'm going to just torture Ray when he comes to the set.
Boy. Can't wait.
It's going to be ugly.
So sweet anniversary. This too obviously, wants to position herself forward. She stretched out off 2 sprints, 6 furlongs to a 1.8 miles last start and had the lead in this stretch, could not seal the deal.
And Richie, she's won going 1 16th. She's 5 for 11, hit the board 10 of her 11 starts. She's a pretty cool horse.
Oh, absolutely. She shows up. She gives you a run. I just thought, man, how she didn't see it out last time? I thought she had complete control of the race.
I agree with you. She should have gotten it done last time. That's my problem with her. But I don't think either one of us are going to be shocked if she wires the field today.
No, not at all. And obviously, it depends a lot on what other speeds show up, especially the 6 Rodeo Star. I'm a little crazy, too. I like the one a little bit here, Kara's Dreamweaver.
What do you like?
I like the inside draw. I don't trust the horses that are taking the most money for, obvious reasons. One doesn't break, one trying the dirt for the first time, and one that didn't see it out going 1.8 miles last time. And I thought her last race was okay. I thought that inside post, she's going to sit the right trip.
Let's go. I'll get back to it. Let's go to Acacia.
Well, I like the one as well, Kara's Dreamweaver. To me, watching her last race, which was going 7 furlongs, she was hustled early on by Ruben Silvera, who was aboard that day, and trying to get her to be a little bit more forward. And she just looked like she was run off her feet, and she had to be worked at and urged throughout every step of that race. And it's actually one of my favorite kind of trip handicapping angles, watching horses like that seem to get run off their feet. They often appreciate getting to go longer and take a little bit more time to get into their stride. This is also a horse that in my notes I have always written down, looks like longer the better. And so now she finally gets a chance to go the 1.8 miles in here, the 2 turns, which she has tried to do on the turf before, and I think against some decent company as well. This seems to me like a relatively wide open race if you don't have a ton of trust in the favorites. If one's switching surfaces and one doesn't necessarily get out of the gate, I think she might find herself in a nice position where she did have a pretty quiet warm-up in here. As far as the speed is concerned, Sweet Anniversary, I believe picked her last time out because she is also built like a horse that wants every bit of the distance. She by far had the most exuberant warm-up in the preliminaries, and so I think the message is clear. Kay Barcoa is going to the front with her. I agree, I was a bit disappointed she wasn't able to seal the deals. It did appear it was a relatively hungry field for the level. Last time out, Asa Ira clearly has improved with distance, but we'll see if Sweet Anniversary can actually seal the deal today. Her speed is her weapon. Greg?
Indeed it is. 2-1 right now. Sweet Anniversary. Mega, I want to go back to Royal Bobby. And this filly who's had all these issues out of the gate. And Jose Ortiz, he's been on board the last couple of starts. He certainly knows her antics. What can you do as a rider to try and sort of correct things out of the gate?
Well, with a horse like this who just does not react to the doors, she just doesn't move when the doors move, it's not a lot you can do. I would ask maybe to be alone with her, not have a starter on her head. Maybe she gets a little preoccupied with somebody handling her. I'd want her by myself, try to set her up where I got her backed up to the back of the starting gate, so maybe she has something more to push off of. But I don't think it's like she's weak behind or it's a physical thing that causes her to break slow. It's a mental thing. She just almost flinches when the start comes.
And stands there.
Right, and those are the kind that there's a day they don't move at all. They'll simply refuse. Rubiano's mother did that a few times.
I remember, and I've told this before, there was a horse, I think Tom Bush trained it, that I had seen at Belmont that had gotten badly left in a race. And the horse finally came up here and running in a maiden race up here. And I was with my friend Sarah, and we're watching, and I made a big bet on the horse. And I said to her, as long as she was, her being there, no, because she made fun of me. And I said, as long as the horse gets out of the gate, we're going to win. And they break, and they're going about 100 yards, and I'm not saying anything. And she turns to me and goes, I don't think our horse came out of the gate. She was right. The horse never came out of the gate at all. I mean, it wasn't a declared non-starter. It was the horse, not the starter. But I'm like, okay, I moved on.
Keep your eyes on the 3. She was declared a non-starter in her debut, and that was the only time she wore blinkers. She has the blinkers back on today for the first time since that debut. 2-1 second choice right now.
When she rakes on top of wires the field, what are you going to say? I'm
Good
going
for her.
to be
No.
incredible.
I'll say,
That ain't
great
happening.
job by Linda Rice.
Yeah.
But it's a weird feeling. You're on one, you're ready to break, the doors, and you go forward and the horse doesn't move. Very odd feeling.
Frank Miramonte to kick off this early pick 4 with a second from Saratoga.
Thank you, Greg. We're waiting on Capital Gal and Ricardo Santana Jr. going up. Capital Gal is in. Summer Whirl. Rodeo Star to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. Rodeo Star broke so quickly out of there, almost before the gate opened, it seemed. Here's Sweet Anniversary coming through along the inside to be a joint second into the first turn. Royal Bobby goes 4 wide, and just in front of her, it's Capital Gal as they round the clubhouse turn. Kara's Dreamweaver is 5th, but only 4 lengths off the lead, and it's a length and a half back to Summer Whirl. So they make their way onto the backstretch behind Rodeo Star, who leads it by a length and a half. Capital Gal is in second. Kara's Dreamweaver under a nice hold in the orange silks, racing in third. Royal Bobby is just outside of her. The opening quarter went in 24 seconds flat. It's 2 more lengths back to Summer Whirl, who races just on the outside of Kara's Dreamweaver. They're heading toward the half-mile pole behind Rodeo Star. Uncontested up top. Has it by 2 lengths. Capital Gal, Sweet Anniversary, inching up very willingly through that half that went in 48 seconds flat. It's another 2 back to Royal Bobby, who maintains that 4th spot and has 3.5 lengths to make up. Moving up to claim 3rd now as they round the far turn. Down at the rails, Summer Whirl in the brown colors is next, and it's another 3 back to Kara's Dreamweaver. In the meantime, Capital Gal has made a decisive bid through 3 quarters in 1:13 flat. They're at the top of the stretch. Royal Bobby is racing in second as they head toward the 8th pole. Royal Bobby makes a move now and is coming after the front-running Capital Gal with 1 furlong to go. And Royal Bobby, hand-ridden by Jose Ortiz, up to take the lead. Then comes Kara's Dreamweaver, who dives down toward the rail as Royal Bobby drifts out. It's Royal Bobby in control, however, and Royal Bobby, just shown the stick, wins it by 2 lengths. Photo for second ends up going to Capital Gal, just in front of Kara's Dreamweaver. 4th to Summer Whirl.
Royal Bobby, best she has ever broke in her career, and gets the win. Jose Ortiz, Linda Rice.
She broke great. I mean, you almost missed how well she broke because the 6 seemed to almost beat the gate in here, but Jose was confident riding her. But Richie, she seems like a handful.
Yeah, she's a little bit sulky, ringing her tail. Keep an eye, the 6 actually did maybe touch the doors as they were opening, didn't she?
Yeah, I'd have to. I'm sorry, I did not watch it. I was listening to you for a change.
But, you know, listen, Royal Bobby broke very sharply. Now, you keep an eye on her. She starts ringing her tail in here. She just looks like a difficult horse to ride, a little bit sulky, not the most willing dance partner. She got it done. She was best. But give Jose Ortiz a lot of credit. These horses like this are very hard to get along with, and she just kept coming. Kara's Dreamweaver, I think, was nosed for second. She had a magical mystery tour. I really don't know what the thought process was behind that ride. Shuffled back.
How was she so far out of it early?
Well, wound up, way further back than she should have. Angled to the outside, so came wide and then went back to the rail. Why not just stay on the rail to begin with if you're going to wind up back there?
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Jose Ortiz, you see him continuing to look over his right shoulder, and she's getting out, so I guess he knows her antics.
He does, but you got to give Linda Rice a lot of credit to get this horse to break the way she does.
Keep your eyes on the 3, and how quick was that break with the 6? Did she beat the gate? Look. Ooh.
Seemed like she almost did. But
I think she was moving as the doors were opening, and she might have just touched the doors on her way out. I don't think she broke them open, though.
And I don't know. I mean, the 1 didn't seem to have any trouble there. Dylan just kind of got shuffled a little out of the race. I think we also learned why Graham Motion hasn't been running Summer Whirl on the dirt. She has no acceleration on the dirt at all. This race was dropped in her lap.
Well, for all we talked about Royal Bobby and her braking habits, we were completely right about Summer Whirl.
Back to the start one more time.
I think you're right, Richie. I think he kind of did it, and it was almost simultaneous.
She started forward and the doors open, like open sesame at the same time. It's great when you catch a flyer like that.
Let's go to Acacia.
I just wanted to point out something in the stretch with the 1Carat Dreamweaver. I agree with Richie that she did seem to accelerate a bit more down on the rail, but there is a limit to the number of times that a jockey can use the riding crop. And it looked like Dylan Davis was at his limit already in the stretch, and he was kind of waving the crop in front of her eyes, and she wasn't really responding to it. So it almost seemed like she lost her momentum a little bit at that time, and it's a tough balance there in the stretch where you have to pay attention to how many times you use that crop. And right here, she really starts to keep grinding. He's stuck with just the fanning motion. And Richie, I'm sure trying to do the best you can, you might have been able to get up for second there on the rail.
I agree with that. You know, that's the problem with the crop restrictions, is some horses are going to run and be generous about it without the crop, and some, just like people, have short attention spans, and you've got to keep reminding them of their job. And this is a wagering game, and it just doesn't seem like it's doing the fans or the betting public justice when you limit a rider's ability to ride each horse as an individual.
I agree with you.
2 races in. Jose answers his brother. 63 wins between the 2 Ortiz brothers to this point so far.
I think at this point for Irad at this meet, Jose's a little like that mosquito that keeps coming in your ear when you're in the tent or something. In my old days when I used to be in tents, and no matter what you do, you can't seem to get rid of it. He's just hanging around.
And you know the ones that make that noise and buzz around, they don't bite. It's when it's quiet you got to worry.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, next time I go camping in my next life, I'll keep that in mind.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Ride of the week to come. Junior Alvarado. And he only got this mount because the regular rider didn't make the flight. Worked out pretty good. Stay with us.
Watchtower coming at Maduro. Maduro, Watchtower. Watchtower got her.
DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Glad to have you with us as we see Jose Ortiz and Royal Bobby team up for the win here in race number 2. Jose Ortiz joining me here. Jose, it seemed like, yes, you had to work on her a little bit. You've gotten to know this filly well. Do you feel like the blinkers really made a big difference with her today?
I think so. She won today, but usually last 2 times she broke very slow out of there, and it cost her a lot, It was very hard to win from back there. Last time was on the turf, which was a little bit harder. And I think today she was on the right spot. We make a good call with the blinkers, and it helped her. She broke good today. Hopefully she can keep breaking okay in the future.
Yeah, she certainly was improved out of the gate. And like I said, having to work at it in the stretch. When you have a horse like that it seems you maybe a little bit finicky, maybe a little bit reactive, you have to be very quiet. And I think your quiet hands really seem to help a lot of those horses.
Yeah, she's a little bit quirky. You can see every time I hit her, she moves her tail. She's very reactive. Usually breaks slow, then she want to run off in the middle of the race. She's not easy to ride, but I'm glad we got the win today.
At least it was all worth it. I wanted to ask you, coming up a little bit later in the Birdstone, you'll be aboard Lambeth, who you actually rode to a win a few starts back for Joe Sharp. You were telling me that's a big, long, beautiful stride.
Yeah, he got a beautiful stride. He proved that he can run these long distances, and hopefully he run good today. He's a very cool horse to ride.
I'm looking forward to that. Congratulations.
Thank you, Akashi.
Greg?
What a first half of the meet. A resurgence. Jose Ortiz coming in with incredible momentum.
No, listen, I obviously he made a lot of good decisions, wanting to move his family and go to Kentucky and riding at fairgrounds, and he's just riding so much confidence, Richie. You could also hear in his interview with Acacia, he was being very diplomatic about what a pain in the butt she is to ride.
Yeah, that jockey speak. She's difficult to ride, but he also purchased a farm in Kentucky.
That's cool.
He said, but one thing that I think is for certain, Steve Rushin, who has both Irad and Jose Ortiz, will be the leading agent at the meet.
And I think somebody would, might say, well, the guy's got Jose Ortiz, got Irad Ortiz. It is a tougher job than I think people realize, and Steve, it's not like these are the first time that Steve has had jockeys. Edgar Prado, he has done very, very well in the past.
Ramon Dominguez.
Right, he is an incredible agent.
Incredible agent, and also it's different in Saratoga. Agents got to be here. They've got to see the people here. They've got to see the owners and trainers. The rest of the year they get away with doing it on the phone. Not in Saratoga. You got to be on the grounds.
So a quick look at the odds here for race 3, 7 furlongs, $12,000 claiming group, remaining half of the entry. Even money right now for the barn we just saw win. Linda Rice will have Irad Ortiz Jr. on this remaining half of the entry. Bankroll play for Andy, though, coming up in the third.
This is a tricky race. Greg and I talked about it quite a bit earlier before the day started. And I'm going to take a little shot with Like a Rolling Stone. Not just because Bob Dylan played in Saratoga the other night, though he could have sang that song, and I don't think anybody in the crowd would have known it. This is actually a horse that has just been running over her head, and I thought she might be an interesting horse at a bit of a price in this race. So $50. I'm making 3 bets today. 50 on this horse, another 50, and 100 on a horse later today as well.
Nice tease. Got to stay tuned.
We don't want you to hang up to turn off the
to
show.
see who that is. Time for Ride of the Week. It's brought to you by My Racehorse. There are a few, there's always quite a few candidates, Mig, when you get to this meet, but one stood out for you.
Yeah, I just saw we was on desk, I think, with you guys, and I said, well, right there, that's the ride of the week. And it is hard because I see a lot of really great rides up here.
This ride you talk about, though, is one, first of all, in a big race, but I think as a jockey, most of the time, your job is to win the horses you're supposed to win on and not blow it when you're supposed to win a race.
Sure.
I think this is one where you could actually say the rider made a difference between winning and losing.
I think Junior contributed a great deal to this victory.
Junior Alvarado on World Beater, Grade 1 Saratoga Derby Invitational. Let's take a look.
So, Junior, you picked up a really good mount in World Beater in the Saratoga Derby, but how difficult is it when you've never ridden a horse and then you pick them up late to prepare and be ready to ride one in a big race?
Yeah, it could be just a little different, but I think for me it was a little easier in this part because I know the horse, I worked the horse in Palmettos, I had the opportunity to work him in the turf. So in the morning when I pick up the mount, I kind of knew already what I wanted to do with him. I saw the last race when he ran here in Saratoga. It was a very good race too. So I kind of knew already what I wanted to do with him to try to see if we could get the win, and you know, we were very lucky yesterday.
So Junior, you're drawn toward the far outside, and obviously we know that turf racing, you need to save ground. But I think you did good. Your horse broke okay. And immediately you can see you're looking for inside position. You had to be pretty happy, though, no more than 3 wide.
Yes, I was pretty pleased. You know, the horse broke good, and you know, every time I move my hands a little bit to go forward to make sure I keep, you know, dropping in without, you know, in a safe way. You know, he was there helping me, and yes, right when we switched lip to the left, coming to the first turn, I said, like, well, I mean, we're not in the rail, but this is as good as he's gonna get right now. And like I say, at least it wasn't, you know, 5-6 wide coming into the first turn.
And now, so you get in a comfortable position here. Your horse is traveling beautifully. But you make another critical decision as you get closer to the turn, and you tuck in even more to make sure you save ground.
Yes, Richie, you know, I'm paying attention. You know, I see the horse laying second right there, Tory, and he's kind of riding his horse. His horse kind of on and off, on and off, on and off. I see Franco. He tried to go in the clear. I don't want to go around Franco because I already know then I'm going to end up 5 wide, 4 wide coming in the second turn. I know the horse in the rail with Johnny Velasquez. I rode him. I said, like, I need to follow him. He's going to go inside the 8 that he was already riding by the half a mile pole. He will get me through it at least until we turn for home, because right there I got to go in the clear.
How good does it feel to get that split? Because you had momentum and then it was like open sesame, there was a hole.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a good feeling, especially when you know you got the horse that is moving forward at that point, and you know, I knew the number 5 was the top horse test score, and you know, I knew I was going by the horse, so I was feeling pretty good at that point.
Well, I think you saved as much ground the first turn. The second turn won you the race because you knew the competition, followed Johnny Velasquez, save all that ground, find the gap as smoothly as can possibly be, and then you're one of the strongest finishers in the jocks room. And for all of those reasons, you get Ride of the Week.
Thank you, Richie. Thank you.
Ride of the Week again, presented by My Racehorse. What a year Junior Alvarado is having. Of course, the Travers to come on Sovereignty, Kentucky Derby, Belmont, Jim Dandy. And how's that feel too, Mig? That was a pickup mount for him to win a Grade 1 with a pickup mount.
Well, it's interesting, too, because he did get to work the horse previously, although he had never ridden him in a race. So he did have some familiarity with the horse, but I really felt bad for Jamie Torres. I know how hard he tried to get here. He got stuck in Atlanta. He stayed overnight. He went down to the gate to get his next flight, and they canceled the flight while they were boarding it, and he just had no shot to get here. And for a young guy to miss out on this opportunity, although I have to say Junior's ride contributed greatly to the win. And, you know, when I was riding, I would always look at it, well, if I rode that horse, would have I done the same things? And I don't know that you could say the trip would have went the same way. The ride that Junior contributed.
You can't know. Irad Ortiz could have ridden him, and you don't know that he would have given, been able to give as good a ride. No knock on Irad. Obviously, he's a tremendous rider, but sometimes it's just a different situation. And for Junior, I'm so glad to see him doing so well and with the consistency, because I've felt for a long time that Junior had the skills to be as good a rider as we have in the room, and there were times there was some inconsistency at times, and I'm sure he knows it. There were some frustrations a few years ago, but man, is he making all the right moves now.
Bill Mott sticking with him, giving him confidence and letting him work his way through it, and he's riding great.
We're going to take a timeout. Mandatory pay pick 5 beginning in the third. We're approaching the 12-minute mark to posts. More on this third when we come back on our Wednesday coverage.
But it's all Pinehurst.
Grade 1 winner at 2.
Very impressive in the runaway Del Blanc Futurity.
Graded stakes winner at 3.
Pinehurst so gutsy.
The highest earning son of Twirling Candy.
Pinehurst lasted home to win it for the United States.
Bred on the same cross as Gunrunner. Pinehurst, standing at Womack.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Japan's legacy of beauty lives in all we do. Rare sensibilities and breathtaking skill show the way to the finish line. That beauty and that power take you to another world. Racing is art.
You're watching Saratoga Live as we have horses in the paddock for race number 3, $12,500 claiming race going 7 furlongs on the main track for fillies and mares. And we'll start off with the horse that is taking most of the money here in the paddock, and that is the remaining part of the entry in the 1 Whistler Style, cutting back in distance for Linda Rice. And I just think this horse makes a world of sense. I know it is a big drop in class for what she was facing, especially 2-back, but she was claimed for $16,000. I feel like this is a spot that just kind of makes sense for her as she does go back to this level and cutting back in distance. I know that she is a daughter of Tonalist, and for much of her career she has been running longer. She's only run at this distance twice. Both were second-place finishes, and I actually kind of like it for her. I think that cutting back should actually help her. 2 starts back, she ran very well at the mile when having a shoe repair to the left front. Prior to that race, she's been cool, calm, and collected here in the paddock today. As we take a look at the 3, Mersal, coming out of that same race as well, she was really hustled out, and she was the first one of the pace to start fading. She does get the biggest drop in class that she has had in quite some time going down to this level. Now, she has early speed, natural early speed, and there is a quick horse early, at least one that has some gate speed to her inside. So will be interesting to see, as it does seem that she is maybe naturally faster looking at the fractions than what Sister Supreme has been able to do. She's one visually, Mersal, that I always like. She carries great weight and conditioning. She's been very professional here in the paddock. One thing I will say is the front wraps do go on, but she is coming into a claiming race. Sometimes you will see trainers do that when they take a drop in class, but she seems bright and happy, and I think she is a player, though she was very disappointing, especially with Whistler Style running better in that effort. The number 6, Like a Rolling Stone, is a little bit of a new face to this level. She was claimed for $10,000 back in April, and since then has been running against much tougher, even a try in New York bred stakes company. So a big drop in class versus what she is facing. She's a horse that I always kind of laugh a little bit about because she's a very long body, but she's not that tall. So I actually think the 7 furlongs for her physicality should suit her quite well. And she might have some dirtied up form, but I do think that she's going back to the level at which she seems to belong, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. 8 minutes away. Race 3 starts a mandatory pay. Pick 5 that ends with our feature, the Birdstone, later today at 1 3/4 miles. Coming up tonight, after the action on the racetrack, Jockeys versus Horsemen charity basketball game. That's at 7 Eastern start time, Saratoga Springs Rec Center. And for a great cause, obviously, the New York Chaplaincy and for the PDJF. And big change. Top Pletcher, Kieran McLaughlin stepping down as coaches.
Wow. Well, Manny Franco is the early favorite for MVP, right? I believe Manny is one of the stars of the game.
Has he won it like 3 years in a row, MVP?
He's the man. Manny's the man. A great event, fun event. I mean, a little bit ruined by the fact that Mitch Levitas is involved, our director, but other than that, it's pretty much fun.
I hear he brings a lot to it. He's going to be behind the mic.
Well, I noticed he had Rajiv doing it with him last year. I've never been asked to do it, so I guess I should feel slighted.
You only share an office with him at Aqueduct.
Well, that's how it goes.
That's the kind of guy Mitch is.
Well.
All for a tremendous cause to support the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund and the Racetrack Chaplaincy.
Former jockey right there.
People can't believe that,
Yeah.
but Steve Asmussen I rode with him
To be
at
honest,
Aqueduct.
it's a little hard to believe.
All right, so judge his skills as a rider.
Oh, he was a good rider. He just had to pull too much weight.
There's no cash.
Well, listen, it would be hard to live up to Cash no matter who you are. Cash was just a tremendous talent.
We're such old timers. We remember when Cash rode New York.
Some issues saddling Follow Your Era. For more, let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, Greg, she actually was okay to get the tack on. They've just been having a world of trouble getting the rider up, and now she did get a leg up. Romero Mirage is in the saddle, but she is wound up. She has always been a really energetic type, but looking like she's going to be escorted out by the Outrider pony, so keep an eye on her. She is far behind the rest of the field as we commence that post parade.
If Romero wants to sub out, Rajiv is here. His cousin's ready to go. We saw him roaming the grounds. The two we're up to here. Sister Supreme gets the rail.
Has had speed going longer, turns back. Will that speed translate for going 7/8?
Mersal, morning line favorite, big drop in class.
She's one horse that could be forward here in a race that could have a pretty contentious pace.
Floge, Jose Gomez.
In a field full of drop downs, this filly was not competitive at the same level last time.
Here's Jackie the Joker with Ricardo Santana Jr.
Don't want to ignore any switch to Ricardo Santana over here, but she's a horse that when she runs her best races, she's forward.
Like a Rolling Stone, a winner at 7/8 in the past.
And taking a precipitous drop in class. I think she just lands in a really good spot here.
And we'll see if she's settled down yet. Follow Your Arrow, likely the speed of the field from the outside post.
She is fast. Obviously things went wrong. I'm sorry, I'm looking wrong. She's fast. She'll try to wire the field with Romero on the outside. We'll see how fast the pace gets, and we'll see if she can stay out the 7 furlongs.
8-1. We skipped over Whistler Style, who is the remaining half of the entry. Breaks from post 6, the 6-5 favorite. Linda Rice looking to go back-to-back. Jose Ortiz in the last show. Alvarado Ortiz Jr. aboard here in race 3. Starts a mandatory pay pick 5.
City of Light, multiple Grade 1 winner, who posted 7 triple-digit buyers, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road, with graded stakes winners, Menti, Chop Chop, and Formidable Man. Sire of multiple Grade 1 winner and champion 2-year-old Fierceness.
A powerhouse win.
City of Light, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
Back with you on Saratoga Live, and our Fox Sports 2 coverage is brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. Mandatory pay pick 5 beginning here in the third. 7/8 of a mile, $12,000 claiming group. And a look at Mersal. Price slowly starting to come down on his 5-year-old mare who was the 9-5 morning line favorite. Form has really gone south, though, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is just a very tricky race. This is Mersal. Now, Mersal in this race just ended up being the lone speed and able to control it. That's not going to happen here. Now, she is a horse that's won from behind, but her form has just declined precipitously. But isn't that the theme of this race? A race for horses whose form has recently declined precipitously.
Yeah, I mean, and listen, she came off a long layoff to win going a mile, and her next 3 starts have just been one a little worse than the other almost.
But you get back in against your friends, and that can change quickly, can it?
Yeah, absolutely. She's obviously getting that class relief, but I think Andy just kind of said something that means everything. She's not going to be alone on the lead here. I mean, I'd be shocked if she was.
No, you know, the 7 is supposed to be the speed here, but one of the things I like a lot about Saratoga, besides being Saratoga, the racing is more competitive. The riders are more aggressive here. When you rode, Richie, did you find that was the case? Now, when you rode, there was a time when you rode when the racing was aggressive all year long.
Yeah.
You rode with guys like Angel and guys that didn't take back. But did you notice that riders were more aggressive in these races and not conceding as much?
Everything's a little more amped up here. You know, just the sheer size of the crowd here. Everybody kind of gets caught up in that atmosphere, that feeling of it. And, yeah, I think we also all know how important it is to win up here because everybody's paying attention to Saratoga. The owners are out here more. You know, you win at Aqueduct, it's almost a little anonymous at times.
And the fans are here. I mean, we're sitting out in the backyard. It's a Wednesday. It is absolutely, I mean, you would think it was a Friday or Saturday sitting here in the backyard right now.
Have this kind of atmosphere, yeah, on a Wednesday afternoon. But that's what you get when you come to Saratoga. With more on the 7 who had been unsettled early, let's go back with Follow Your Arrow to Acacia.
And I just wanted to circle back to her as we talked about how really revved up she was leaving the paddock and what a tough time they had getting Romero Mirage into the saddle. They broke post parade and he has just kept jogging her with the pony. She's settled for her standards. She has gotten pretty warm, but that's not uncommon. But he has done everything in his possible power to keep her a little bit more contained. She is the speed. She's going to be forward. 6s are wild in here, I guess. And she is just acting like a horse that wants to just run. My biggest concern with her is going to be sealing the deal because she just does expend so much energy prior, but I think a major player as far as the pace is concerned. I, like you guys, land on the 6 like a Rolling Stone. I think she's getting a little bit lost in the shuffle, but I think this is a big drop in class, and she probably looked the best of the logical contenders, at least in the warm-up.
Andy, what are we missing that the remaining half of the entry here is even money?
I don't know. I think it's a very good question. I mean, it's partly Irad Ortiz. Sometimes I feel like in these complicated races, people just somehow gravitate to one horse. This horse could certainly win. I don't think anybody up here is going to be surprised when she does win. But I don't know how anybody takes even money, and I don't know how you take 5-2 on Mersal in this race.
Yeah.
Now, I know my horse has no chance. Everybody picked the 6, so she obviously can't win, but somebody's going to win.
I called an audible. I jumped off the 7 because I just didn't like the way she was acting. You know, and Acacia said that's not out of character for her.
She should be in front. Romero Mirage on that 7 outside. Follow Your Arrow. 2 for 2 at 7/8. The plan, wire this field. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Here's Whistler's Style. Follow Your Arrow completes the line. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Follow Your Arrow, as expected, showing sharp early foot. Jackie the Joker, a clear-cut second, like a Rolling Stone is third already, 6 lengths off the lead. Sister Supreme, Mersal is just outside of them. A gap of 4 to Floge, and Whistler's Style trails. They string out down the backstretch. Follow Your Arrow, Jackie the Joker, 22-3 for that opening quarter mile. 7 lengths back. Mersal 3 wide. Sister Supreme is down at the rail. as they move into the far turn with Follow Your Arrow still clinging to that lead, 3/4 of a length. Jackie the Joker continues to maintain serious pressure on the outside. In fact, Jackie the Joker has taken the lead. Like a Rolling Stone, 8 lengths back in third. Sister Supreme, Floj is next. Mersal just dropped right out of it. Whistler Style has gone by her on the outside. Jackie the Joker turns for home with a 4-length lead, 1 furlong to go. Like a Rolling Stone takes up the chase in second. Whistler Style is starting to finish very fast on the outside, but well behind Jackie the Joker. Jackie the Joker by 5. Whistler Style absolutely flying, but out of time. Jackie the Joker wins by 3.5. Whistler Style was a sharp second. Like a Rolling Stone and Floj.
Jackie the Joker, 11-1, number 20 of the meet for Ricardo Santana Jr.
And when we talked about the pace being quick, I said Jackie the Joker, every time she's effective, she's aggressively ridden. Ricardo Santana obviously did his homework, and he was well aware of that. And win or lose, he put her in the position where she is most successful, and it worked out extremely well.
Ricardo's aggressive, he's strong, and he puts horses where they need to be. And so when he took that look back at the top of the stretch, he's got horse. He gets a lot of run out of horses. And Jackie the Joker, she laughed all the way home. The favorite was way, way out of it. She came with a rally to be second.
But she got a pace to run at. I thought my horse, Like a Rolling Stone, was a cinch around the turn where she was sitting. Christopher couldn't have given her a better ride. She's just not able to hold on even for second. I had a little 5-6, but no excuse. She got a good trip, just not quite good enough.
How about Ricardo Santana coming here with P.J. Campo as his agent? 20 wins now. He's having a tremendous speed. If it wasn't for how great the Ortiz boys were doing, you'd be talking a lot more about it.
Everyone is talking about it. This is tremendous what he says. This is best Saratoga by far. And you nearly made him, I know Junior Alvarado won, ride of the week. He nearly got it, didn't he?
Yeah, the horse set the long race on the turf.
Yeah.
What was the horse's name?
Kigali, I believe?
Yeah, Kigali. That was the front runner for ride of the week until Junior.
But I think this is subtly a terrific ride because clearly he did his homework. I mean, this is a horse. Look at her in the PPs and tell me you expected her to be battling in a fast pace in this race with the 7. But I think Ricardo understood what we talked about, which is she just doesn't run well unless she's ridden aggressively. Yeah. So sometimes you got to dance with the girl that brought you there. And if you ride her aggressively and she loses, you gave her best chance to win. He did it, and it worked out.
I think he was aided too. The 7 horse, cleared quickly, so he was able to just slip out to the outside and stalk with 1 horse from the outside.
They were moving 45, 75 for these this level of horses. And I mean, where did they open up? 8 lengths in the field. He could have looked like looked badly if she had lost this race, saying why did he go so fast early? But I think she's a horse that runs her best races when she goes fast early.
Yeah.
5-1-6-4, 11-1 upset to start off a mandatory pay pick 5. And again, number 20 of the meet for someone who's making the case for, we've got a long way to go. This is after today, the midway point, but someone who's sort of, what Dylan Davis was last summer, that surprise, tremendous Saratoga meeting that for Dylan changed his career.
Absolutely. It started opening doors to getting, the higher quality mounts, right? Horses in the big races. And then you've got to win. You got to win grade 1s. You got to win major races to create that kind of business.
And I like seeing Ricardo getting back to the top, sort of the level he was, because there were some tougher times. He'd ridden for Steve. He didn't ride as much for him. But I think he's showing people that he can just flat out ride, and he and PJ are just doing a great job together, and I'm happy to see it.
Yeah, Steve Asmussen, of course, winningest trainer in North American history. It was those two. They were the team. Of course, they split, and then life became a little difficult for a while, but he has really responded. We're going to take a look at the fireworks we had across the street Monday and Tuesday at that Fasig-Tipton sale when we come back. Stay with us.
It's America's original sport. And no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse in the barn. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We had some fireworks Monday and Tuesday this week at the Fasig-Tipton Pavilion, where some very exciting yearlings went through the ring. But it was an exciting win today for Jackie the Joker here in race 3. And I'm so happy to be joined by winning owners James and Norma Citarella here. James, you told me you guys flew in all the way from Vegas, and it was worth the trip.
We used to live right by Belmont. We moved out there a couple of years ago. My dad been on the racetrack from 100 years with Roger Lauren back in Jamaica racetrack, and he loved horses, him and Jimmy. He just passed in April, right after we had claimed her back. So this is something that he would have really, really, really enjoyed, and I'm staying in the game for him.
We love that. Of course, so very sorry for your loss. And Norma, though, does not talk a little bit about Jackie the Joker. And she's been so consistent. And she was forwardly placed today, what seems like she really appreciates.
Oh, I love it. I love it. She looks so good. She looks wonderful up there. Yeah, she did. She did a good job.
Ricardo did a great job with her. And you were telling me you have 2 horses in training right now, but a couple of 2-year-olds coming up and a yearling?
Then a yearling out of Central Bank and a Salamini.
We love those New York breds, but enjoy the win today. Very special you got to be here for it.
Thank you very much. It was great. Great day, great day. And thank you, Dad.
This is what it's all about, Greg.
Nothing like winning at this historic racetrack. Jackie the Joker, an 11-1 upset. And this was a race we talked about. Shocked to see anyone as short a price as they were, and we felt anything could happen, and it did.
And it did, and a price horse won. I did not particularly like this horse. I think I picked her 4th, but I can see the point. And you take a price in these races. Take somebody interesting. Don't default to IRAD at even money. Nothing against IRAD, but even money in that race.
Well, and a horse that lacks speed and is going to have to, overcome a lot, come from far back. I wonder what Ricardo's ROI is.
Pick 6 is next.
Better than mine.
Mile over the inner turf. New York breds allowance optional claiming field. And Brock Nardini opens as the favorite. Second start back after 8 months away. Will break from the rail. Bankroll play for Andy coming up again.
Greg Wolflag's horse was currently 28-1 and the number 7 if you want to throw in Greg's long shot. I feel as though Greg's taking a horse he thinks is going to wire the field. I think the pace is going to be hot in this race. And I want horse going to close. And I think obviously the 3, Brock Nardini is probably the horse to beat in there. But I think Snowy Evening, Bobby M's Girl, even Burn Again are both horses that could pick up pieces. I thought Snowy Evening would be one of the best prices of those horses. So I've taken Snowy Evening, a horse owned part by my good friend Steve Christ. Used to run the daily racing for him. Of course, Steve needs no introduction, but it's not, I didn't pick it because of Steve. I think you look back at a race 2 back, she was as compromised as any of the horses coming out of this race. She'll be a good price, getting pace for Dave Donk, and I think Snowy Evening, a big chance in today's 4th.
Good luck in the bankroll.
Good luck with your 30-1 shot.
Yeah, going to try and wire this field. We'll talk more about it when we come back. Greatest trait of the trainer who's going to be joining us after a break? What is it?
A haircut every day.
And it looks sensational. just one of several great things about Ray Handel. He'll be joining us right after a timeout. Stay tuned. We'll be back.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Promise Her America. Colt has got every shot out the center of the racetrack. Sheeta Booty is chasing as well. Gambling Girl from far out of is launching on the grandstand side. More across the racetrack in the Gazelle. Sheeta Booty is now challenging Promise Her America, who's still there. But Gambling Girl's trying to run them all down. It's Promise Her America. Gambling Girl. Promise Her America is game. Promise Her America wins the Gazelle.
2023, back of the Grade 3 Gazelle, 26-1 upset. This would land this filly in the Kentucky Oaks for the trainer who is about to join us right now. Obviously a big moment and got him on the big stage on that first Friday in May. Ray Handel joining us on the set. I've always been a fan, obviously, but I didn't realize you're from the Bay Area, so even more love now.
Kinda. I was born in California, but I moved away when I was really little, so I claim it as born there, but that's not really, I wouldn't call it my hometown.
Well, you're Jamaican.
Yes. I was raised in Kingston, Jamaica.
How long were you there for?
Like 8 years, pretty much through my early childhood. I came back when I was about 11 years old.
That experience, you know, everyone, it takes time to win in races like that and to get to, and I know things didn't go the way you wanted to in the Kentucky Oaks, but just to be part of that experience for the first time. How special was that?
I mean, you know, it was really special. I remember it very well. I just soaked everything in and enjoyed every moment of it. I want to get back there as soon as we can, so we're still trying.
Do you set, you know, tremendous summer last summer at Saratoga? Do you set goals going in of what you want to accomplish at the meet, at the year, things like that?
We always try and come here and fire away at Saratoga. Everybody wants to win at this meet, and you know, things haven't exactly. We got really lucky last year. You know, luck plays into it. You put horses in aggressive spots, and there's a certain element of luck that plays into it. This summer, I feel like we haven't gotten the bobs and things haven't gone our way like they did last year. But, we place them in spots to win, and, we're going to keep on placing them aggressively through the summer and hopefully pick up some more wins.
Ray, you growing up in Jamaica, did you get involved with horses there? Did you go to the races there? What began your journey in racing?
Well, my dad took me to the racetrack at a very young age. He loved betting the horses, and I took a liking to it as well, and it's kind of like our bonding time. And I enjoyed the challenge of handicapping, and I still do nowadays. So we just built that, and kept on coming in from a very young age. And
how much of a handicapper do you need to be as a trainer to be a successful trainer?
Well, I think the horses come first. Having good horses is the most important thing, but knowing where to place them, and knowing a condition book and being able to see trends physically with the horses, but also seeing, using the form to kind of help dictate your next placement is important too.
Who have you worked with before you went out on your own?
Tony Dutrow was a mentor of mine. He was my last job that I had before I started training. He kind of like fine-tuned me and kind of showed me what it takes to be a trainer. But before that, I was with Christophe Clement, Kenny McPeak, Jonathan Shepard early on, and Michael Matz. So I had a great schooling.
Pretty good trainers.
Yeah.
Indeed. We mentioned across the street Monday, Tuesday night, some big fireworks with some huge pedigrees and big price tags with more on what happened at the Fasig-Tipton sale. Let's go to Acacia.
Records just smashed this year for the 104th Fasig-Tipton Select Yearling Sale across the street, and it really is just a kind of amazing setup to what we will eventually see these horses do in the future. You see the real yearlings go through the ring and then envision them racing just across the street. The sale topper went for $4.1 million and was towards the very end of the night, one of the last hips to go through the ring. A colt by Into Mischief out of Stellar Sound was purchased by Peter Brandt's White Birch Farm along with Coolmore, who were very active throughout the sale. This colt just had an unbelievable physical, and of the top 6 horses to sell through this sale, they were 3 gun runners and 3 Into Mischief. So an incredible night, or I should say 2 nights for these 2 runners, or should say for these 2 horses. Now, hip number 37 went through Monday night, was the session topper by Gun Runner out of America, bred by celebrity chef Bobby Flay, sold for $2.7 million, and all of her previous foals have sold for over 7 figures, with a little bit of success on the racetrack, some black type in there as well, but this is the first Gun Runner, the other ones being by Curlin, and Bobby saying that he felt that the Gun Runner really made a huge impact on how this colt was received. And what we got a chance to see this week, it was the debut of those Flightline yearlings. Of course, Flightline, undefeated horse of the year, absolutely dazzling individual, and now standing at stud, taking a look at hip number 176, who sold for $1.8 million. This one was purchased by John Oxley and West Point Thoroughbreds. Of course, West Point, part of the partnership that did campaign Flightline on that incredible tour de force that he did have. I was very impressed with what I saw from the physicals of the Flightline offspring, and they sold incredibly well at the sale this week. So it'll be pretty exciting in about a year's time when we do have a chance, Greg, to see the offspring of Flightline hit the track as 2-year-olds next year. Taking a look at the sales toppers, as mentioned, records smashed this year over at the Saratoga Select Sale, in particular Monday. I don't know if I've ever felt so crowded as it was over there, but some really exciting horses to go through the ring, and cannot wait to see what the future does hold for them.
$4.1 million, pretty incredible. The first Flightline that actually went through the ring topped $1 million, but then another one goes for 1.8. It'll be a lot of fun to see what these stars of tomorrow. Of course, the last 3 Preakness winners all coming out of that sale.
Ray, were you in action at all at the sale?
Yeah, I raised my hand for half a second. That's about all I got in.
The prices over there are tough. It's a tough sale to buy at. And, sometimes you're better off maybe waiting for the Keeneland sale a little bit, which I'm sure you'll be active at.
Yeah, very active there, but it was a lot of talent there, so it's not surprising they went for a lot of money.
And you'll probably pretty much go to Keeneland right after Saratoga ends. I think it's something people don't realize. Trainers, Saratoga ends, and then you go to Keeneland for a week or so more to try to look at yearlings and buy some horses in the sale, right?
Yeah, well, luckily we get a little short break here, but then it's just back to the grind again. It's almost like another Saratoga meet, same energy, same grind.
But
You
before
said one of
that,
the- go ahead.
But before that, you've got the New York bred sale up here, and I'm sure you'll probably have some action there.
Yeah, we will be very active next week. Absolutely. I've gotten some really nice horses out of that sale.
That's Sunday and Monday nights, I believe?
I
think
it's
it
the
is.
11th and 12th, I believe.
Sunday, Monday.
Sunday, Monday.
Oh, 11th and 12th will be Monday, Tuesday.
Yeah, I think it's Monday and Tuesday. So
You had brought up, one of the people that, helped you quite a bit, Ken McPeak, one of the great eyes in the game, spotted Curlin. He found Swiss Skydiver for $35,000. Did he kind of teach some of those secrets and pass those along to you?
it was very early on in my career. I was working for Kenny, and I was galloping. I was in my late teens, early 20s, so I was just following his shadow. He didn't really give me, the keys to the car, but it was really interesting to see his process, to see his grinds, how he goes about the sale. But I didn't get the secret sauce.
This race coming up on the turf at a mile. As you take a look at the fans, nowhere can. It's so special to be able to get this close. They give you carrots too, or they brought their own?
Either way, I think it's great. The kids getting around the horses, and I'm sure you see it in the mornings, Ray, too, with owners and families coming out and seeing the horses. It's one of the things that makes Saratoga so special.
Yeah, everybody drops in. It's great to see all the clients and their families and everybody enjoying everything that comes to Saratoga, because it's one of the few times of the year that everybody's here and they bring the family and they can get out and enjoy the training and see them. And there's not as many parameters or the restrictions to bringing kids to the track, so it's very open door.
It's fun for people who come and visit, and we love to see it, can see the best horses. But for a trainer, you still able to see it and have that kind of fun, or is there just more pressure for you?
Both. There's always constant pressure, but you try and enjoy the moment. We've been coming here for a while and doing this for a bit, so I feel like the expectations are always there, but everybody knows that what we're doing and what we're bringing to the game.
Getting on horses still?
Yes, I am. I gave all the boys a day off on Monday, and I got on 4 joggers myself. My legs are still sore from it.
You got any 2-year-olds you want to tell us about?
I have, some that have ran. I have one running tomorrow, Chummers. First time on the turf. He's a combatant, so he's by Scat Daddy. So I'm hoping he's breezed a couple times on the grass. We were happy with that, and his second time out. And then we have a real nice colt named Here's Johnny, who's a full brother to a World Beater. He's stretching out on the grass on Sunday, so I'm really excited to see what he does.
Right.
It came off first time out, and we just got one into him. We knew we wanted to go longer anyways, so we got a race into him, and looking forward to stretching him out.
Here comes our post parade for this fourth. We'll kick things off with slightly busy Manny Franco aboard.
And one of the horses that can be the speed in here and ran very well, going 6 furlongs in her return before a less than great effort, but she could be forward here.
The rail, Brock Nardini, second back off an 8-month layoff.
Did you see her at 2-1? She's the closer, considered to have the best chance.
Snowy evening, had to be a setup race. 6 furlong sprint here. Blinkers going on today.
Yeah, she returned in the Mount Vernon, raced without Lasix, came back sprinting with Lasix. Maybe it's just right today. She stretches out and gets Lasix
Big Robert
back.
Frost fan, Richie, so he'll be taking her.
Tough trip. Bobby M's girl last out.
She's another one that can close in this race and be effective, taking some money.
Romero Mirage on Burnt Again.
Burnt Again, owned and bred by Jan Derschmidt.
I heard they know how to breed a good horse.
She's got some races that would put her in the frame here.
Latest edition, speed stretching out.
This is the long shot special from the man to my right, Greg Wolf. I tried her last time. She's Andy off.
Here's Red Burgundy, Ricardo Santana Jr. for Horacio de Paz.
Yeah, runs her best races when she's able to control things on the front end. I don't think it's going to happen here. There's enough speed signed on.
Pick 6, by the way, as you see, begins in this 4th race coming up. And we expected Brock Nardini to be favored. Ray, as you look at this race, how do you see things?
I thought, it's kind of down to the 2 favorites here. I thought Brock Nardini is the class of the field. He's dropping in a little bit flat last time in the stake, but they did go slow on the front end. So I thought, this is a smart play coming to Saratoga, try and get some class relief and maybe get a win. But and he should get the setup here. I think that the 7's probably going to go, and Red Burgundy's a horse that's pretty keen in his races, so he's going to. I think Ricardo is riding great, so maybe he can get the horse to switch off. He's ridden him twice, and both times, or maybe. Sorry, he's ridden him 3 times, but I watched his last 2 replays that he rode him, and he definitely gets the horse to switch off better than most riders have.
I just worry that her wins come on the front end, and I don't know how she's getting the lead
No.
with the 1 and 7 in this race.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like there's a need to lead type, and there's 2 kind of need to leads. It's either horses are too aggressive when they have a horse in front of them, or a horse gets confident the longer they're on the lead. And I think she's a need to lead type that's just a little overly aggressive when she's not in front.
So a big warm-up there from Brock Nardini under Flavien Prat. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, Flavien was almost kind of forced to take her away from the pony because she got really revved up in the post parade. Now, she did get very sharp last time as well, sharper than she's ever been, but he almost kind of had to take her away because she was really pulling just like, let me go. But she has developed quite a bit as a 4-year-old, and I do think that she really took the worst of it at the start last time. She was high-headed coming out of the gate and got squeezed back, and Spinning Colors, who's a very honest and talented New York bred, was able to wire that Mount Vernon in a very slow pace, and they just went 1-2 around in there throughout the running. So I think that Brock Nardini took the worst of it, and looks like she has settled at least a bit more now after that spirited warm-up. The 4 Snowy Evening, she tried sprinting last time out. She was wide. She didn't really do much running. She stretches back out today, which I do prefer. She is also one that I think was impacted at least a little bit at the start, and she was also off of a layoff in that Mount Vernon 2 starts back. The dynamics were up against her. They had blinkers today, a very short cup cheater blinker going on, and I don't necessarily know if she's going to be any more forward, but hopefully that'll help her to have a little bit more punch at the end. I always like Snowy Evening, and I know that she's not seen the winner's circle in quite some time, but I do think this is the right spot for her. She's dappled head to toe. The number 5, Bobby M's Girl, yet another one that was off the pace in that Mount Vernon. She did win in an off-track 2 starts back in an off-the-turf race, and she's been able to handle it, but she's a turf horse. She's another one that does her best running when closing. She's also a high-energy type, sometimes can be quite distracted in the preliminaries. She got on her toes going out, but she has settled beautifully out there on the track. She's not the strongest in her hind end. She's a little bit more angular in the way that she's built, and I think that's why sometimes, at least lately too, we see her just not get out of the gate as quick. So a lot of jogging in the preliminaries here. Hopefully that will see her put herself in a good position. The 8 Red Burgundy, I agree with Ray. I think that she is one that does need to be on the front end and is hard to handle when not. Ricardo has ridden her in the past though and has done very well with her. She's sharp in the preliminaries here. She was on her toes back in the paddock talking about the 8 Red Burgundy. She got sharp out on the track as well, but really her only truly disappointing effort recently has been when they tried the dirt with her 2 starts back. Couldn't handle it throughout the winter. She's back on the turf, and I think that last win will set her up to run better today, but I think she'll have some company on the front end, especially given some of the big warm-ups we've been seeing, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. 8-5, Brock Nardini from that inside post. And that, part of that, I guess, like she was on the outside last time out off that 8 months away. Now a race under her belt, now gets the preferred inside post where she can save ground with Prat.
Listen, she's obviously dangerous in here, but I think you have to talk about all 3 of Brock Nardini, Snowy Evening, and Bobby M's Girl, because they all come out of the same race, the Mount Vernon. And every one of them was compromised by the fact that the winner, Spinning Colors, was just allowed to absolutely crawl on the front end. And it was also a time when being inside probably wasn't a bad thing. You look at the respective trips, the one who saved the most ground of the 3 was Brock Nardini. She spent the most time on the rail. Snowy Evening was 2 to 3 wide the whole way around the track. Bobby M's Girl was 2 wide in the first turn, got over towards the inside, but 2 to 3 wide in the second turn. So even though she's 8-5, and I don't think that I think she had the easiest trip of the 3. Now, having said that, she also has good races. She's what we call stake-faced, running in stakes. The others, not so much. But I don't think she necessarily has such a big advantage over either Snowy Evening or Bobby M's girl, and that's why I picked Snowy Evening, because she's a better price.
Well, the three of them within 3/4 of a length of each other
Right.
in that Mount Vernon, so I think you make a great point. I landed on Bobby M's girl. I think Dave Duggan put in Luis Saez, tells me they'd like her to have a bit more position. Maybe she didn't have to be as far back last time. Although, you know, Acacia was just talking about her not breaking as sharp, and she also gets Lasix back now, getting back out of Stakes company.
3-2, Brock Nardini, Ray, from the rail. Pratt, we've talked so much about what he did last summer, that record-setting Saratoga. Going to be out for a few days with a suspension later in the month, but having another tremendous Saratoga.
Yeah, he's a tremendous talent. I'm lucky enough to get him on some horses, and he's done nothing but give masterful rides every time. So.
And for people that are interested, the stewards, Cody Watkins, who works for the Jockey Club, and Victor Escobar works for us at NYRA, they joined me for a stewards review this morning to go through in detail the disqualification from last Friday. Andrew Offerman, our SVP of Racing and Operations here, also came on to talk about the rules, and you can view that on YouTube. The stewards review. I actually tweeted it if you follow me on Twitter. But check it out. Those guys, you know, whether or not you agree with the stewards, I give them an enormous amount of credit for having the courage to come on and talk about their decision-making process. Victor did it after the disqualification, and I wish more stewards in this country at least talk about it. You don't have to agree with them, but you got to give these people credit for at least not being anonymous and hiding behind the curtain.
Make them understand the thought process, and there's got to be, you know, transparency in these things.
I know a couple of guys that got mad at each other just for talking about it or not talking about it.
Richie and I are never mad at each other. We're like brothers. We occasionally fight like family does. And to be fair, the MIG has a valid point. Richie thinks it was the right call, the DQ. And in watching it more over again, while I disagree with the call, I thought you made very good points, and I think there is an argument for the call, a better one than I initially thought.
Well, if anybody's got a problem with that call, go watch the call at Del Mar at a starting gate on, was it Sunday?
I said to the guys this morning, I said, you guys are off the hook. No matter how bad you think your call was, that was insane.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Wow.
That was a strange one.
And they're not doing a video defending
Real quick,
it.
guys, pick 6 coming up. Ray, did you look ahead to the card? No.
I didn't, no.
Andy, do you have any thoughts later on where, I mean, obviously Parchment Party, if he can run to what he did on a wet track, it's going to be tough.
I
but
picked
any
digital
singles?
odds I would use, but no, I think this is a wide open card today. I think it's a very interesting card. If I had to single somebody, I'd single Best Impression in race number 5, the 8.
All right, good luck in the pick 6.
Good enough for me. I'm following along.
Let's set it upstairs. Frank Miramati to get us started here in the pick 6.
Here's Red Burgundy. And number 1, Slightly Busy, will be the outside runner here. Originally part of an entry. Comes up. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Red Burgundy is the quickest out of there. Latest edition comes away in second, and Slightly Busy a close-up third. They're followed by a 3-wide Bobby M's Girl on the outside of Snowy Evening. Brock Nardini hugs the rail, just 6 off them, and another 2 back to Burnt again. And so the lead belongs to Red Burgundy, the opening quarter of a mile, by 3/4 of a length in 24 seconds flat. Latest edition is racing in third, 2 lengths behind Slightly Busy. And then it's Snowy Evening in fourth, 3 lengths clear of Bobby M's Girl, Brock Nardini, and Burnt again. Red Burgundy, Ricardo Santana Jr. in front by half a length. Slightly Busy second, still 2 more to latest edition. Snowy Evening in the orange and black. Brock Nardini 6 to make up into the far turn. 47-1 for the half mile. Bobby M's Girl, Saez getting a little busy on her. And another 3, Burnt again, has trailed throughout. Red Burgundy, Slightly Busy at the top of the stretch in second. In behind them, Snowy Evening. Down on the inside, latest edition, Brock Nardini, Bobby M's Girl, 1 furlong to go. And Red Burgundy with a 3-length lead. Brock Nardini is coming out of the pack to chase and coming with a late good kick. Here comes Brock Nardini, very confidently handled throughout. Will end up winning, pulling clear by almost 3. It's a very close photo between Slightly Busy and Burnt again, who came from last.
Brock Nardini, much the best. Here's second back off an 8-month layoff. Flavia and Pratt, George Weaver.
Okay, I got this one wrong. There was a reason she was the heavy favorite. They didn't even go that fast up front. She just crushed the field.
She did, but she got that patented Flavia and Pratt ride, right? He got to save ground from that inside draw, was patient, didn't angle out until after they came, into the stretch, and then she finished full of run.
I thought she was much the best here. She didn't, get the setup that we thought she would, and still was able to pull out and run him down.
I think it's interesting that the one who Manny rated actually outfinished the number 8 Red Burgundy to get this place in here, I believe. We'll take a look there. Yeah, it did. Actually, it was the 6 coming on, Burned Again, who got a 3rd in that race. But I agree. My horse, Snowy Evening, Johnny gave her as perfect a ride as you could give. It wasn't as fast a pace we expected. There's Johnny sitting right behind them, sitting there, just did not finish in the stretch at all. She had every chance to win. She was simply not good enough.
3-1-6-8, Brock Nardini, much the best in here. And a formful beginning to this pick 6 at 8-5, Meg.
Yeah, I mean, she finished full of run, looked great, slightly busy after being rated, came, and Jan Derschmidt's Burnt Again came from way back to be 3rd.
Yeah, I heard they could breed a good horse.
They breed a good horse over there in Pine Plains. They do a good job.
I had heard that.
Beautiful farm.
I believe the Mig had brought that up before.
Having a nice farm, too, I hear.
Get these wins now, because Pratt is going to be out, serving that 3-day suspension later this month here. Gets his 18th winner of the meet.
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on that. I wouldn't have given him days, but whatever.
Now,
how much does that eat as you as a rider?
Not Richie. Richie took everything in stride.
Whatever the steward said, I was good with.
Please.
A couple of phones would disagree with that.
Phone, a window, garbage can, a couple of things.
I feel like if they take him down, you got to give him days.
You got to give him days. That's what I think.
See, I don't agree with that.
I don't mind the no takedown no takedown and giving days.
Right.
Like, that's fine. But when you DQ somebody for jockey error, well, I didn't listen earlier. I'm sorry, but I'm assuming jockey error. He didn't.
Well, the horse didn't do it. He did.
He did
there
it.
was
right.
one
He dropped
where,
down. So
where Irad got taken down last summer, and I'm not sure they gave him days. We talked about Irad, and maybe he was upset because they did, and I didn't think they should have given him days. I thought it was a foul, but I didn't think that Irad was really at fault so much. I think it's race specific, but in general, they do give him days when they come down.
Yeah.
We're going to take a timeout. Number 8 to the meet for Flavia Pratt. Brock Nardini, much the best. Here in the 4th to start off this pick 6 on our Wednesday card from Saratoga. Wins at 8-5.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie.
McKenzie in a dominant performance. Chancer McPatrick proves best.
Chancer McPatrick wins the Champagne impressively. It is going to be all Scottish Lassie.
What an amazing effort from Scottish Lassie, who's in front by 15 lengths.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, home to 4-time leading New York sires Central Banker, sire of champion New York bred Bank Frenzy.
Bank Frenzy, a hard-fought winner of the Commentator.
And multiple stakes winner Sunday Girl.
Clear winner in the John Hettinger Sunday Girl.
Also standing into mischief's Grade 1 Sun Provocateur. And top young stallion Solomini, sire of Mike Lee Stakes winner Doc Sullivan. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, celebrating over 50 years of equine excellence.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
What's winning like? From the picnic tables here at Saratoga.
Did he bought some new pants after that?
That's not me in the back, I swear.
A few more cases.
Any number of those guys, Ray. Who are you kidding?
Back on Saratoga Live, it's brought to you where you can play it all at NYRA Bets, including a pick six that began with Brock Nardini winning this fourth convincingly. George Weaver, Flavia, and Pratt. Let's go to Acacia.
And here with winning trainer George Weavers, Brock Nardini gets the win here. And George, she really was up against it the way that Mount Vernon played out last time out. Finished with a flourish today.
Yeah, she did the same thing to me last year. We ran her at Monmouth, and she was just fresh and didn't get a great trip. And she came back and ran a good race after that. She's been sitting on this condition for a while, so it's nice to, with the turf racing, it's finally nice to get in the right spot at the right time.
She was still a bit fresh today. Seemed like Flavian had his hands full in the warm-up. Is that kind of the new normal for her this year, the high energy before the race?
Yeah, we had to school her a couple times. She is pretty fresh, but I wanted to get the warm-up because she's not that quick out of the gate and doesn't have that early speed. So, but I'm confident that Flavian could keep it under control, and she ran a race, so it's good.
He certainly did, and she ran well, finishing for the win today. But wanted to ask you about tomorrow. You have 4 entered in the Galway. A couple who really impressed when switching to turf, including Silsby and Regalton, Regalton?
Regalton, I guess.
Yeah.
Something like that.
I would struggle with that name. But anyway, both of them really seem to take to the grass.
Yeah, I'm excited about running them all. They all have a chance to win. Like, it won't surprise me if any of them win. I don't like running horses against each other. I mean, I guess it's going to make me 25% just in that race, so I'd rather not kill my percentage. But they all have a chance. I'm happy with all of them, and like I said, it won't surprise me if any of them win.
Seems like you've had a lock on turf sprinters, both boys and girls. Well, good luck with the runners tomorrow, but congratulations on the nice win here.
Thank you, Acacia.
George Weaver with a nice victory today, but certainly a busy runners list tomorrow, Greg.
And he's got one in the last tonight that looks pretty imposing. Had a poor start in the debut, St. Bridget's Cross, too.
George is probably, of all the trainers that have started a certain number, reasonable number of horses, he probably has one of the best ROIs of any trainer over the last 10 years. He points for this meet. Everybody points for this meet. But George is one guy that's gotten it done.
Race 5 starts the late pick 5. 6 furlongs. Claiming race for non-winners at 2 lifetime. And one Andy had talked about as maybe a key to this pick 6 for you. Best impression. Linda Rice off the claim.
And she's the co-favorite with Lollipops now. She is a favorite in the double over Lollipops. Another cliche, excuse me. One of those 3 likely to win here.
How'd you feel about it? Will you come back, or did Andy scare you away?
If you'll have me, I'll be back.
Ray's my
Anytime.
man. Ray brought us a pizza and champagne
right.
on New Year's Eve.
I heard this story.
It's
tremendous.
Ray's the best.
Appreciate it, guys.
It was
Have me anytime.
Great having you on.
Thank you. Appreciate
And
it.
we're going to see you again with your next runner Friday?
Friday, yep. Chummers on the turf. I own them, so it's hopefully we can get some more pizza and champagne money.
Ray, I know you're good for it even if you don't win.
But next time, make sure I'm on set, okay? I wasn't there that day.
They needed the training wheels today. They brought the heavy hitters, so I'm glad I was on with you guys.
It was great having you on. We're going to say goodbye to Ray, let him get on with the rest of his afternoon. I'm sure more important things to do than hang out with us.
Can't think of anything less important.
We're going to take a time out. It will be best in the Ballston Spa. We'll have a preview when we return. Stay with us.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Hey everyone, I'm here on Union Avenue in front of the Racing Museum and Hall of Fame. And guess what? It's Maggie on the Loose Hall of Fame edition. Come on. Julie, can I interrupt you really quick? So, you're a Hall of Famer, of course. I want to know who your favorite Hall of Famer is.
Steve Coffin, please. Everyone knows about my obsession with Steve Coffin. I like his wife. I'm like, I want to sit by Steve. And she's like, oh, let Julie sit next to Steve. She's like...
You know, I can't pick one because I rode with all these guys, and I love them all.
This is my favorite. I'm not going to lie. But who's your favorite, Ramon?
Thank you, Maggie. I love them all, but over the last few years, I have gotten to know Bill Bolland, and I love that guy.
You have such an amazing story. I mean, winning the Oaks and Derby as an apprentice.
That's so long ago, I forgot. Favorite?
Yeah.
Early fires.
I don't like to do interviews. I can't even hear no more.
Deaf as a mute.
Who my favorite Hall of Famer is? Oh, my goodness.
Who is your favorite Hall of Famer?
Oh, well, there's so many jockeys. I admired all those old jockeys.
Well, if it's a horse, wow, I pick Secretariat.
Ah, yeah.
If for a trainer, I'm going to pick Scotty Schumacher.
Well, Easy Goer would rank up there.
I don't like it because he beat me.
Well, my favorite trainer, of course, is Richard Mandela.
Oh, yeah.
My favorite Hall of Famer?
Yeah.
Secretariat.
Seems to be a popular one.
Yeah. Seattle's Lou.
Ah.
I beat him.
Yeah, I know that.
That made me happy. He beat me so many times that when I beat him once, he was like, yeah.
Who's your favorite Hall of Famer?
Probably Jonathan Shepard, my old boss.
Exactly.
It'd probably be Alan Jerkins.
John Henry and Bill Shoemaker.
Boom. That's classic.
Yeah. He earned $2.3 million, or 1/3 of his total earnings in just one season.
Wow.
As a 9-year-old.
Wow. That is such a crazy stat.
Yeah.
We gotta ask you who your favorite Hall of Famer is.
Ali Dar.
Duh.
Everybody in the Hall of Fame is deserving of being in the Hall of Fame. They're all my friends.
Cool piece there, seeing some of the favorites of some of the best to ever do it, and some of the best Maggie catching up with right there. Good to see those faces.
No question about it.
Yeah, Maggie had a lot of fun doing it too, and it seemed like most of the guys were really into it.
It was nice to see a lot of them. Rando Jose Santos talked to him the other day. Saw Alex Solis at the sales the other night. Always nice to catch up with Alex, and always a great group of guys. And of course, Angel was on the show the other day with Lafitte.
Yeah.
And that was
great.
That was magical stuff.
That was great.
Yeah.
I had just recently learned. I didn't realize Angel Cordero had, and I mentioned it the other day, taught Frankie Dettori the flying dismount.
Well, I know that Angel did it before Frankie.
And you know who did it before Angel?
Yeah.
Right? It was the rider up in Canada. Now its name escaping me. I can't
So Richie
believe
doesn't
it.
even know either.
Don't ask the question.
Oh, I
Don't ask the
I'm
question
having
if
a
you don't even
senior
know the
moment,
answer.
but I know. Avelino Gomez.
My entire
Sorry.
life is a senior moment at this
Avelino
point.
Gomez was doing it before anybody.
All right.
We're going to look ahead to the Boston spot tomorrow, grade 2, mile and a 16th on the grass on Friday. And here's a look at the field that will line up. Be your best 9 to 5. Saffy Joseph Jr. and Rod Ortiz Jr.
Right, but she is expected to scratch to run in the Beverly D at Colonial on Saturday. But still a very strong field.
Ozara, meanwhile, will line up. Miguel Clement, Dylan Davis coming off a win in a division of the De La Rose.
And this was probably Dylan's best ride of the meet. Got absolutely perfect position, waited, got out, got a very good trip to win. I still like her. I think she's very talented. She's a horse that had an issue and missed most of her 3-year-old year, but she's coming back slowly, and I believe she's getting better and better for Miguel. And it is a highly, highly competitive race tomorrow. A lot of these horses can win, Richie.
Yeah, one thing about Ozara you got to really like, though, is just how consistent she is. I mean, she basically runs the same race every time. If it's good enough, she gets there, and if not, she gives a good account of herself.
Completely agree.
6 for 12 on the lawn. Getting reunited with some familiar faces in this group. Whiskey Decision, Maggie Go,
And I think there should be more pace in here. Saffie Joseph's running No Mo Candy, so it's not as though he doesn't have a horse in the race. And between her and Ocean Club, they're going to be moving a little bit up front in this race, and I think it helps make it a more competitive race.
Heard something about Friday. Oh, pennants on Friday as the giveaways continue here at Saratoga.
I think
so there's going to be a line all the way down to Saratoga Lake.
Well, you have a canoe on it, so there you go. Who's modeling it? Who's the hand model?
You said
George
pennant. I thought you
Costanza?
said penance. You know, growing up Catholic, it's a whole different meaning.
That is on
Staying out of
Friday, so get here early for that giveaway. Always know when it's tough. I mean, so many big days here at the meet. That line coming in here is.
The Greg Wolf bobblehead is going to be an incredible.
You actually did have a bobblehead day, right?
I did not. I don't want to suffer through watching them smashed in the parking lot. People throwing them at me on the way out.
I wouldn't want a bobblehead either. Kind of hurts my neck thinking about it.
Right, yours would be fused to the same place.
Well, that was Brady, by the way, modeling for us, the hand model.
Okay.
Well done. He's working very hard for us this summer.
that was a
Race 5,
real
late
future.
pick 5 starts here. There is another cliche, dropping in class junior. Alvarado rides.
She's dangerous. I think the concern for me with another cliche, who I picked second, and I know you like her, Greg, is I don't like these kind of drops. I mean, Gary Contessa obviously doesn't have the kind of stable he had once when he's, many years leading trainer in New York. His drop downs always scared me.
Let's go to Acacia.
We'll get to her in a moment, but wanted to kick things off in the paddock with a new claim. The number 8 best impression goes first time out for the Linda Rice barn after finishing second last time out, in which she was just second best in there. Took a little bit of time to get her stride going, but she ran on well to be second in that spot as the favorite. She was claimed at this level, comes right back for the same level, and prior to that, it was a significant drop in class for previous connections. She does cut back in distance now to the 6 furlongs, and it's funny looking at her. She has always been such a big, imposing filly. I imagine it's the influence of her sire, Union Rags, but she does not look like a sprinter. She looks like one that wants to go much further. But recently, she has been effective when going shorter. So we'll see. I think that the class, more than anything, does help her. I will say she did perk up a lot once they put the tack on. She was very laid back prior to that, and I was a touch concerned, but was happier to see that she got a bit more on her toes once saddled. Now going to the rail with the one, another cliche who does take that drop in class. I thought that last time out would potentially be a time for her to take a step forward, and she was forwardly placed in there where Madeline's Promise tried to set the pace and low-key kind of came and ran everybody down, and thought another cliche just kind of ran in place in that spot, but it certainly was better company. She's one that just never really progressed from 2 to 3. She was kind of that small, quick, and agile type of early 2-year-old, and she just never really moved on in her physicality. She never really grew much or filled out. She is kind of a lighter frame type, and she gets very, very energetic prior to her races. Last time out, she got pretty washy as well. She's not washy today, which I do appreciate, but she is really sharp and on her toes. We'll see what she can do dropping down, but I do imagine, given her demeanor, she should be forward from that rail, as she does have some natural early speed. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. Post parade coming up. Late pick 5 begins in just 7 minutes in this non-winners at 2 life claiming race at 6 furlongs. The 9 lollipops favored outside, tackling older company in the spot. That was 32 claiming race last start, but it was exclusively for 3-year-old fillies.
Yeah, right. Keep in mind, she's not dropping. I'm glad you brought that up, Greg. She was running in a 3-year-old restricted race. These are horses that are open, older horses. So 17.5, probably tougher than 32 for 3-year-olds, Richie.
Yeah, I mean, and that's something that if you don't really pay attention is going to get by you, that it was actually against straight 3-year-olds.
Yeah, I mean, they always say when they go from 3 to 4, they're worth almost half the money that they were running for in here. I don't agree with Acacia about the one being forward, another cliche. I might be wrong, but I don't think she has the speed to keep up in this field, and that's one of the things that concerns with me. I think the 9 is the one who has the best tactical speed, and I think a best impression will be forward as well.
Post-parade coming up. We will see another cliche to kick things off. Actually was forward in the debut, winning at Saratoga last summer. Off the bat, pretty quick fractions in that comeback race, too.
I'm gonna disagree. I hear you on those things. I'll be surprised if she's forward, but I'm certainly wrong often.
Here's Junior Alvarado on this Gary Contessa filly dropping down.
And while she's coming out of 3-year-old restricted race as well, they were higher levels. I see the case for her. I just prefer the 8 more.
Rudy Rodriguez kicked off this card with a win with Tabawatch. She has handle on you.
The recent form just not very good. It's going to have to improve.
Romero, Mirage, 10-1 here, Timia.
Yeah, and this is a trainer taking over the training who, for the same connections, who's actually had success out of town. Can he win in New York, though?
We jump to, I believe, the 7, coming out next. Spa City Zip, who likes to do it on the front end.
Well, she's in the Spa City, but Zip has never necessarily one of the things she's had. Some speed, but slowly.
11-1. We'll go turf back to dirt today. The 8 best impressions, Linda Rice off the claim.
I think projects to sit a really good trip just off of the speed. I think she gets a nice stalking spot under Jose Lascano.
She is favored right now. The 9, here's Lollipops. Jorge Abreu with Ricardo Santana Jr.
And I don't think it's coincidental that his success has a lot to do, Ricardo's, with being aggressive. You saw the last race, probably the 3rd fastest of the 3 speeds. Ricardo said, I don't care, I'm going. They want to go. They're going to have to go with me, and I think he's going to be aggressive here. I won't be surprised to see her clear.
Somewhere out there is Just Words, 17-1 long shot, who will try and get a shot of at some point. There she is for Jimmy Ryerson.
It just feels like she's going to have to improve to be competitive here. I guess her start 2 back in the mud was good enough to put her in the frame, but that also was in the mud, not a fast track.
That race actually makes her a player in here, believe it or not. The only one she's run, though.
Now back to our current favorite. So here's best impression. Owned, trained, Linda Rice, first off the claim. And let's look back to her most recent effort, July 10th.
I'll tell you why I think she ran well in here. This is a race that collapsed. The winner came from way back, and she was right on top of the pace. Now that she ran well to be second, Linda claimed the horse. I like a lot of things. What I don't like is, first of all, she runs back the same amount, but she's trying to win races in Saratoga. And this horse is a little chilly on the board at 2-1, Richie. I thought this horse would assert herself as the clear favorite of the 3 contenders. That's not happening.
Yeah, I mean, there's really not a lot of separation between 1, 8, and 9. Yeah, the fact that she's making that lateral move, claim for 17.5, running back for 17.5, doesn't bother me with Linda. Linda knows how to spot her horses. She wins a lot of races because not only is she a good horsewoman, she's a really good manager, and she owns this one herself. So, hey, if she wins and gets claimed, she's way ahead of the game.
It's a decent appearance, too, with 9-5 favorite. Here's Lollipops, the outside post here. Ricardo Santana Jr. broke her maiden Belmont at Aqueduct on the front end for state-bred maiden 30.
Yeah, obviously not that strong a field, and that bothers me a little bit. The thing I like the most about her is her speed. The fact that she can be forward in this race, Richie, with a good outside draw.
Yeah, and when you have that outside speed, right, you can do it the right way, almost kind of control things from the outside. I think what you're saying about Ricardo is just so right. And when other riders start to see a rider that does that, sometimes they're already kind of beaten to the punch because they're like, well, I know what he's going to do, and they back off.
I know you weren't a rider who did that. You were ready to go, and you were a very similar type rider. I always felt when you were riding, and you will tell you and I very rarely talked about races beforehand. If you were on a sneaky speed, I didn't have to say to you, by the way, this horse could be in front. I knew you'd know you could be in front.
Well, I appreciate the kind words, but what was interesting to me is when you were looking at a race and you go, well, I know this guy doesn't really like to go. And this, if I show intention, I can get control of this thing. And the other thing, too, is I think riders have a hard time going to the lead these days. And it's a generalization, not everybody. They're not as good at judge of paces as riders used to be. So they're in front, and they're not sure. They're not confident. Am I going too fast? Am I going too slow? And that's why you see guys grab a lot, because they're afraid they're going too quick.
And you learned that from morning workouts?
I came up under a contract. By the time I rode my first race, any workers we had in the barn, I worked them. And Steve DeMauro would give me a 1/5 of a second leeway. If he said go a minute, I either went a minute, 59.4, or a minute and a 1/5. And I had no other wiggle room. I had to nail it right. And you just learn it. It's just you instill a clock in your head, and then you got to keep that clock tuned by working horses.
Well, I think go ahead, Greg.
With more on Lollipops, let's go to Acacia.
Well, I wanted to reserve judgment on this horse until I saw her out on the track because she's one that can be a little bit tricky back in the paddock, very sharp getting the tack on. They had to bring the pony over with her, and Ricardo Santana has opted to keep her with the pony, and she's not gotten out of a jog. I did not love the way that she was moving last time when she finished fourth, and I thought that she was kind of in a little bit more of an advantageous place. I do think you wanted to be inside, but she was forward in there and ended up fading. She does seem to be moving a lot better today, though, as I said, he's kept her very reserved on the track there and looking like she should potentially move forward, but trying to contain that energy in the preliminaries because she is sharp, and we'll see if she's able to get in a little bit more of a comfortable rhythm today than she did last time out, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. 2-1 from that outside post. Second time in against winners. And a man having an incredible summer here. Already earlier today, notched his 20th victory, Ricardo Santana Jr. This is the one, at least on the board, everyone's got a beat, though. Best impression who has made a nice impression on the track.
Yeah, well, she's a horse. If you look at the PPs, you look at the buyer figures. She's got 3 buyer figures, 65, 69, 66, that kind of tower over this field. Now, to be fair, Lollipop got a 62 buyer at her last start. But she's the one who consistently has done it. Now, not as fast last time, but I think her last race is better than it looks because she was forward in a race that kind of fell apart. And I just feel like going to Linda, she's supposed to be very tough to beat in here, but the public agrees. This is not a clever position here to take. I don't think it's hard to realize the 1, 8, and 9 on paper feel like the winner has to come from those 3.
Yes, I agree with that. I landed on the 9 Lollipops. Now, she did run to get straight 3-year-olds last time for 32, but when she broke her maiden for 30, that was 3 and up. And I've always been on the feeling that when a horse wins for 30, they're usually worth about half that. So she's in for about half that now.
Yeah, that's what they're supposed to do, right? That's the common wisdom. You're supposed to drop down, and that's why TT probably put her in above her head last time out. It was a race where the pace held together. She was stalking Moongate, who was able to wire the field that day. But, you know, I think this race, it's not that much easier than her last spot. Arguably might be tougher, especially the presence of the 8. But she can certainly win.
7-5, there she is. And, you know, Chad Brown atop the trainer standings. Todd Pletcher 1 back. Linda Rice with a win today. 2 back of the leader with her 13th victory of the meet.
Linda's not going away either. Linda just keeps firing away.
She is not.
She is as shrewd as they come. She does not win by accident.
No.
Here we go, loading up for this late pick 5. Let's send it upstairs to Frank Miramati.
Lollipops to the outside. We got one that just went through the front of the gate. Timia, our best turned out runner. Assistant.
So Timia, they will bring back around. Take a quick look at, make sure everything is okay, and likely just reload here.
Man, those starting gate guys are strong.
He got a 1,000-pound animal bust through the doors, and he was not letting go.
Back to Frank.
Timia reloads. And they're off. Very even start. And Timia is amongst those battling for the early lead. Lollipops flashing sharp early foot. Just words in between them. Spa City Zip in 4th. Another Cliche is down at the rail 5th and 4 lengths off the lead. The 2 trailers, Best Impression and Handle on You. Timia is the leader into the far turn, pursued by Lollipops a length and a half away. Best Impression moving right into contention. The opening quarter went in 22 and 3/5 seconds. Best Impression within 2 lengths of the pacemaker. They are followed by Just Words along the inside. And Spa City Zip in 5th. Another Cliche underway, splitting that pair with 4 to make up. Green Cap as they pass the quarter pole. Ed turned for home. Lollipops on the outside of Timea. They're nose to nose with 1 furlong to go. Best Impression and another Cliche continues to finish with interest. Inside the 8th pole, Lollipops a length and a half in front now. Best Impression, another Cliche on the outside. Lollipops, Best Impression gets up under Jose Lezcano. Measured and ran down Lollipops. Another Cliche was a good 3rd, handle on you 4th.
2 today, Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano, and the horse that looked best on the racetrack gets the win.
I got to tell you, that's winning ugly a little bit, to be honest with you. She looked like she wasn't really getting there around the turn. The 9 looked like she was going much better. Lollipops coming in the stretch, but maybe just kind of wore her down a little bit, getting the 6 and just kind of ground it out, Richie.
Ground it down, and I also think the fact that Best Impression never changed leads. Lollipops went right to her right lead, did it properly, found more. And you see how Best Impression lingering on that left lead, and I think it just made her hang a touch, but she was able to grind it out.
Yeah, no, she got the job done, but I don't know if she's winning like an even money shot should. The horse I said was the best single in it. I don't know about that.
It's a great illustration, though, of one horse on their right lead, the other leading with their left foreleg on the left lead, and how difficult it is that when they don't change leads to find that bit of extra energy.
Linda Rice 1 and done with Best Impression. Wins off the claim and got claimed again, moving to a new barn.
She's not surprised. She got the money. She moves on. You know what? She ran the horse back in the right spot because this horse was not winning for a higher claiming price.
No, and that's what she's so good at assessing what her horse's values are. And again, just a clear illustration of that.
Big she is, too, compared to the 9. She's a big filly.
Mare.
8-9-1-2 wins it even money. So very formful. 2 legs into this pick 6 with obviously a long way to go. We're going to say goodbye here. Before we do, you have one more play today.
I do have a bankroll bet. I made 2 50s. They both lost, but I'm getting it back in a tough 10th race today. I like the 6. I rest my case. I'm scared of the Setting Sun for Miguel Clement. I'm scared of St. Bridget's Cross on the outside for trainer George Weaver, but I thought this horse ran very well first time out. Will benefit from that and get the money for Bill Mott and turn his meat around a little bit here at the midway point.
Yeah, he's really struggled.
He's had he has actually under the sovereignty. He struggled a little bit. I have a feeling, though, Bill will win a share of races. He usually does.
He's having a pretty good year.
He's having a good year.
Travers still to come with sovereignty as well. We're going to turn it over to the next group. Enjoyed it.
Good time.
Birdstone still to come. You believer in Parchment Party?
I am, but I'm still trying to wire the field with IRAD and the outside digital ops.
Coverage continues right after this. The dog days of summer are here. Corgi races are coming to Saratoga. The first annual Corgi Cup arrives at the spa, Saratoga's Corgi Cup. Join us Sunday, 1 Eastern on FS2.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Our 50-day summer season features a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus a new middle pick 5, joining the win early pick 5 on our wagering menu. With growing pools and field sizes, Monmouth Park is summer's best bet. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Race 5's official went to Best Impression. Who made the best impression in the preliminaries? And she gets the win. Second win today for trainer Linda Rice, who's joining me here. Linda, we were kind of joking, both Jose Ortiz earlier on Royal Bobby, your runner, and Jose Lezcano here on Best Impression really made a difference as Jose Lezcano really kept with her in the stretch.
Yeah, they both had to earn their money today. They both of them had to put a lot of effort in to get them there first.
And as far as Best Impression is concerned, she's such a big filly, but it takes maybe a little bit of time for her stride, but clearly she's able to effectively sprint.
Yes, you know, I thought maybe 7/8 or even a mile would be better for her, but you kind of have to play the cards that you're dealt. And I thought at this level she could probably win at this distance, so I'm glad it works out.
Yeah, it certainly did. You claimed her at this level, came right back in the same spot. She was claimed today. I think you play the claiming game so exceptionally well. How important is it spotting those horses in the right place?
Well, you know, the idea of us claiming horses, and particularly here at Saratoga, is, you know, we love the horses, but everyone loves to win as well, and it's always fun to get to the winner's circle for yourself, for your clients. They enjoy it, and frankly, it's good for the horses too.
And getting 2 wins today, congratulations on another good Saratoga day, Linda.
Thank you, Keisha.
Linda Rice with her second victory today. Best Impression getting the win here in the 5th. First off the claim, and as mentioned, going to a new home as well. So productive afternoon for the Rice Barn. $4.30 winner. She delivers at even money over Logical Contenders, Lollipops, and another cliche. Over 1,200 in that early pick 5 as we get ready to turn the page and take a look at race 6 coming up next. It is the 2-year-old sprinting on the turf, going 5.5 furlong 2-year-old fillies in the spotlight here. Currently the number 2 Devilish Grin, second-time starter for Amelia Green. The favorite will welcome in Lafitte Pinkai and the rest of the crew after this on Saratoga Live.
At the top of the stretch, Obliteration. Obliteration, perfectly named individual, is romping home in the Sanford. 7 lengths past the 16th hole. Obliteration is a star.
Week 5 at Saratoga, day 20, nearly halfway through the 162nd season at Saratoga. So what have we learned? We'll examine and review. Plus the featured Birdstone, remembered for denying Smarty Jones a triple crown, but he was so much more. As for the Birdstone favorite, Parchment Party, runaway Belmont Gold Cup winner in the slop. What will he do for an encore? He's going to show you his grill. That's what he's going to do. Parchment Party, much better weather than the last time he raced here at Belmont Stakes weekend. Live look, one of the oldest active sporting venues, North America. Saratoga Racecourse, very comfortable. Summer afternoon at the spa. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2 as Saratoga Live continues. Getting closer to that Travers as well from the paddock. Welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Lots going on this Wednesday afternoon. The late pick 4 on tap. It's a really good sequence. 2-year-old fillies in 2 of the 4 races, plus the featured event. It is the Birdstone coming up, race number 7. It's a marathon. Older horses traveling 1 3/4 miles. Very competitive. Number 2, Parchment Party, 7-5 morning line favorite as I welcome in my friends and colleagues. Megan Burgess, Jonathan Kinchin. Guys, how is it already day 20? How did we already get here? How is it already midway through the meet?
It's the same thing that happens every year where it's the longest, 315 days of the year to get here. And then once you get here, it starts flying by and all you want to do is slow it down. So it's been fun, and I'm glad we have another 20 days or so to go.
Yeah.
Well, I'm lucky. I get to kind of come in, dart out, come in, dart out. As far as getting just such a privilege to be able to come up here on some of these bigger weekends. It's been my first summer here with you guys, so it's been an absolute blessing, and I have the best team imaginable, so I'm lucky every day. I feel like I'm one of those, the baby that gets to just, soak everything in, and it's been a lot of fun. So
it's been great having you and having you today on set, and now we ratchet up the pressure because we're going to ask you if the viewers at home should trust the favorite in the upcoming Birdstone here. Parchment Party, why is he favored, Megan? And do you think we see something similar to what we saw in that Belmont Gold Cup in the slop?
Well, this is the tour de force performance. This was really his breakthrough coming out party that we've kind of been looking to see. Belmont has been quoted to say they thought this was a Derby horse when he was at 2, when he was a winner at 2. So he really looks to be finding his niche at the marathon distance, which a lot of horses do that. They get really good at it when they find out that they can really sustain that kind of run. 4, of course, he's that 1 3/4 miles, which is demanding. But the big question mark today, is he going to be able to translate it to a fast track? And Mary Elliott over there with Pin Oak Stud, she says he will smile at you for carrots. He demands them, and he knows exactly what you have in your arsenal. So if you are definitely going to get some personality with this guy, but as mentioned, Lafitte, he's going to be a short price. Do you trust him to run that effort on the fast track is the ultimate question, and it is a very competitive field. I think there's a lot of runners in here that will give him a run for his money.
Yeah, that's today's Birdstone, JK. So not today, but in due time. Why is it that Parchment Party might eventually make international racing history?
Right, that Belmont Gold Cup had a free ticket and free ride to the Melbourne Cup, and I know they're really excited over in Australia, right? It's the first time they think that they could have a Irish horse, a British horse, a Japanese horse, and Parchment Party could make it, a history-making having an American horse as well. So I know they're excited, and it's one of those once-in-a-lifetime races that hopefully the connections will go over there and take a shot.
Nothing confirmed, but the conversations continue. First things first. Today's Birdstone for Parchment Party. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. As promised, late pick 4 on tap. Race 7 at Birdstone. Main track fast. Turf course is firm. Temperature around 79 degrees. And so much great racing. Still ahead this summer. As mentioned, entire second half of Saratoga. Sign up today at NairaBets.com. When you do so, you're going to use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now, NairaBets.com. Field for the 6 2-year-old fillies. Turf Sprint updated odds look like that. Number 2, Devilish Grin with a race under her belt. The 2-1 favorite with about 14 minutes out. Late pick 4 on tap. Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live when we return. These 2-year-old fillies, light in experience, some zero experience. So who graduates? Find out 14 minutes. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
Volatile continues to rise to the top of the crop. Last year, he was the #2 freshman sire of Grade 1 stakes horses behind McKinsey and #2 by winners behind Vekoma. He currently ranks ahead of Medaglia d'Oro, Nyquist, Quality Road, Constitution, and Warfront by percentage of black-type performers. His newest graded stakes winner is Tip Top Thomas, who established a new track record in the G3 $300,000 Indiana Derby. Volatile. Think fast.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Folsom from last to first in the Mat win. And Folsom is flying to the finish.
Folsom has taken the front and Folsom kicks for home.
And Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom!
It's Folsom in front, and Folsom wins the Governor's Stakes.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Gorgeous images. The Adirondacks. Adirondack Day at Saratoga, highlighting history, culture, tourism attractions of the Adirondack region. Wow. At the foothill of the Adirondacks here at Saratoga, welcome back. As we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale joining the broadcast. Right behind us in the paddock, Maggie, we have 2-year-old fillies to start with. Wanted to ask you about Winrooski. She has the edge and experience of 2 starts, but today runs on grass for the first time.
Exactly. She doesn't have that turf experience like the other 2 horses in here that are taking money. But Winrooski, I watched her workout that you can also catch on First TV over the turf, which is a fabulous indicator of whether or not a horse is going to like this move. Now, it was her last breeze back on July 25th. Her rider today, Ricardo Santana, who sticks aboard, was up for that breeze, and she held the advantage throughout. She was inside of an unraced mate, and what I liked most, not only was she going better, but just her action. There was so much fluidity to it that it really suggested to me that she's going to appreciate the switch in surface. Now, she is a petite filly, that's for sure, but I like too that, you know, she's kind of run these races in somewhat rapid succession, relatively speaking, to, you know, given a 2-year-old campaign, and she is really calm here in the paddock, which I like to see. And furthermore, physically, she just looks like a turf sprinter. Short, compact, with that proverbial turf hoof to her. So I think she could be a major player in this field today for trainer Fernando Abreu. Moving on to some first-time starters, I think Joe Sharp holds the key to this race. And we'll start with number 7, Imminent Risk. Watched her work out 2 back at Keeneland, in which she won a pedestrian 102 and 3. But she was by herself, and it was on the dirt. And to me, she just never looked comfortable. She kind of had her head cocked to the outside. And you can tell when a horse doesn't really appreciate a surface. She is a daughter of Tiz the Law, who, while he is proving versatile in his stats, I think overall his best work has been on the turf course. And while the dam, she never won on the turf, there has been 1 turf winner from 4 to try it. If you go back a generation, there is a Greatest Stakes winner, but that that was on the dirt sprinting. Now, she comes in here, she looks by far the fittest and strongest of any of the first-time starters, and she looks well-suited to the distance. I think I'm looking at a lot of firsters in here that 5.5 might just be a starting point for them because they are bigger, they're longer in their middle section, and just look a bit weak overall. She looks quick, she looks like a sprinter. I think this is a good spot for her to begin. Now, Joe's other horse in here, that's Oscar's Encore. She is the daughter of Oscar Performance. She sold for $60,000 at the OBS April sale, 10-1. She wasn't asked for much, and watching her stride, it really looked all turf. Now, she's been a bit green here in the paddock. As you see her on your screen, Joza and his team have been trying in earnest to get the tack on. They have succeeded in doing so, but just a little bit of that bewildered type of attitude here overall. She's a little unnerved by, I guess, my voice. I don't blame her. But looking at her here, she's also quite big. And Joe is pretty good at assessing what distance they want to run. Physically, she does look like longer, might be a little bit better. But I thought her breeze that she comes in here off of is incredibly promising because, well, I don't know. Incredibly, that might be an exaggeration. But she was paired up with Viv Veuve. Now, Joe, I know Viv Veuve probably needed somebody to work with. And I'm saying that because she's a stakes winner on the turf and she's an older filly. She couldn't quite keep up on the gallop out, but within that half-mile breeze, she was going quite nicely with that much more experienced and accomplished stable mate. Like I said, there's a lot of size to her. And I get why Joe's starting her here because she might need a bit of a foundation to her. I'm gonna watch how she behaves, Lafitte, because she's definitely the one that's acting the most green in here, though physically, she is impressive looking.
Keep a close eye. Oscar's Encore by Oscar Performance provided Jose Ortiz with his first ever Breeders' Cup win, the juvenile turf at Santa Anita back in 2016. Speaking of which, the rider standings after 19 and a half days, J.K. Arad Ortiz still the leading rider. You saw the brothers side by side there, but brother Jose making things very, very interesting.
Absolutely, and it's that's three's not a safe lead by any means, especially, you know, it just takes one kind of cold Irad day and a hot Jose day like he had, on Saturday, and it could suddenly turn into a much closer battle. The one thing I will say, though, is that Irad is just going to have a little bit more business along the way. There'll be some races where Jose is not in. Irad probably won't have too many of those.
Say this, though. Whitney week, Jose, 9 wins. Arad just 4. Megan, in fact, Arad, a little bit of a slide coming into today. 1 for his last 22, won the first race, now 2 for his last 24, but something tells me he's going to be just fine in the end.
Something tells me he's going to have a big weekend here. It's always kind of funny. We say that every time there's maybe a little lull, Irad just picks it right back up. He said, hold my beer, guys, watch this. But I also want to give some love to Ricardo Santana Jr., who has been in the visited the winner's circle today, has been riding excellent in all of his assignments, whether that be a claiming race, whether that be a graded stake. He's really brought it this summer and been right up there and competitive with the top riders in this colony.
You blink and Arad will win like 13 races in 3 days. I mean,
Exactly.
we've seen it time and time again for a 6-time Saratoga champion jockey. As these 2-year-old fillies make their way front side, maiden special weight, called to post. And Devilish Grin, the 2-1 favorite, started a late pick 4. Several debuting fillies. Experience always a factor in these 2-year-old races. As we start with the aforementioned Winrooski, as Maggie mentioned, it looks like a turf sprinter.
Yeah, it looks like a turf sprinter. Didn't work all that well on the turf last time.
Devilish Grin, solid debut downstate.
Second at the same level in distance last out after chasing that Gates Wire winner. Looks to improve here.
Number 3 always in play there. She is the Corina Stable first-time starter.
Yeah, Cold Barn and a trainer that only wins at 5% with first-time starters.
Bracasso to follow. Cold on the board, 34-1. Tom Broccoli, Darren Broccoli's debuting filly. There she is.
Solid turf work on the tab here at Saratoga for this first-time starter, whose dam was actually Group 3 placed in Europe.
Flying Phoebe, Donna Wright's first-time starter.
A lot of siblings, but not too many that have to try the turf and none to win on it.
Delver, Tom McCraughlin's debuting filly.
Want to give some love to his sire Cantharos, who sports a solid 16% overall strike rate with his 2-year-olds.
Minute Risk, first-time starter, owned and trained by Joe Sharp.
Yeah, Half to Life Advice, who we saw running here on the grass. I think it was last week. This one's interesting.
Raynham Hall, Rudy Rodriguez seeking a second win.
Rodriguez and Flavien Prat are 20% when in tandem together this meet, and this first or second dam Storm Beauty was a multiple black type winner sprinting on the dirt.
Encore's Oscar's Encore and Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, worked well on the grass a couple of works back. Also has some siblings that have won on the grass.
Great actress, productive debut downstate late June.
You said it, key prior experience exiting that same June 29th event with Devilish Grin. I preferred this horse. This filly was wide and managed to make a late run, and I thought she was pretty impressive there on debut.
Late pick 4 starts here. 2-year-old filly sprinting on the Mellon Turf course. Another look at Devilish Grin. Firing up the afterburners. Johnny Velasquez aboard. Her debut. This was June 29th. Aqueduct facing similar. Megan Devilish Grin doesn't win but finishes strong. Great actress runs third.
Right, and great actress, you can see it kind of makes a premature move. She's a bit closer to that pace, and you see the number 4, Devilish Grin, right there, gets to the rail, saves a bit more ground, whereas the number 3 is a little bit more bid to the outside. I thought that it was a great run, a great experience for each of these fillies. I prefer the number 3 just because earlier in the race we kind of saw her make that move. I think they both ran well, and here at Saratoga in these juvenile races, it's been just really key to get that experience into them and have them be able to have that first race under their belt tackling their second-time effort.
You're sold. You've seen enough. You're going with her?
Yeah, on June 20th, this horse worked on the grass with Nacho Problem and held their own with that horse. Nacho Problem, in their first start, actually won that race that we just saw there. So I think a little bit of a strength of schedule play for me with the 2 Devilish Grin. And as much as I want to get excited about the next fastest horses in the world at Saratoga, it's so often these horses that have experience do the best.
As is the case, Megan, with great actress who you have on top.
As mentioned, you know, it's a filly that I think, especially looking at her here in the warm-up, and she's just, in my opinion, it could obviously differ, but I think she looks even better than when she did on debut, which for me is key, and I'm interested to see Maggie's thoughts as well. But I also agreed with Maggie as far as the number 7 was concerned there for Joe Sharp. I thought that horse looked excellent. I prefer that horse in terms of the duo, but interesting statistic on Joe Sharp. He's been having a great meeting, but as far as his 2-year-olds with these turf sprints, he's just 4 for 46 the past 5 years, just 9%. So looking for him to improve there.
Great actress for Greg Sacco. Maggie, warming up, what she's showing you.
I like what I'm seeing from this filly, as Megan suggested, because, you know, first time I thought she broke well enough, then she kind of moved in contention while wide behind the filly who had experience in Nacho Problem, and then just got tired. I don't think it's really Greg Sacco's MO to have these horses, you know, really cranked up to win first time out. I love the warm-up that Kendrick's giving this filly, who just looks stronger. I remember Sarah El-Badwi, actually, I did the handicapping show with her the particular day she debuted, and she really liked this filly. And when I got down to the paddock, I said, I think you're onto something here. I didn't like her on paper, but she's such a good mover. So I think where there's smoke, and she hinted at wafting some flames in that first race, I think there could be fire today. So I definitely agree with Megan with that pick on number 10. Moving on to some other first-time starters at big prices. Number 6, Delver, for trainer Michelle Nevin. Speaking of trainers that don't have them necessarily cranked up to win first time out, Michelle Nevin definitely fits that bill, but she is a developer, not one that's going to manufacture them and have them cranked out ready to rock and roll. But Delver, I like what I'm seeing from her. You know, she sold at the Fasig-Tipton Timonium sale under Just a Gallop, as all the horses in the second half of that sale with the storms, with the rain, they were instructed just to gallop them. She definitely looked as though she struggled a bit behind on that traditional dirt surface. So I always think horses that struggle behind on the dirt, your answer is the turf. And she's bred for it too, obviously, being a daughter of Cantheros. And if you go back a generation, the dam actually have to Mr. Jordan, who was a Cantheros himself, and he was actually a little bit more proficient on the dirt, but he definitely handled the turf. She just looks like she'll need a start, but she's a good-looking type. I will watch her with interest. She might also want a bit more ground. Number 8, Raynham Hall for Rudy Rodriguez. She was a bit green in the paddock. She sold at OBS April for $30,000, 10-1 work. It wasn't the most fluid work as far as her movement, but definitely looked as though she tried. But she kind of caught my eye. I wasn't planning on talking about her even when I came out front side here, but she really galloped off beautifully with Flavien Prat, who gave her a nice big warm-up. So I thought that was a bit promising. But JK, I have a question for you. As you said that when Ruski didn't work that well, I actually liked the work. So I know I'm not a paid clocker by any means, but what did you not like about the work?
That the workout report said it was a C+. I trust you, Mags. I just, you know how I do my paddock reports. 4 legs and a tail is all I need to see, and so I do take your word for it. The workout report, however, just had a C+.
You weren't happy with the report card per se.
Yeah, no, but you know that's funny. I mean, to Maggie's point, though, those are all opinions. They're opinions, and Maggie has an opinion in which I trust. So I guess I'm starting to feel a little bit of regret not using the horse in my pick 6.
As these 2-year-old fillies cross over a turf course. Start of this late pick 4, Devilish Grin, 2-1 currently. Megan, as far as with the lack of experience, we don't have the data in terms of these young horses developing style yet and knowing how they'll typically run. Have you been able to connect enough dots to try to put together what looks like a race shape early on and figure out who might look quickest? As Maggie mentioned, maybe Imminent Risk. Anyone else that we should be looking for right from the start?
Well, back to our girl Winrooski, the number 1 over here. I like this filly, and I agree with Maggie. I think she's a strong candidate for improvement on this surface. She stumbled at the start, but she still recovered to show speed in that effort, which I thought was extremely impressive for a firster to be able to overcome those challenges. And there was no catching that impressive Adirondack entrant, Iron Orchard. We didn't see her run there, but still, I think she's, like I said, going to be a player here. I liked how she moved over to the surface, and her half sibling was 3 for 11 sprinting on the turf.
You're much better than a C+ co-host and friend. Much stronger than C+.
Oh, thanks, Lafitte.
B- range-ish. Jury's still out. We're on till 6 o'clock. Moving into line, late pick 4. Who's ready to graduate? 2-year-old fillies. Devilish Grin number 2 with Johnny Velasquez, 5-2 favorite at post time. Frank Miramotti standing by.
All right, Lafitte, we've got about 4 left to load. Here's Bracasso. Flying Phoebe will be next. Last one to load is Great Actress. Walking up. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Devilish Grin is very quick. Winrooski's even faster now. And Winrooski is up to take the lead. Oscar's Encore moves up to take second. Devilish Grin third. Bracasso fourth with 6 lengths to make up. They're followed by Always in Play. Great Actress is next. Racing on the outside of Imminent Risk. Raynham Hall moves up in between those two. It's a gap of 5 to the 2 trailers, Flying Phoebe and Delver at the back, 22-2 for Winrooski, who is pursued intently by Oscar's Encore, putting the pressure on now. Devilish Grin under serious pressure, 4 lengths back in third. They're followed by Raynham Hall. Great Actress, Whitecap swings into action. She's coming on the far outside as they pass the 8th pole. And Oscar's Encore is up to take the lead away from Winrooski. It's then a gap of 4 lengths back to Devilish Grin in third. It is Oscar's Encore. Very sharp today, winning by 3. Devilish Grin came back willingly for second. Imminent Risk third. Winrooski was fourth.
Look at her pour it on late. Oscar's Encore. Jose Ortiz now 2 wins shy of brother Arad in her debut. That was impressive.
Absolutely, a perfect trip, right? Sitting outside of the speed to the inside, the one Winrooski, who actually did run much better than the workout report might have suggested she would have. Shout out to Maggie on that one. But yeah, Jose worked out an absolutely perfect trip, just sitting right outside the speed.
And this pedigree has really been conducive. I mean, this is a son of Oscar Performance, purchased at OBS April, ran a very sharp 10-1 there. And this filly, it didn't matter as far as, you know, in the paddock, she kind of gave us she kind of acting up just a little bit, was kind of hard to manage, but she really did put it all together in that effort. That was a wow performance.
Yeah, because if she's doing that in spite of herself, pre-race, at least in the paddock, not focused. Maggie mentioned like she's big, a little bit bigger, like doesn't necessarily look like a sprinter by Oscar Performance, won that juvenile turf going long. If this is just a jumping off point, and that's what she does in a turf sprint, big, bright future ahead for this filly, Oscar's Encore.
Yeah, when these horses win doing something that they don't look like they want to do on paper or physically, it's definitely something that you want to take into account and look for moving forward as this horse goes a little bit longer.
She's powerful too. You can see her through her hind end and just how she moves through herself. Very powerful. And as mentioned, Oscar Performance is a sire. We mentioned Lafitte that this is going to be potentially just a starting point. As far as she's bred, looks like she could go that route of ground. So going to be really interesting to see how she moves forward. But she put this group of fillies to rest. Congratulations. And again, Jose Ortiz with a very game ride there.
2 wins on the afternoon. Jose Ortiz, Eric Bram Jr.'s first-time starter. Most impressive on debut here at Saratoga. 9-2-7-1 results when we come back. Plus, a Whitney week to remember. Stellar performance after stellar performance, including Kill Win. Test winner eliminated at the start until she wasn't. Sweet victory indeed. That's next. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, Grade 1 winner Bleecker Street, and classic winner National Treasure. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2, brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. What a performance in her first career start. JK, Oscar's encore, onward and upward. That was really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, there's not too many places it's more exciting to win first time out than Saratoga. You know, if you lead one over there first time and they win here, you're going to have a lot of fun for hopefully a couple of years.
Trained by Joe Sharp, like a lukewarm start to the meet, Megan. Yes?
Really slow. I mean, this is all a
this'll get it
tease, of
going.
course, but he is 2 for 3 up there on the board, and I think that Joe should just have a scheduled interview with Maggie in the paddock every
Pretty
day
much.
at this point,
yeah,
right?
working on his next 1,000 wins and standing by live with Maggie in the winner's circle.
That's right. He just maybe won one at Presque Isle too, but Joe,
That didn't have to go that way. I don't know.
I was going to say that he wasn't as confident. But Oscar's encore, she was very impressive, Joe. Little bit green in the paddock, but once she hit the racetrack, she was all about her business.
Yeah, I figure you were probably abusing me, how she was acting in the past.
Of course, but I said she was beautiful.
No, she's. We've been really high on her. You know, she's done everything right. We were rained off the turf here last week, and owners were all up. And I know that it was hard for them to scratch, but I really appreciate them letting us do the right thing by her and waiting for the turf. So, you know, she rewarded them today.
Can she go beyond this 5.5?
Yeah, I mean, I think the 5.5 was just. I think she was able to do that because she's talented. But I was worried. You know, if anything got her beat, it would be the 5.5. Yeah.
Coming up next, Lambeth in the Birdstone. Looking forward to him. He's shown, I mean, that tour de force that he had in the Temperance Hill at Oaklawn really stamped him as one of these staying dirt horses.
Yeah, I mean, he seems like the further he goes, the better. You know, when you work him, you know, you can't hardly pull him up. He's been up here. He's had a lot of solid good works. Plenty of time in between, which, you know, he's not a huge horse, so I think he needs it. You know, so we'll see. We've run against, you know, Norm's horse, and we'll. I wouldn't trade places with anybody. I'm really happy with him.
You seem pretty confident in the articles as well, and you're dressed to impress. But by the way, Whitney Day was Saturday.
Thanks.
I got to give him a hard time, Lafitte.
Hard to keep the day straight. All these trips to the winner's circle for Joe Sharp. And by the way, he did win that second race at Presque Isle Downs with Can't Beat the Rock.
There it is. He's on fire, my man, Joe Sharp.
Incredible. Do you give him a chance with Lambeth in the next race in the Birdstone?
I do. I actually used the horse in the pick 3 that we're going to be giving out very shortly, Lafitte.
It's coming up. Wednesday feature, Birdstone, Stamina, mile and 3/4 marathon. Parchment Party, 7 to 5. All right, let's see it. JK, so our viewers can scan along, ride along. What's the strategy? What do we do here?
Yeah, so I'm going to play this as a ticket for the world to play as well. And we'll put the QR code up now. I think I did it for $1 for you at home. You can change the dollar amount. I'm going to play this for $10 in the bankroll challenge for a total of $240. First leg, 2, 3, 4. The 2, Parchment Party, I don't quite trust. The 3, Game Warden. The 4, Lambeth, like I talked about. In the second leg, 4, 5, 6, and 7. I really do like the 4, Solo de Oro, and the 5, Midway Memories. And then wrapping it up in the last, the 4, Setting Sun, who worked with Intricate Spirit on the grass, who won here first time out. And the 7, Atina, who is a very fast horse for Jose D'Angelo, doing a little bit of a surface switch.
Best of luck, my friend.
Thank you.
And everyone scanning along, riding along with JK in this late pick 3 to get started in 23 minutes, 15th running of the Birdstone. But first, time to unveil the Bullet Bourbon performance of the week. Saturday's Grade 1 test, JK. Kill win. Look at that. If that's a football game, like, she'd be down 20 in the first 10 minutes.
Right, and I thought that she wasn't the best team on the field either. So for her to be able to overcome that, run down a horse like Ragtime, who I thought ran extremely well, in a Grade 1 race like this, it deserves to be the performance of the week.
Bullet Bourbon performance of the week. Let the doing do the talking with Bullet. Megan, you'll have more on this test later in the broadcast, but just for trainer Rusty Arnold, and what a wild 70 seconds or so from start to finish in the Grade 1 test.
Yes, he said, I thought we were completely out of the race at that point. This was not the trainee that he thought would get her picture taken, but she just showed all the heart and determination. It was a really sweet moment. I was actually over there near his family, and I saw his wife crying, and it was just one of those moments for their team that really just meant more to be able to do that. You see Bo Bromagen, BBN Racing. They really are folks that are based in Kentucky that I always root on. They do things the right way, and it's really exciting to see this filly, only her second try on the surface, be able to conquer a Grade 1, and to be able to do it in the test is so impressive.
Probably won't be her last dirt sprint moving forward for Jose Ortiz. Rusty Arnold, 5 combined wins in the Grade 1 test. As for the Saturday coming up, as you might imagine, more terrific stakes activity. And with Fox Saratoga Saturday rolling on, the Sword Dancer, Resorts World Casino Sword Dancer. Alabama following Saturday, all kinds of 3-year-old filly champion implications, brought to you by Keeneland Sales and the DraftKings Travers Sovereignty Derby winner, Belmont winner, every summer the highlight here at Saratoga. As for the Sword Dancer, Resorts World Casino Sword Dancer, 1.5 miles on grass. Number 6, Far Bridge. 9-5 morning line favorite, the defending champ. This is his latest, the Bowling Green opening weekend on yielding ground, Megan. Far Bridge defeats El Razine and company.
I just think it's going to be really tough to beat this horse. And while this might have been a much weaker field, he's going into Grade 1 company, but he's just proven to really stay this route of ground and has just been a man amongst boys here domestically. And this performance really solidified that. But I will say this, he's going to encounter a Charlie Appleby Godolphin trainee in the way of the Globetrotter. That is Nation's Pride. And I will say this, in my opinion, it's just really going to be hard for anybody to get around Far Bridge on Saturday.
3-time Grade 1 winner, Jonathan, but now trying to win a Grade 1 race at the age of 3, 4, and 5.
It's pretty impressive. Reminds me a little bit of Jackie's Warrior. He did that
first
2,
thing
3,
that I
and
thought
4,
of,
if I'm not mistaken. Look, Far Bridge is one of those horses, when he catches these American horses, he can kind of beat up on them. He catches the right circumstances with some of the Europeans, he can beat up on them. But he's not one that I necessarily trust in terms of facing good horses and then being able to overcome adversity to beat them. If Nation's Pride shows up and runs well, and I'm looking forward to looking at the workout reports. This horse worked twice over at the Oklahoma, so you'll get an idea of how good he is because he's been running overseas the last 2 starts in Dubai. So I'm curious to see how he comes back out of it. He's had some pretty brilliant races here in this country. A couple-time Grade 1 winner, Group 1 winner up in Woodbine. So I'm looking forward to seeing Nation's Pride in here.
Yeah, this is one of them, Megan. The Grade 1 wins here in the States as he stares right through your soul. Last summer's Arlington Million at Colonial, Nation's Pride in the Godolphin Blue.
This was one of his highlight performances, as you'll see him win this race, and there was really no doubt there. I mean, I will say this. Interesting statistic on Charlie Appleby. You see Charlie's horses come over, you know they're going to be formidable, but in the last year, he's only striking at a 10% rate. He's 3 for 30, I believe. So his horses just haven't really had that punch. Now, yes, this was an impressive performance. This was a year ago, and he's one of those horses that he hasn't really been at that upper echelon Grade 1 level. He's kind of, I feel like, been punted to these domestic efforts in hopes of maybe reaching a field that might be more up his alley. So to me, he's just a little, I'm concerned about him at a short price here.
Yeah, I mean, you can obviously be worried a little that he's been a little cold as of late. But in the last 5 years, 31% in Grade 1 races on the grass. It's pretty impressive for anyone, let alone someone who has to ship in and overcome that as well. So, well, I'll side with the fact that Charlie will get it sorted out. We'll see how he runs on Saturday.
And Far Bridge, who was 8-1 last year, won't be 8-1 this year in the Sword Dancer, trying to become the 8th back-to-back winner of the Grade 1 Sword Dancer. You'll see it on Fox. Week 5 stakes schedule looks like that. The Birdstone in about 18 minutes. Tomorrow, the Galway 3-year-old filly turf sprinters, Friday through Sunday. 4 graded stakes races headlined by the Grade 1 Sword Dancer. So much great racing coming your way. Week 5 here. And the Wednesday feature on tap. Horses in the paddock for the Birdstone. Parchment Party through a party Belmont weekend in the slot. Different conditions today for the colt, who could be headed down under this fall. We'll see. First things first. The Birdstone, 17 minutes.
Arabian Night has won the Pacific Classic. Jackie's Warrior, so back.
Winning your end, federal judge.
And Charlatan is going to run them off their feet. Leads to win the Kentucky Derby.
Obliteration is a star.
Our shot gets the win. These two juveniles going at it. Logan's and 14.
Journalism has won the Break the Stakes.
This is my Oaklawn.
Greatest Honor has taken the lead now. Less than a quarter of a mile to go, and Greatest Honor starts to get away. Greatest Honor, he's an easy winner in the Holy Bull. And here he comes now. Greatest Honor finding his best stride right when he needs to, and he's going to run down, drain the clock to win the Fountain of Youth.
In this country, we believe in what we're made of. Grit. Drive. The will it takes to be different. We've been called to serve this great land. Because we were made for this.
And Smarty Jones enters the stretch to the roar of 120,000, but Birdstone is going to make him earn it today. The whip is out on Smarty Jones. It's been 26 years. It's just one furlong away. Birdstone is an upside threat. They're coming down to the finish. Can Smarty Jones hold on? Here comes Birdstone. Birdstone surges past. Birdstone wins the Belmont Stakes. Birdstone at the 8th pole with the lead. The Cliff's Edge takes it to him. Zeno 1-2 with the 16th to go. And little Birdstone digs down. The Cliff's Edge could not get to him in the darkness at Saratoga.
This race, iconic calls, iconic moments. Mary Lou Whitney, Nick Zito, Edgar Prado in the darkness at Sarah. You could barely see him. That downpour, and in the end, Birdstone emerging victorious in the 2004 Belmont.
Yeah, it's funny, Birdstone,
Travers.
poor Birdstone. This got a little bit of a villain tag because he stripped the Triple Crown right from the hands of Smarty Jones, but a really cool horse in his own right, and always good to see Mary Lou Whitney winning big races.
Yeah, shattering dreams, breaking hearts in terms of Smarty Jones in that bid for a Triple Crown, but it was really, really good. A Champagne winner, Belmont winner, Travers Stakes winner. And the race that lives in his honor is next, the Birdstone. Mile and 3/4, $150,000 purse. You're looking at the favorite in Parchment Party. Even money, 13 minutes to post. We check in with Maggie.
And Lafitte, I think part of that reason, obviously coming off the win in the off-the-turf Belmont Gold Cup Grade 3, I think he also benefits from the way the race is looking to play out on paper, in that for 1 3/4 miles, it feels as though there's many forwardly placed horses in here, and he's hoping that, well, they heat it up. As last time we saw him, it was on the slop, but, looking at his numbers, I think he's more than capable of running the same exact race on our fast track here today. And I thought it was interesting in the article written as the preview for this Birdstone on DRF by Dave Grenig, Belmont had stated that he thought he was a Derby type of horse. Unfortunately, a injury sidelined him till the end of his 3-year-old campaign. Yes, the end of his 3-year campaign. But watching his workout into this one, as he is coming off about a 2-month layoff, he was working with a unraced 3-year-old. Granted, that poor 3-year-old was completely overmatched, but it's funny to watch this guy. He sat off of him, he was asked to get to him, and then it was like he just got going at the wire and just exploded around the turn. So truly a horse that wants this type of distance. And it's evidenced in his physicality as well. He is so big, so long and stretchy. And if anything, I think he looks fitter and stronger, definitely stronger than what he did going into that Belmont Gold Cup. So he is a horse that looks incredibly formidable on paper, but especially in the paddock, Lafitte.
Looks the part, can run all day. Parchment Party. This is what Maggie's talking about. Day before the Belmont Stakes, Belmont Gold Cup, rained off the turf. 1 3/4 in the slop, Megan, and Parchment Party is gone.
This was so impressive, Lafitte. This horse, as mentioned, had Derby hopes, but I will say he always seemed to be kind of that closing plotter who wanted more and more ground, and that's exactly what he's been getting in his marathon test. And now you might argue that maybe last time was the time to get him. I have no idea how this horse was 7-1 last time out. I thought that he was the formidable opponent there, main track only type entrant that relished the ground that he got. But I will say this, after the reins on the main track, those speed and forward horses that day dominated. This horse came off of things, and that could have been a function of his competition that he faced that day, but I thought it was an impressive performance.
Yeah, I guess my biggest concern is his style will always leave him a bit vulnerable for a horse that he's going to be, pretty far out of it. He's going to need them to come back to him to a certain extent. He might just be better than these horses, but at even money, I just think there's other opportunities for horses that could be a little bit interesting.
Favorite for the Birdstone, and then number 4, Maggie Lambeth, who you got to know a little bit Arkansas Derby weekend at Oaklawn.
Yeah, and Joe still won't let me live it down. Then I said he didn't look like a 1.5-mile horse, and he destroyed the field in the Temperance Hill Lafitte, because I said that, and Joe said it in his interview after winning the last race here, that he is a bit of a smaller horse, but he does have a big stride, and I think it's all about getting this type of horse into a rhythm. And Joe awfully high on how he's been training in the mornings here at the spa. He looks fantastic, given that I know him. He is one that is, like I said, it's just a smaller horse. He doesn't carry as much weight and conditioning because he's a smaller size, but it looks as though he's ready to get out there and lay it down for a fight. So I like what I'm seeing from him. Am I always going to like him compared to Parch and Party and the horse that I'm going to talk about now? Not necessarily, and furthermore, I think he has some company up front. But let's talk about Game Warden, who was second to Lambeth when they met in that Temperance Hill. And I gotta say, this guy, look at his Saratoga races. They were probably in easier spots, albeit, but they were some fast efforts here last year. On buyers, on sheets, any way you look at it, and he feels like a horse that flourishes here at the spa because he looks sensational. Lafitte, he kind of looks and walked into the paddock like he was Rico Suave, just has this smooth, athletic, handsome way about him. I think he could be formidable here, and the one that makes that first move into the pace.
Riders up here, Maggie for the Birdstone. Jonathan, if Lambeth repeats the effort in the Temperance Hill, and the favorite, Parchment Party, repeats the effort here in the Belmont Gold Cup, I will circle back to that question, I promise, but Maggie's standing by live with this year's Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winning trainer.
Has a nice ring to it, Lafitte, here with Bill Mott, and Bill sending out Parchment Party, coming off the win in that Belmont Gold Cup, off the turf. It feels like you have always wanted this horse to travel this distance on the main track.
We've been shopping around for some longer races for him. We finally got it the other day, and it was lucky the race came off the turf and on the main track, and he ran really well. I mean, ran to expectations, I suppose, but we were very pleased to see his effort last time.
There was an article coming out of Australia that Connections are considering taking him to that Melbourne Cup. Is that true?
Yeah, we're leaning in that direction, and we're trying to make all the early plans that we need to make, and we're thinking about it, and we'll see how the time comes. It's a long ship. It's quite an ordeal to get over there. You've got to do some quarantine, halfway over there, and then another week when you get there. But so it'll be an interesting trip. I've never sent a horse over there. We've sent horses to Dubai and Saudi Arabia and the Middle East and to England, but never that far away.
It truly is the race that stops the nation, just a worldwide sensation. But quick update on the big horse, Sovereignty, as he prepares for the Grade 1 Travers.
He's doing well. We'll probably give him a breeze on the weekend. He'll have a couple of breezes before the Travers. We're coming off of a good race and a nice stepping stone, and hopefully he'll be ready for the big day.
We're so looking forward to it. Well, best of luck with him and, of course, Parchment Party here.
Okay, thank you.
Bill Mott, guys.
Sovereignty, Travers bound, Parchment Party, perhaps Melbourne Cup bound, would be international racing history and the first American to compete in the Melbourne Cup. Wow. First things first, the Birdstone will meet the field. You're looking at strapped 6-year-old, 23rd start stakes debut.
Yeah, sometimes in these types of races, these 1 3/4 dirt marathons, you see horses that they're just trying to guess. I don't know. Horse isn't very fast. Let's see if this can wake them up.
16-1 outsider. Parchment Party, not 16-1. Even money favorite, 6 minutes out.
As he should be. Tour de Force, as we've been mentioning. But as far as those Australian turf hopes, his half-sibling American Patriot actually ran in the Queen Anne overseas, so there is some turf there.
Game Warden, Flying P Stables, Lone Rock won this race in 21.
Yeah, Flying P had one of the best of all time at these type of races with Lone Rock, who was really good for a couple of years. This one's going to have to step up a bit.
Lambeth, wire-to-wire Temperance Hill winner. More on him in a moment. Time for Trouble, the 8-year-old 11-time winner.
Yeah, he's tried to go far before. It hasn't always worked out. I don't trust this one.
And to the outside, Digital Ops expected to control the tempo early.
You're exactly right. He's going to attempt to wire this field. I know Andy Serling is hopeful that he does, but a strong effort behind the talented Malarchuk and looks to be the speed here, as mentioned, on the stretch out and distance.
Can you play the Melbourne Cup on your Naira Bets account?
You can play anytime, anywhere.
Anytime. That's one of the 300 world racetracks worldwide. Another reason to get involved. Another reason to sign up. Maybe bet on Parchment Party in the Melbourne Cup this fall. When you sign up, use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now. NairaBets.com. I had a question for you about Lambeth. Anyone? It wasn't how do you feel about the
I know
temp-
what
Oh,
it
no.
was.
Yeah, if he runs back to the Temperance Hill and Parchment Party, and here is the Temperance Hill, by the way. Most impressive 3 starts back at Oaklawn. J.K. Lambeth on the lead and in absolute control.
Yeah, that's the key, right? If he runs back to that race, he's going to be out in front, and he's going to have to, Parchment Party's going to have a well-timed ride by Johnny Velasquez to run him down. If he runs this race, he'll be very hard to beat, and at a different, 4-1, I'd rather take that as an option. He's going to be where they're trying to go.
And to his outside, there's Parchment Party, or there's Lambeth, another look. Jose Ortiz looking for a 3rd win this afternoon. But yeah, he likely, here, Megan, may have to try and pass a horse, namely that one on your screen, Digital Ops, who on paper does look like the controlling speed.
Exactly. Trainer Safi Joseph, I liked the stretch out and distance, getting him to the front end and just letting him run, seeing the experiment. But the number 4, Lambeth, I don't think is a horse that's dependent on getting the lead. I think he is actually a horse that's going to be able to trip out and rate things. And these two are the only 2 on the page with triple-digit Beyer speed figures. So they both loom extremely large, and especially in a marathon-type distance event where you want to be, honestly, more forwardly placed. As Maggie had mentioned, the pace dynamics could be against the number 2, Parchment Party, just as far as making up ground in these kinds of races. But he is very formidable. The number 4, Lambeth, was my pick, just because I think he's going to be able to trip out, and you're getting a nice, healthy price if they're all things considered at 4-1.
What a pro. Digital Ops. Rod Ortiz aboard his latest opening weekend here in the mud. Jonathan, Digital Ops, and a strong effort, second to Malarchuk.
Yes, he did, right? But that was on a muddy racetrack going 9 furlongs. This is a whole different ball game. And I actually think that he ended up working out a pretty nice trip, getting loose in there. If he's too close to a horse who has more stamina than him in Lambeth, I feel like he's the one who'll pay the price as they turn for home. I'm not crazy about him in this spot.
Digital Ops. Maggie, what's he showing you as we get closer to post time for the Birdstone?
I love what I'm seeing, Lafitte, as Digital Ops here did get the expectant warm-up, you would think, from a horse who does have that early speed, and he is moving just fabulously, really floating. Woo! Floating over the ground. Yeah, all right, you got him sharp. Now put a lid on it. But physically, it looks fabulous out there. And I thought he did even 2 back when he was coming off of a layoff. He evidently needed the race, and then he came back with that big performance. But little bit of an outlier when it comes to figures, and that race was on a muddy, sealed surface. So will he be able to recreate it? A, getting more distance to work with, which I'm not completely sold on, and B, being a fast track here today, but you can't fault him in the preliminaries whatsoever. Now, a horse that is a huge price in here, that's number 1, Strapped. I will say this, he's gonna have to dig down deep and find some effort he's never had before. But if you're thinking about exotics, I think he's worth a look in a sense, because his longer races are some of his best, i.e. the 1.25 miles, even the 1 3/8 wasn't horrible. against weaker competition, but it looks as though Rudy Rodriguez has him really fine-tuned for this effort, in which last time he comes in, the effort he comes in from last time, I thought he had trouble. It was a merry-go-round race in which Film Star just led them gate to wire. Nobody changed position throughout. He got checked back going into the first turn quite significantly. But like I said, I think he should appreciate the distance, and furthermore, he has shown that he's a horse that also appreciates a little pace to run at. So will we see that develop here is the biggest question. I went to the Saratoga loving Game Warden. Guys?
7-2, 2 for 3 on the main track at Saratoga. Are you handicapping a race like this, one of these marathon dirt races, Jonathan, any differently, as rare as they are now in 2025 in this sport?
I mean, when dirt racing, I'm always looking for something that's going to be forward, right? I think that there's better chances for a great trip when you have some tactical speed. So I would always start there. I guess you want to find horses that can and will handle the distance. You know, and two of those for sure that I know want to go this far. The 2 Parchment Party and the 4 Lambeth. I just landed on the 4 Lambeth because I feel like he's got a better chance to work out a great trip.
Trainer Joe Sharp looking for back-to-back wins on the Wednesday program. Saratoga had that win press. Kyle Downs has referenced as well. Megan, do you treat them any differently? Crunching the numbers, handicapping, dealing with these long-distance marathon races.
Well, as Maggie had mentioned, sometimes it's not as trustworthy when you're dealing with maybe a sloppy sealed track, kind of looking at those outlier figures, but I still thought he ran on well. I have a huge concern over this horse getting the distance, but I would agree with her on the number 3 Game Warden as far as just Norm Cassie is such an astute trainer in terms of his claimers. We see what he's done with Awesome Aaron. He's really done similar work kind of developing this horse along and getting him into the winner's circle, and I think that he's going to be competitive here. I think he's 2 back his temper and Sill with Lambeth right there. He's going to be competitive here.
Had the pleasure of watching next in this race. Marathon Machine next. Who's next to take down the Birdstone? The 15th running Strapped. First a step forward. They go around twice, ladies and gentlemen. Final check of the toe board on that colt, Parchment Party. Bound for the Melbourne Cup? Question mark. We'll find out this fall. Here, the odds-on favorite for the Birdstone. Turn things over to Frank Miramonte with the call. The Birdstone live on Fox Sports 2.
Here's Lambeth. Hall of Famer Nick Zito waiting to make the trophy presentation for this 15th running of the Birdstone. Time for Trouble goes in. Digital Ops to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Birdstone. And it's a very quick start for Digital Ops. He's asked for speed and does respond by taking it to them right away. Opens up a couple. Game Warden is in second, and then it's Strapped along the rail in third. Lambeth settles kindly in fourth. He's 4 lengths off the lead. It's another 3, Time for Trouble, and Parchment Party inches up inside of him. They're covered by 6 lengths as Digital Ops rounds the far turn for the first time, leading it by almost 2. Game Warden second. The quarter went in 24 2/5 seconds. Lambeth, Strapped, side by side. Parchment Party is just behind them, and another couple back to Time for Trouble. By the Saratoga stands, and it is Digital Ops and Arad Ortiz Jr., 49 2, left alone on the front end. 3-length advantage on Game Warden. Lambeth and Jose Ortiz on the outside, still under a nice hold. Strapped, Parchment Party between those two. And Time for Trouble, no change in the running order since the gate opened. It's Digital Ops. Digital Ops leads it by a length and a half. Game Warden and Strapped. Lambeth just outside of them. Parchment Party's in between horses as they head toward the backstretch. 4 more back to Time for Trouble. Digital Ops 2-length lead. Game Warden, Pink Silks in second. On the outside, Lambeth and Strapped racing together. And Parchment Party patiently handled, 4 lengths off the lead. He's been in between those two for about a half a mile now. And 3 more to Time for Trouble. The mile in 1:42 flat for Digital Ops. Game Warden is still a length and a half behind him in second. Lambeth strapped. Parchment Party, race call on autopilot. 3 more back to time for trouble around the far turn. Digital Ops, the real running begins now. Game Warden second. Lambeth, Parchment Party has clear. Sailing now, he's fourth, 4 lengths off the lead. Being asked to get closer as they come toward the quarter pole. Digital Ops a neck. Game Warden on the outside of them. Lambeth within a length of the top pair. Parchment Party has work to do. He's coming through along the inside as they straighten up for the final 1/8 of a mile. And Parchment Party has made steady headway and collars Digital Ops. Game Warden. Lambeth drops back, coming to the 16th pole. And it's John Velasquez and Parchment Party, a length and a half. Absolutely flawless ride. And riding the best horse helps. Parchment Party wins the Birdstone. Digital Ops, game in defeat. Game Warden finished third, then Lambeth.
Does help to ride the best horse, but for a few strides, looked like he might be in deep water. Parchment Party. It's not the blowout of the Belmont Gold Cup, but a blue-collar workman-like tally in the Birdstone.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've gotten used to this race being blowout races. You know, you have horses like Next and Lone Rock. This is, like you said, a workman-like effort. Like, these other horses are getting tired.
He's under a drive. He's feeling the crop.
He looked in trouble for a second and a half, but right when he got to here, in about 2 or 3 jumps, that inside move from Johnny, he was right there, and it was just a matter of how far at this point.
And you know, the ride here, I think, is also something we have to pay attention to. Being able to get to the rail, save ground. You see those horses to his outside trying to make their runs, and he's covered in dirt, having to come and make up that ground, but he just did so beautifully and looked, honestly, it was a workman-like performance, but I think this is the best group he's faced, and I thought that was pretty impressive.
At that distance, while he was conceding ground going into the far turn and to re-engage, and Bill Mott usually has him ready to rock and roll. Won that first ever Dubai World Cup with Cigar back in '95. Will he take the first American to compete in the Melbourne Cup? We'll see this fall. For now, they'll celebrate this win. And for Parchment Party, the win in the Belmont Gold Cup. And John Velasquez going to work, and he responds and keeping Digital Ops at bay. 2, 6, 3, 4. Megan, what did you learn in this effort, say, combined to the blowout runaway win in the slop Belmont weekend?
This is exactly what I believe you'd want to see from this horse, especially if he's going to be trending towards potentially a start in Australia. He handled this group with ease. He was able to make up ground on a dirt course that we mentioned in these type of races. You sometimes want to be more forward. We also saw the number 6, Digital Ops. He ran well. He got the distance, and especially considering setting fractions on the front end in this group, I thought he ran a good race as well.
Johnny Velasquez, Parchment Party, Bill Mott. In the Birdstone, 2, 6, 3, 4, 4 to 5 favorite delivers. How many times do you think Bill Mott will be asked today to Melbourne Cup or not to Melbourne Cup?
He should just say, you know, I don't like Fosters. I'm not answering any questions.
Well, nobody's going to buy that. No, it's just you're good. 2, 6, 3, 4. Parchment Party. Johnny Velasquez in the Birdstone. Results, reaction. When we come back, you're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
As they say,
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
if you can make it here,
Book 'em, Dano in a thriller. Book 'em, Dano wears him down. Book 'em, Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em, Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. To Maggie in the winner's circle.
Here with the owners. I'm letting Jim tell a story here about going to Australia.
Yeah, they asked us if we were going to world beater, if we're going to race against other horses, which he did on the last one when he won grade 1. And my son said, no, we didn't call him world beater for nothing, you know.
I mean, that's a statement if I've ever heard one, for sure. Of course, world beater winning the Saratoga Derby earns his place into the Cox Plate, but Parchment Party's already earned his spot into the Melbourne Cup. Talk a little bit about the plan Bill said, and especially after this victory here, I think it's a gung-ho.
It's our plan. Go to the Melbourne Cup, quarantine in England, then go on to Australia for quarantine and see how he does.
It's quite a deal to get over there. You have to put him 2 weeks in England in quarantine, and then you got to ship him to Australia, and he's got to stay in Australia for 4 weeks in quarantine. So it takes months to get him there and qualified. So it's not just hop in a plane and go.
No, it's not, but still, it's an amazing experience and a horse that deserves to be there. And as Bill said, he thought this horse could be a Derby horse, but your patience after an injury has proven worthy.
Right. He has made it back. He's a good boy.
He's so beautiful, too.
He's a big horse, and he'll run through anything.
I mean, that hole in the rail, him and Johnny were covered in dirt.
That was crazy,
That
yes.
was crazy. He got a white stripe on him. I mean, that was unbelievable.
Well, guys, what an amazing experience, and what a week you have had. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Jim and Dana Bernhardt of Pin Oak Stud, guys. I got to say, I'm a little jealous. They won a grade 1 and now the Birdstone in the span of just a week.
Yeah, a couple new exciting, expensive acquisitions at the Saratoga sale. Pin Oak Stud winning the Birdstone, and what sounds like a trip to the Melbourne Cup this fall, and what will make international racing history. Incredible. Parchment Party, Fasig-Tipton Winter Circle lead-in, brought to you by the New York Bred Yearlings. They're next. That's sale August 10th and 11th. Where will you be? Parchment Party. Terrific performance. What a story.
Yeah, he made it look easy too, and it's always exciting. You know, it reminds me of Teppen going over to Europe to run in Royal Ascot and winning. It's always fun when we have one of our horses that goes over to compete internationally. We see theirs come here, but it's always fun when ours can go over there and try something new.
This seemed so off the radar, though. It was immediately discussed, Megan, and it was down like it wasn't a concern whatsoever. And just to learn that there has been communication since, and now you just heard from the owners, and as of today, in early August, the Melbourne Cup in November, where we would see Parchment Party, the plan for now, the first ever American to compete.
It'd be incredible. And, you know, kudos to Pin Oak Stud. They recently acquired that beautiful property in Kentucky, and they've been very avid at the sales, as you've mentioned. They've injected a lot of money to being able to build their portfolio and be competitive in this race. So it's nice to see them be rewarded, to have kind of this quality horse that has definitely taken a turn and found his niche. It's going to be really exciting to follow his progress to Australia. You've heard it here first.
Birdstone in the books. We march forward. Race number 8 coming up. First, the late pick 5 follow along. Jonathan and handicappers doing a fine job so far.
Yeah, a couple of favorites. You got a $9 horse, but a lot of times, you know, the Parchment Party can hurt the payout a little bit, right? An odds-on horse like that. But there's still a couple of opportunities where I think the favorites aren't necessarily always going to be safe.
For example, in this 8th race, really good allowance race. 3-year-old fillies, mile on grass, 5-2 favorite, Midway Memories, 5-2, 22 minutes out. This one felt tough on paper.
Yeah, I mean, I was my main thought was that the 4 and the 5 could offer a little bit of value. They're betting Midway Memories, so it doesn't seem like I was too clever there, but it's a wide open spot though. When you see the horses listed from, you know, what do you got? Basically every horse to single digits.
That's 21 minutes out. As for the last couple of days here in Saratoga and the Fasig-Tipton at Saratoga sale, over the last 48 hours plus, the atmosphere was electric, incredible results. Jonathan, in total, there were 16 7-figure sellers over the 2 nights.
It was insane, especially last night. It really picked up, and the horses just started flying at all of these big numbers. Felt like it was horse after horse after horse. Right there, you see 178 and 179, back-to-back horses at almost $3 million. 175, not too much, 176. That little span in the 170s really kind of turned this thing around, and it was a lot of fun, and hopefully some really good horses will come out of it.
I think the last horse to go through the ring, hip 218, pictured. Megan, one of the last few, the sales topper, 4.1 million by Into Mischief out of the Grade 1 winning mare, Stellar Sound.
From the same connections of Sierra Leone, who they sourced from this exact same sale just a couple of years ago. This was a tremendous physical, and it's a horse that kudos to Don Alberto Corporation, Don Alberto Farm, the team over there. They raise extremely nice horses. We'll speak to, of course, the Haft journalism that also sold through this sale, but if you just look at what a gorgeous physical looks like combined with a pedigree full of black type or that graded stakes, of course, through that female family, that's where you're going to find it. That's the upper echelon, but as Jonathan mentioned, the energy, I don't think I felt anything like that in my life. This sale was off the charts, and it was certainly the most lucrative, and as I saw those numbers climb last night, it was one of the craziest experiences I've had.
Horses that didn't meet the reserve, I think 11%, and that is the lowest since the early 80s. We were looking forward to seeing what would happen with journalism's sister, as Megan mentioned, and she did not meet the reserve at $3.9 million. You get the sense that the connections aren't too disappointed, though, to have her staying with them.
Yeah, it's one of those deals where you say, yeah, well, if someone wants to be crazy and spend way too much for her, we'll allow that to happen. But I think that being able to keep her probably means a lot, because the mother, Mopetism, obviously, if you aren't aware, passed. Mm-hmm. And so in order to keep that female line, they probably wanted to keep control of it, but were probably willing to part with it for a certain dollar amount.
Incredible story. And then hip number 37 by Gunrunner. Gunrunner, terrific race horse, a horse of the year, and as a stallion as well. This one number just kept escalating at $2.7 million for Bobby Flay. Bobby Flay, who bred America.
Absolutely, and Bobby was extremely excited about this. I think he was hopeful that this one would go well. I think he's very excited that the horse is going to connections like Steve Asmussen. He obviously knows his way around Gunrunner, and America is just, she wasn't like a crazy good race mare either, but she's been unbelievable in her ability to produce 7-digit yearlings.
A lot of excitement. Megan, hip 176 and a flight line as a stallion.
Well, these are the first babies we've seen from that champion, and this was consigned by Lane Zen on behalf of their breeder, Summer Wind Farm. So this was a very well-raised horse, of course, and another incredible physical out of that Park Avenue mare. 4 wins at 3. She was a stakes winner. This horse comes from a beautiful family, and it's nice to see his first yearlings. And I haven't really been able to. I kind of worked on the sales side of things back in Kentucky previously, and to see them, I haven't been able to been as into it as much now, but being able to see the physicals last night, and it felt Flightline specifically, I was just so impressed by how gorgeous they were, just like their dad.
You always look forward to this just about as much as anything else at Saratoga. One moment in particular, a favorite moment for you over the last couple of nights?
I mean, obviously, when you see a horse go for $4.1 million, that's always exciting. But I was excited to see Bobby Flay, someone who's had so much success in racing, but also success outside of racing, be that excited and that, just joyful about something like this with a horse, and I know he's very proud of what America's been able to accomplish, and I always get excited about, I can't wait to see these horses run now. I can't wait to see this Gunrunner out of America run for Steve Asmussen at some point in the near future.
I was trying to lead him right into the Marshawn Lynch bear trap. You didn't step into it. You somehow avoided it. Horses in the paddock right behind us. Also, when we come back, first half highlights, mid-meet. Memorable moments, stellar performances, the biggest surprises, and jockeys and trainers, fast starts to the meet, usual suspects. A look back at the first half of the 162nd season at Saratoga.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10-25, 10-25, and 25-35, 335,000. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Live look in the Saratoga paddock. Welcome back. Saratoga Live. First half of the meet. This is day 20. And for the riders, we've grown accustomed to seeing them do exactly what they're doing, Jonathan. The brothers Ortiz came out guns blazing, but right now only 2 wins separating Arad and Jose.
Yeah, I mean, it's look at I would imagine they're going to keep it pretty close all the way around there. Interesting enough, Steve Rushing having an outstanding meet. Both of their agents with 64 wins between the two of them.
Lavi and Pratt, 2 more Grade 1 wins at the meet. Going to have a few days off before long. The suspension resulting in the suspension, the 3 days, that's coming up before long. And then the trainers here at Saratoga. And for Chad Brown, who's won the last 4 training titles, I believe 7 overall. But he and Todd Pletcher right now, Megan, in what's been super competitive the first half of the meet.
And we kind of saw in your card talk, right, how they joined together, and one of them said, well, you kind of known for being a dirt trainer, and you're kind of known for being a turf trainer. And Chad, of course, with a monumental win in the Grade 1 Whitney this past weekend, a career banner high for him. Todd Pletcher, though, right there with a horse by the name of Mindframe to spice things up later in the meet. But it'll be fun to see them duke it out. Linda Rice always rock solid here at Saratoga.
2-time Saratoga winning trainer Linda Rice. Jake Hay, thus far, first half of the meet. For you, the story or moment of the meet at Saratoga.
Yeah, I mean, it was good to see Chad get a Whitney in a racetrack that's considered his home track. Growing up in Mechanicville, it was awesome seeing Sovereignty. You get to see a Derby winner. That's always a lot of fun. But for me, it was Riley Mott getting his first Grade 1. And the emotions surrounding that, you know, I think that when you grow up around the racetrack and see your dad winning Grade 1 races here and there, it's always something that when he went out on his own, I'm sure he was hopeful that he was going to one day be able to do. And to know what that means to have his father here to see it and for it to happen, you know, in what has been a rough couple of years for Riley Mott and his family, losing their young daughter. I was very excited to see him get his first Grade 1 win at Saratoga.
Story that was chronicled during the coverage of the Belmont Stakes. You saw that picture of Miguel Clement and Riley Mott when they were little, sitting there, and now winning Grade 1 races on the same day at Saratoga. Megan, for you, a performance, the best performance of the meet we've seen thus far.
Well, we kind of talked about her a little bit earlier, but Kilwin I had goosebumps when I saw her run because she truly was up against it in such a way that I've mentioned this before in some recaps. We are going to look back on this race and think, wow, this was one of the best performances of the year. I think that way now. Completely down to her knees, taken out of the race. You mentioned it was like being 0-20 in a football game. She was completely taken out of it. And not just that, but we'll see her come back finishing here. She's all the way widest of all of these fillies. Ton of dirt in her face trying to close and make up ground, and just gets it at the wire. So much heart. and determination goes into running a race like that. Of course, you can see her jockey very excited there, but another grade 1 win for them. And of course, echo sound for the same connections. It's one of those days where horse racing kind of, I don't want to say humbles you, but you never know what's going to happen. And it was kind of one of those races where we saw Philly really kind of come into herself. These 3-year-olds progress, and she just did such an incredible job. So congratulations, team. That was one of my favorite performances I've seen all year.
Never know what's going to happen. The perfect segue, Maggie, to the question for you. Biggest surprise of the first half of the Saratoga meet this summer?
I think that would have to go to honorable Miss winner Helena's Forte, or Fort, depending on which camp you're in. But she went off at 24-1, which kind of was the most surprising aspect in a way, because she was going out for Phil Bauer, whom we've seen over the past 5 years just win at such a high percentage. He brings a select group of horses here to Saratoga, and they generally come over ready to fire. Now, she was coming off of a disappointing effort in her first race back at Prairie Meadows as the heavy favorite, but I thought that she was embroiled in a fast pace in which a horse coming from well off of it was able to get up and beat her. And two, she had the guidance of Arad Ortiz, and so somehow they let her go off at 24-1, and what a ride Arad was able to give her, scooting up the rail and taking down the honorable miss, hoping to see her a bit later on in the meet in the Ballerina. Well, we have horses here in the paddock for today's 8th race, as we'll take a look at some of them. And actually, Chad Brown, he'll send out 2 in here, and we'll begin with your favorite. That is number 5. For Chad, and she is the horse to beat, Midway Memories, because I thought last time as she drops out of that Wild Applause, she had a rough trip in that she was going, she was bumped and kind of clipped heels a bit going into that first turn, and then she continued 3 wide down the backside, and it was a day and a weekend in which you wanted to be on that inner turf course, especially going a mile, the speed in which Classic Q was, and furthermore, you wanted to be saving ground, which Midway Memories wasn't. And I thought she looked pretty good in the paddock that day relative to what I'd seen from her before. And she was coming off a bit of a layoff, but I don't know, she has really lightened up almost too much. And she just doesn't look very strong behind at all. She looks uncomfortable. I want to watch her warm up before I... Ooh. And you see how she just kind of sunk down there when Arad Ortiz got aboard her? I don't love to see that in these horses. We'll check out Chad's other horse in number 7, Griselda, who comes off of a layoff and will make her stateside debut. And she has been working pretty well, I thought, watching some of her workouts on the turf course. She was inside of a maiden, Say Yes to Dreams. She was hard on the bridle throughout, going better than her in the gallop out. Then going back, she was working with a maiden winner, Chantal. She was hard on the bridle throughout, not quite as good on the gallop out, but she's had time to progress since then. But the problem is that she has been sprinting in her European races, and she is a bit of a smaller, shorter couple type, but let's not forget that this race is a mile. And I think she is suited to this mile distance. Looks fantastic here physically, very fit, really classy acting here in the paddock too. So I do think, at least looking at them physically, I prefer Chad's other horse, who is a slightly better price in here, number 7, Griselda.
Ready for her U.S. debut, Maggie. Thanks so much, Griselda. We'll meet the field. Good allowance crew, 3-year-old fillies, mile on the inner turf course. Game face, Arad Ortiz won the first race on the program. And by the way, another Friday giveaway, the pennants. Jonathan, take a look.
Look at
What do you think?
I like it.
Do you want 1? Do you want 17?
17.
So I have like 42
You got
in
a
the
bunch?
back of my car.
Do
Yeah,
you?
so I'm too cheap.
Let's do it.
You in?
I'm in. Let's do it.
The pennants, the giveaway on Friday, and get here early. The giveaways, yeah, they tend to a lot of congestion early on down Union Avenue.
Absolutely. It's always pretty shocking how busy it could be.
You got the Hawaiian shirt and the pennant. That's this Friday, the giveaway. As our coverage continues on this day 20 in a post parade. This 8th race, starting with number 2 in Dubov, the daylight winner here in her 2025 debut.
This is a big step up in class for her, but she just ran a career best off the layoff. I'm anticipating she'll be forwardly placed and hopefully take another step forward doing so.
Javier Castellano in the saddle, the number 3, So Darn Pretty, 12-1, maiden winner last month.
Yeah, that July 4th weekend, let's not forget, inside speed was really good. This horse still was able to win, but I think it was because of the bias.
Soldoro, favorite in her first 3 races. Joel Rosario takes over, then 5, the favorite. Maggie didn't love what she saw from Midway Memories.
Yeah, a little concerning for me. I like this horse quite a bit. Gets the Lasix and was kind of wide in that race that we talked about where So Darn Pretty wired the field.
Atara, the gray, wire-to-wire maiden winner, mid-April at Keeneland.
Interesting. I've been seeing her all of her races from Fairgrounds to now. I think she's going to be speed in this group after wiring the field in her first try on turf.
Griselda, French Filly U.S. debut.
Yeah, a little stranger danger. She worked on the turf last 2 works back and seemed to work pretty well.
Notable Exchange, owned and trained by Michael Deeney.
Most seasoned of the group, and while on speed figures alone competes, so she's been doing against weaker fields, so I want to see her do more in this group up there at 6-1.
Good race. These 3-year-old fillies, 5 minutes out. As Gerard Ortiz aboard Midway Memories. This was her maiden win. 2 starts back. Aqueduct, she's 3-5 Midway Memories, Jonathan, and just keeps grinding in the stretch until she finally gets there.
Yeah, I mean, look, I just think she's a horse that, based off of this performance, she showed how good she was. Her comeback race, July 3rd in the Wild Applause, where she was chasing Classic Q, who got loose on the front end. Classic Q came back to show how good she was. It just feels like Midway Memories is the best horse in this race, coming in off an effort that I thought is better than it looks on paper. 5th beat an 8. I thought that was much better than that.
Locks in on a target and just relentless.
She did, but at the same time, I feel like you kind of mentioned this before on her, JK, that she was kind of supposed to win that effort at Tampa, and she was bumped as well in the Wild Applause. She was bumped by Love and Poetry into the first term. She stumbled into the bend. She was angled 5 wide at the top of the stretch, and she just didn't have a great trip. Now, it's very concerning when Maggie doesn't like how she's seeing a horse physically in the paddock, and she's been one that in the Wild Applause took that growth spurt step up, because I agree with her. I didn't love the way she looked at Belmont, and it's concerning to see her take a step backwards. That's for sure, especially up there at 2-1.
For trainer Chad Brown, 1 clear of Todd Pletcher. Linda Rice right there. What would you say, JK, has been the biggest surprise for you looking at those stats regarding the trainers in the first half?
I don't want to say it's a surprise, but I think Miguel kind of, having some pretty big shoes to fill, and personally, professionally, to come in and have the success he's having, I think is pretty impressive. But the top of it doesn't really shock me at all. You see that Chad up there, you're going to always feel like you're always going to see Chad and Todd up there, at least for the next couple of years.
Right on cue, Miguel Clement with Sol Doro. Maggie, what are you seeing?
Sol Doro, as she comes back here from Miguel Clement. The first time I've ever seen her, obviously, she's been at Gulfstream. She is a little bit of an awkwardly put together filly in that she has one of those weird long backs, a very small barrel, not a lot of depth to her girth, and then it almost makes her look sway backed, and she just looks a bit weaker behind. I know she was able to win first time out, and maybe that's a feather in her cap, though she was the beaten favorite in her 2 subsequent starts after that. But there's been horses who have come back and run well out of that last race back on April 5th, and she was wide as well, which isn't necessarily a tactic that wins races at Gulfstream Park. Look, maybe I'm being a little hard on her because she's not for me when it comes to the way she's put together, but she does look fit. She had a bright disposition coming back here, and I think she has excuses in some of her efforts down in Florida. Moving on to number 6 at Atara. I think that's how you say it. Oh, geez. I think I know how to say these names, and then when they come out of my mouth, I'm like, well, that didn't sound right. Anyway, she goes out for Will Walden as she got so comfy on the front end, first time on the turf and stretching out, had her ears up, and it was a slow pace, and I don't think she's necessarily going to get to do that here today. Now, she was incredibly quiet back in the paddock, which I didn't like, but she has come to life. Jose Ortiz giving her that eye-opening warm-up, and look, it's definitely paid off. Look at her disposition now. She is ready for action, and she comes in fit, strong, ready to go. And I'm always pretty scared of Will Walden, but Dynamics I don't know if it's going to be in her favor but maybe she can prove that she can win without the lead, as she's a bit of an unknown commodity, because I do think there's horses to her inside that are faster than her. Obviously, So Darn Pretty, but also Duboff, who does come out of a weaker race, but she posted a big number and just exploded coming back and stretching out as a 3-year-old for Greg Sacco. She looks awesome. And if anything, she was against the racetrack in that race too, where she traveled 2 to 3 wide. And again, it was a time in which you wanted to be saving ground on the inner turf course at Belmont at the Big A. She looks even better than what she did coming off the bench. And I thought she looked pretty good that day. Maybe a price to fool around with. Lafitte?
9-1. Duboff, Javier Castellano. Number 7, the favorite, Megan Griselda. Just looking at her on paper might be a little misleading. Why?
Exactly. And Andy Sterling spoke to this earlier this morning. It's something I've noticed as well when I went back and saw her French form. I think she's going to be competitive here, but she was not forwardly placed. She was not leading after the 2 furlong as seen on that running line. She was way far off of them, and she closed considerably well. I thought she ran on very strongly on a heavy ground. She gets a firm course today. I really do think the stretch out and distance is going to be to her benefit. And her French sire, City Light, 24% overall with a small sample of runners here. She gets Lasix in this spot as well.
Griselda, 2-1. 2-1 as well. JK with your top selection, Midway Memories.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously I'm not crazy to hear Maggie's opinion about how the 5 Midway Memories looks physically. But strictly as a horse player, handicapper, looking down at the past performances, I have to play this horse based off of the trip this one had against Classic Q, against Better, and then how Classic Q came back and ran. Classic Q ran extremely well that day. Although Classic Q is bias aided, I still think that this horse getting within 8 lengths of Classic Q based on that racetrack and how good Classic Q is says a lot about how good Midway Memories actually is.
Chad Brown looking on. Every summer come Travers. It's a big story. Grew up in Mechanicville, not far from Saratoga. Is this a summer Brown wins his first ever Travers? He'd never won a Whitney either. And that Whitney win last Saturday, you can sense how much that win with Sierra Leone meant to him.
Oh, it's funny how that works. You know, after the last race on Saturday, he had won the last with Bob Edwards in E5.
Yep.
Chad's entire family was in the winner's circle, taking pictures on the racetrack. His daughters, his father, his mother, his brother, his nephew. You know, that's not something you see very often from Chad. He wins a lot of races up here. It's not like he's always out there taking pictures afterwards with his family. It was obviously a day to remember. And to do it with a horse that probably gave him his best chance to win his first Travers and disappointed, comes back and gets him his first Whitney.
That much more rewarding, Megan, because of the frustrations along the way. Then you're missing in the Kentucky Derby and so many other massive races where Sierra Leone has been denied for one reason or another, and putting it all together. The Breeders' Cup Classic win last fall and the Whitney on Saturday.
It's heartbreaking. I was there seeing Sierra Leone in the Kentucky Derby, and I thought to myself, this horse has too much talent to not come back and really be meaningful. This is going to matter one day. You know, it broke my heart for it to see any horseman have to sit there and lose the Derby from that margin. So for him to come back, to do so with Peter Brandt, it's really special.
Statement performance, Travers Midsummer Derby and the Whitney that feels like a Midsummer and Breeders' Cup Classic. Onward for Sierra Leone and onward with this 8th race at Saratoga. Duboff, Javier Castellano is in. So Darn Pretty at 7-1. Griselda for Chad Brown, the French Philly stateside debut. 2-1 favorite at post time. Frank Mirmati with the call, the 8th from Saratoga live on Fox Sports 2.
Here's Midway Memories going in. Atara. Here's Griselda, new surroundings, goes in calmly. Notable Exchange to complete the line. They're in the gate, and they're off. So Darn Pretty, very quick, sprints a couple lengths clear, just like that. Atara comes away in second. Duboff is down on the inside. They are followed by Soldoro, and Notable Exchange is racing 5th into the first turn. Midway Memories second to last, and Griselda, no surprise to see her at the back of the field early. It's a 7-length gap from front to back. So Darn Pretty is the target. Atara and Duboff right next to one another, second and third. Soldoro is next through an opening quarter that went in 24 and 1/5 seconds. Notable Exchange is fifth at this point, 2 clear of Midway Memories, and Griselda inches up just outside of her. So Darn Pretty left alone, leads it by a length to Atara with a half mile to travel. Duboff on the rail, the half in 48 and 4. Notable Exchange fourth, 4 lengths off the lead. Soldoro, Griselda, Midway Memories is down on the inside. Around the far turn, So Darn Pretty and Luis Saez, 3/4 of a length to Atara. A length and a half more, Notable Exchange, and Duboff is down on the inside. Swinging into action is Griselda. She takes off in the center of the course with 1 furlong to go. And it's So Darn Pretty, a length and a half to Duboff, followed by Notable Exchange, and Griselda keeps coming down the center. Griselda and Notable Exchange go on. Griselda with a stellar stretch kick runs him down. Notable Exchange, Midway Memories in a good-looking effort finished third, then Duboff.
Productive, impressive U.S. debut. Griselda for Chad Brown, Flavien Prat. Maggie zeroing in on this one. Griselda at 2-1. Photo for second in the 8th at Saratoga.
Yeah, I mean, Griselda got that kind of outside clean run. She never really got stopped. She lost a little bit of ground, but she was able to run in the clear all the way from about the 3/8 pole. The 5 Midway Memories, this is not sour grapes. This horse was best. I mean, was stuck in behind, was trying to go in between, was weaving here, weaving there. If she gets the trip of the winner, Chad runs 1-2 the other way, but they both ran extremely well.
When you take a look, you never want to lose ground on the inner turf course. That's what Griselda did, and she clearly appreciated the stretch out and distance. But I agree with JK. Midway Memories did put together a fantastic effort, weaving through horses, the half-sibling to Zandon, able to take a step forward in my books as far as that performance was concerned.
I know not your favorite turf race all time, JK, but this is why we love turf racing. This exciting finish with 6 horses separated by about, 2 lengths in the end.
Well, I think horse players really, I prefer a dirt race just because I feel like they're more formful. But I think there is a brand of horse player that likes races like this because not every time does the best horse win. I understand Griselda was 2-1, but in a situation like this, you can get horses like the 8 Notable Exchange who end up getting better trips than others and hit the board at 8-1. They're just not as formful. You can get a little bit more creative in races like this.
2 wins, Flavien Prat. Griselda, where did the trouble start that you observed for Midway Memories, and where was it that was the most costly during the running of the race?
Well, it felt like to me at the half-mile pole that Irad had made a decision. He was going to follow the 4. And then when the 4 wasn't really running on as well as I think Irad was hoping to follow on the inside, he then had to start to try to get out, and he just never could really fully get out and ended up, watch that green cap. You'll see him just trying to find somewhere to go, zigzagging in and out here. He'll end up trying to come outside. He's got horses in front of him. You can never get a filly to really set down and run when she's in behind horses like this.
You have to give credit to the number 8, though, Notable Exchange. This was a long shot in the grand scheme, and as mentioned, JK, this horse did have more clear of a run, but put together a strong effort. It comes out of Stakes Company at Monmouth Park for the Mike Deeney barn, owned and trained there, so a nice, solid piece of it up there at 8-1.
Madaket Stable Colors. Michael Dubb, Strauss, Griselda, Flavien Prat, 2 wins today. Leading trainer Chad Brown, 2 clear of Todd Fletcher, 3 of Linda Rice. Courtesy of Griselda, the French filly, victorious in her stateside debut.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants.
Drain the Clock will bound home the winner. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, drain the clock by a head.
$120,000. $100,000 to the back.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Thanks for spending your Wednesday afternoon with us. And it has been a popular winner's circle here as Griselda wins her stateside debut. I'm pleased to be joined by Saul Kumin of Madaket Stable and the entire boys lacrosse team.
Let's go, boys!
Your son, very big, both sons and your daughter, very big in lacrosse. And it's like everybody's here today. This is awesome.
Yeah, we had a little camp up here and just finished today. And we brought the real tough kids to the track for the day, so it was good that they could get a win.
Epic and Griselda, she was so good today. I thought, settled beautifully, adapted kindly to American racing. Talk about acquiring her and bringing her here.
Yeah, we bought her from France, and Chad's been thrilled with her really since he got her. He said in some ways he reminded her a little bit of Uni, so we're fingers crossed, and we'll have to see. Obviously, there wasn't much pace there, so Flavian did a great job saving some ground and got her going a little bit early, and we're excited to see her next start. But she did great.
I was gonna say she is almost the exact replica of Uni as far as a physical, but 3-year-old. The future's bright, right?
It's exciting. Listen, you win the first one here, you're always excited. So we're in good hands with Chad, and Flavian did a great job, and we're psyched to be here.
All right, guys, I gotta know. Anybody have a ticket on her?
Yeah. All of us. We all do.
Yeah. Let's go, Luffy!
This is new fans, that experience to go to the winner's circle at Saratoga with Saul, watching Griselda do her thing. They'll be back. I promise you they'll be back.
Certainly, yeah, and I can assume that they've been eating well. Saul knows his way around making sure those boys are eating just fine.
Griselda, she's going to be just fine moving forward. Megan, excited to see what she develops into moving forward here stateside.
Absolutely. I think she's going to appreciate that mile rod of ground distance. And listen, that team, Madaket Stables in the past, they've acquired these French-sourced fillies, and it's really astute of them to do so because they do well here, especially perhaps some stakes implications in her future coming out of this effort. So it'll be interesting to see where they pivot her.
She looks like she could be that kind. Stakes ready, Saul Kumin and the team celebrating another win together. This time in the Saratoga winner's circle. Griselda and more Chuck JK. Griselda 6:30. It's been that kind of sequence thus far.
Yeah, it has. If you're alive, just for context, the favorite in the pick 5 is paying $175.25. That's the 4 in that pick 5. So you can kind of work your math out backwards from there.
But you never know with the 2-year-olds, right? And that's what we have coming up next. The Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. New York-bred 2-year-old filly sprinters. Spendthrift Farm and their 6-time reigning champion, General Sire, into Mischief, sire of this year's Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner, Sovereignty. Sire of the sales topper, $4.1 million during the sale last couple of days. Updated odds. There's the field. And wide open. Setting Sun. Megan, 3-1. I rest my case, 3-1. How'd you see this one unfolding?
This was wide open to me, and it's certainly one that I'm going to lean on pedigree and experience. I really liked I Rest My Case. I love the name too, but the number 4, Setting Sun, has some pedigree there going out for Miguel Clement that I think will really suit her here in this group. But like I said, I think it's just as wide open. This is actually the New York-bred version of the race we saw earlier today. So it's going to be interesting to see who edges it out here sprinting on the turf.
Yeah, I thought Setting Sun was interesting as well. A horse, if you look, a few works back, worked with Intricate Spirit on the grass, and Intricate Spirit won first time out. So, I think when you have good 2-year-olds, you match the good ones together. You don't want to discourage one by having a much better one work with that one. So you'd like to think that Setting Sun is at least somewhere in the arena of Intricate Spirit.
Can Atenea win for Jose
Speedball.
D'Angelo?
100%, yeah. I mean, speed in these races is very dangerous.
Good, then very well-timed feature coming up next. Learn all about trainer Jose D'Angelo, grade 1 win with the very popular Howard Wolowitz. Big Bang Theory fans. Has a contender, and then 9th in just moments, long way from where it all started. That's next.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire. A multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at
All-Mac.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. A cheers with friends, then it's off to the races. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. One more dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Apps and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, making his mark as a sire with Rattle and Roll, a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old. Graded Stakes winners Whitwaters Ran, Implicated, Apple Picker, and Forever After All. Connect, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
The dog days of summer are here. Corgi races are coming to Saratoga. The first annual Corgi Cup arrives at the spa, Saratoga's Corgi Cup. Join us Sunday, 1 Eastern on FS2. Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NyraBets. Open your NyraBets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NyraBets app to start using Fast Facts today.
Ninth and final, coming up in 20 minutes. Welcome back, Saratoga Live. Promised you a story about trainer Jose D'Angelo. Grade 1 winning trainer has a contender at Tenea coming up in this 9th race. This is what he always wanted to do from day one, was train thoroughbreds. Just ask his elementary school teachers back in Venezuela.
Since I was a child, I always loved the horses. More than all the sports, more than everything. My father and my mother told me, like, when they go to pick up me, the teacher say, hey, can we talk with you guys? Your kid put all the chairs in order and sit all his friends, and he say, and they're off. In 2012, I was in university. One friend owns some horses, and I say, Jose, can you train them? Say, of course I can, but you know, I'm studying right now, so I don't have plan to be a trainer. I had the conversation with my father, he support me. I can't finish my university because I start getting so many horses, and you know, I'm doing that I love. I came from a horseman family. My father was trainer in Venezuela. Now, thanks him, we make a good team here. We have a good operation that everybody work with love. When we win a race, it's not me, it's all my crew, all the guys, all the horses. When you run a race, the people see just the race, but the people don't see all the steps that you do, all the obstacles and the problems that the horse can have, because they are athletes that work hard every day. I claim a lot of horses, and we won so many good races with them. Jesus' thing. Everybody call him different, but you understand, he speaks English and Spanish. So I drive Jesus' team from Momot to here to Saratoga to run the Gene Dandy. You know, we ran all the big races, and always good. He had a bit hard. He always show up, and I'm so proud and happy and blessed to train with him. Going to Royal Ascot was successful experience. You know, was so amazing. Was like a movie be there. You know, I thought we got the race, but was so close. We lost by half leg. Was tough beat. It's tough game, you know, like you lose more than races that you won. So I always try to stay positive and take the right decision for the horses and for me. The goal of every horseman and everybody is go and run the Derby, but more than the Derby, I would like to just try to win at the top level all the races that I can. Yes, I'm proud for sure. I feel good to stay winning races, but I still hungry. I want to go and win more.
He will win a lot more. Trainer Jose D'Angelo, that near miss for Alaskat. Howard Wolowitz, a Grade 1 winner, and the work he did with Jesus' team alone, a former claimer who was running with the best of the best in his day, was incredible.
Yeah, no, I think Jose does an outstanding job, and he's one of those guys that's, you know, young-ish, right, for a horse trainer. And I think that he's going to have a lot of success. He's got a lot of big owners already that support him. You know, Qatar Racing has a lot of horses with Jose. I think he's going to end up having a fantastic career.
Yeah, filly I really like in his barn by the name of She's So Spicy also traveled to Royal Ascot and was extremely competitive. But it takes a lot of confidence and a lot of nerve for a young trainer to go to Europe, compete in their backyard, and really have the confidence to do that. Kudos to him and his team and for coming so far. And he's got an entry here in this race that's pretty interesting as well.
Atenea, 5-1 for Jose D'Angelo. The nightcap is next from Saratoga, about 16 minutes to post. She's back there somewhere. There she is, Atenea for D'Angelo. Spendthrift, 2-year-old, race of the day, next from Saratoga on Fox Sports 2. You're watching Saratoga Live.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his forego, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sire of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
Welcome back. Look at that. Adirondack Day, Saratoga, highlighting the history, culture, tourism attractions of the Adirondack region. Fur and skulls. Some of the giveaway gear, JK.
Where's that? Where's fur?
Right up your alley, my friend.
I like
Maps.
Lake George.
You like what?
Lake George. I saw Lake George.
But you like a fur and a skull. Adirondack chairs. Can you do any of the kayaking, the canoeing? Is that off date, JK, where we could find you?
No, I mean, I'll get on a boat, but it's got to have an engine.
Felt the engine on these 2-year-old fillies. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day to Maggie in the paddock.
Lafitte will begin with the horse who's taking all the early money, and that's a first-time starter. As this field is kind of split between horses who have one race under their belt and a few firsters, but really Setting Sun is the only one taking any significant amount of money. As she comes in here from Miguel Clement, as daughter of Caravaggio, whom he hits at 20% with his first-time starting 2-year-olds. The dam, she was good on the turf. This is her first full Sparkling Sky, but the second dam won her first 2 races as a 2-year-old, and she is half to a multiple stakes winning turf sprinter by the name Just a Lady. So plenty of pedigree for this one to be very effective in this spot first time out. Now, evidently, she is a bit of a nervous type, as she has been brought in with the pony with a hood as well. So it looks as though it's done the trick, because she has been lulled into a near slumber. She is so quiet here in the paddock. She looks fairly fit, not as fit as some of the ones that have experience, but I think it's her workouts into this one that are making her the favorite. As if you go, I watched the 1-4 back where she was setting the pace inside for Intricate Spirit, who is incredibly impressive in a turf sprint, maiden special weight open, first time out, and he's a colt. And she was hard on the bridle, and she kind of held a bit of an advantage over him. Granted, she was the one in front starting out, but I thought a very, very good workout coming in here. Evidently is all turf, as her pedigree would suggest. Like I said, we'll see if she wakes up a little bit on the racetrack, but she is very, very calm here in the paddock today. Next, we'll move on to a horse trying the turf for the first time, as we saw that piece on Jose D'Angelo. Atenea, she is one that, honestly, she looks turf meant. Looks as though she can handle it here, and was one that was really wound up in her debut. So far, so good for this daughter of Bo Lamb. Granted, it was more on track, so we need to watch and how she behaves out there. She is wearing a shortcut blinker for this second start, Lafitte.
Atenea, Jose D'Angelo, 5-1. And then the 10. Pictured St. Bridget's Cross, second career start for trainer George Weaver. Weaver already with 1 win on the afternoon. Maggie, what is St. Bridget's Cross showing you?
Oh, Lafitte, this is one good-looking girl. She doesn't look like a 2-year-old filly at all. She looks like a 3-year-old colt and has this swagger. She is big. She is good looking. If you guys actually turn around right now, you'll see her right behind you. I'm in love with this filly. Look how well developed she is. She already has the experience. Granted, it was going 5/8 where she broke slow that day. She actually hopped up, and I think evidently a half a furlong is going to help her. We know how proficient George Weaver is, but I love everything I'm seeing from her. I like her workout. 2 back on the turf where she worked outside Fancy Lights, who was entered here on Saturday in a similar spot, an open maiden or a maiden special weight on the turf, New York bred. She was the only one carrying an exercise rider though, St. Bridget's Cross. So you'd have to think maybe a slight weight variance as well. But she immediately grabbed me when she walked into the paddock. Now another horse that has experience is number 6. I Rest My Case. Now she was a bit green in the prelims. First time out back at Aqueduct. She's a bit green in the race too. The problem is she's acting the same here in the paddock. And while I thought she was, an elegant, very effeminate filly, she's almost gone too far. She's almost too tucked up to me overall. I think she ran sneaky well in that affair, but I just don't love the way she's acting here for this second start, Lafitte.
Her behavior, Maggie would like to see a little better. Does need a better start today. We'll revisit her debut in just a moment. And Megan, you're in agreement with Maggie regarding St. Bridget's Cross?
When Maggie gets that tone in her voice when she really loves a filly, that's my favorite, one of my favorite things. But George Weaver has been on a heater when it comes to his turf sprinters. He went on Sunday with a horse by the name of Johnny's Red Storm, who did so very impressively and will be very tough in here as well. 4 in the Galway tomorrow for Weaver. Post-parade, Dancing with Destiny, Michael Deeney's first-time starter. Modest pedigree, been working at Monmouth for the Deeney barn, but appears like a candidate that needs a start here.
Piece of Gold, second start, turf debut.
Has some siblings that had some early speed, but this one doesn't seem to have it.
The very relaxed Setting Sun, Barry Schwartz's debuting filly.
As mentioned, worked in tandem with debut winner Intricate Spirit and sire Caravaggio. Strong 2-year-old numbers that are encouraging for this.
Banco de Cecilia, Central Banker, first-time starter.
Yeah, it does have some siblings that have some okay turf numbers. This one not taking any money.
I rest my case, 3-1. You're just broadsided, leaving the gate first out.
Certainly looks to improve and try number 2, as mentioned, after that poor beginning. A wide green trip needed the effort and a move forward potentially here in store.
We'll see Atenea in a moment. There's Sweet Montreal and Dorico Racing debuting filly. There's Atenea for Jose D'Angelo.
Showed a bunch of early speed. Now she gets the blinkers on and looks like she's going to appreciate moving to the grass.
Luciano's Honor. Avi Bro Stable, first-time starter. We're being told the 5 is loose. Banco de Cecilia will keep you posted. Maggie front side. Let you know what's going on with her. There's a St. Bridget's Cross, the second choice, 5-2, Manny Franco.
Sire Leinster is also off to a very good start with his 2-year-old first-time starters, and he had that horse in the name of Lenny Lou, who repped us extremely well over at Royal Ascot, but she's got the looks, and she looks to have the experience as well up there at 5-2.
Lenny Lou, same owners.
Exactly, yeah.
Kieran Dunn, obviously a Waver Tree Stables, a big-time 2-year-old in training consigner. He can get them ready to run fast and get them ready to run fast early.
Leinster, top-class turf sprinter. Mike Luzzy aboard Banco de Cecilia, and I'm sorry, Lane Luzzy, there he is, and wow, there's frustration, JK, and then there's that. Crop, goggles, everything. Frustrated Lane Luzzy. Loose is Banco de Cecilia. I want to say this maybe last Sunday or last week there was a late scratch on a horse that he was on, but that is as frustrated as you'll see a rider before actually riding in a race. They have apprehended, they have Banco de Cecilia, but yeah, we're not sure what quite happened, but the result, Lane Luzzy fired up.
Seems like someone got a souvenir of a riding crop.
One way to get it, we check it with Maggie.
Well, they got a broken one, so it's not any use. Poor Lane probably didn't know the camera was on him. Probably wouldn't have acted that way. But I honestly, literally the 1 2-year-old race that I don't run out here, horse gets loose. But well done by Omar, our outrider here, catching up with her. That's not him. He was the one who originally had her, caught up with her down the backside. But once they kind of run off at least 3/8 to a half a mile, they are an automatic scratch. As we just heard Frank Miramati come over, Banco de Cecilia will come out here today, Lafitte.
Yeah, so Banco de Cecilia, late scratch. And for Lane Luzzy, Megan, better days at the office ahead.
It's always tough, especially, you know, he might have maybe worked this horse in the morning or had, of course, a relationship there with Chris Engelhard. And this horse was a half-sibling to a cool horse in Nico's Dream, so it's always really disappointing to see that. But looks like the horse is safe from what we can see. That's the most important thing here, as she is a late scratch. But most importantly, as mentioned, she looks to be on her feet safe as far as nobody getting hurt in the end.
Most important, Philly okay. The crop has seen better days. That was like Bo Jackson after striking out and just breaking a bat right over his quad. I mean, it wasn't a baseball bat, but you get the point.
I'd say Bo Jackson is probably a little larger.
Say about the equal level of frustration, regardless. And for Andy here, into the bankroll, $100 to win on I Rest My Case, currently 3-1. We show back, I rest my case. Look at this. Her debut, late June Aqueduct. I rest my case, and a race is over as soon as it begins. Just gets slammed and turned sideways. You don't see it quite as much from the pan, but the head-on, which you'll see in a moment, broadsided.
Yeah, you know, he was 5-1 that day. Did have a little bit of trouble. You'll see it right here. Oof. The biggest issue I have with this horse is they exit that same race where Devilish Grin, we saw earlier run, was second. Devilish Grin ran well enough, but was a little bit disappointing in the race a little bit earlier. That would be the one issue I had with Andy's choice right here of his bankroll bet. But the price at 7-2, it'd be worth figuring it out.
And the fact that she still ran on and remained competitive.
Yeah, I mean, to be able to brush yourself like that and to be able to recoup and refocus. Obviously, she didn't get the job done, but I mean, that was about as troublesome of a start as you'll see, especially for a 2-year-old. It's very difficult to kind of still get into a rhythm and run, which she did. So I agree with him on that. I do like her here, but I just can't get over the number 10 for the George Weaver barn, St. Bridget's Cross. I mean, physically, she looks so much more developed, more forward than anybody in this field. Look at the engine, as I like to call it, the hind end on this filly. I mean, Maggie's spot on. This is a very nice filly. Honestly, it looks like a man against boys. I know this is a filly race, but just how she's put together, and she looks like the one to beat here.
As for Manny Franco, pictured there, St. Bridget's Cross, riding thoroughbreds in the afternoon, and tonight he will lead the jockeys. Jockeys v. Horsemen. Charity basketball game tonight, 16th annual. Manny Franco is just a flat-out, well-rounded athlete. He can ball.
Yeah, let's see if he can get him another MVP. There he is right there, finishing in Michael Dubbs'
Look at
silks.
that.
Clean little jumper.
Oh,
It's always fun.
I didn't know that he was going to be pretty much drafted as a professional baseball player once
Really
upon a
good
time. Learned that
slick
the other day.
Slick fielding shortstop.
I mean, wow. The more you know.
I'll say around 23 points, 8 assists, 6 rebounds.
All right. Yeah, he's going to get some boards, too.
All in a day's work for Manny Franco. But first things first, trying to win this 9th and final, Maggie, with St. Bridget's Cross. Final thoughts as we've just about reached post time.
Well, I think everybody's seen what I'm talking about when it comes to St. Bridget's Cross. Hopefully, she pulls through. We'll take a look at her main threat, and I really think that number 4, Setting Sun, is just that. Well, at least on the day, matching up with St. Bridget's Cross, she doesn't quite today, but that could mean absolutely nothing, because the fact of the matter is this filly is working incredibly well for Miguel Clement. And like I said, there's pedigree for her to be early. Now, like I said, she runs in that hood there. It looks like kind of like a Batman mask. It's to keep her calm, and boy, has it done the trick. Sometimes I worry, though, does it do too much? Because it's not like she's woken up, per se, out on the track. I don't know her, so this could be exactly what they wanted, for her to be as quiet as possible, and she is adhering to that quite beautifully out on the track. Now, number 2 is another first-time starter, Dancing with Destiny, Patricia Generazio, homebred, that Mike Dini owns, I should say, disco partner. Obviously, the Generazios campaigned him. Hasn't been the greatest influence as a sire, though. And looking at this one, the dam won a dirt sprint, not a very good one. And the sibling won a not very good synthetic race. I think this horse going to need a start, though we did see Mike Dini's race and the horse in the former race run very well, finishing second there. I just think experience, she was a bit green in the paddock, and coupled with the fitness factor, she'll benefit greatly with the start under her belt as Dylan Davis rides. Levine?
See what she does in her debut. 11-1, Dancing with Destiny. Jonathan Atenea for you in her second career start, and Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, I'm going to go with experience and speed. 2 things that I think go a long way in these 5.5 turf sprints. I think the 4, Setting Sun, interesting with that common workmate, Intricate Spirit, who won first time out. I think the 10, St. Bridget's Cross, for Kieran Dunn, Amy Dunn, and George Weaver, these 2-year-olds. It's funny, though, as many 2-year-old first-time starting turf sprinters as George has won with, this one was elusive in getting the win. George, I think, is, last I checked, 9 for 19
Incredible.
in the last 2 years.
He had 4 runners, I believe, in tomorrow's Galway for George Weaver. Final thoughts here, Megan?
Well, I think at this point everybody knows I'm on the number 10, but I agree with JK. Speed is dangerous in these turf sprint events, and she has been working well. It's going to be a matter of if she can carry at this distance, but blinkers on, hopefully looks to improve.
9-5 at post time, St. Bridget's Cross, Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Frank Mirmati with the call. The nightcap live from Saratoga on Fox Sports 2.
Luciana's Honor is right up to the gate, getting a little bit of a nudge, backs off. Goes in this time. 6 of them in. Here's I Rest My Case. St. Bridget's Cross to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. Atenea is very quick away from the gate. Sweet Montreal has speed too. They're followed by St. Bridget's Cross taking third, and Setting Sun is a close-up fourth, 4 lengths off the lead. It's another 2 back to Luciana's Honor. Dancing with Destiny is next, followed by I Rest My Case, and 4 more to Piece of Gold. 21-4 for Atenea, who leads Sweet Montreal into the far turn. Setting Sun looming just behind them in third. St. Bridget's Cross is fourth and wide, 4 lengths off the lead. It's another 2 lengths to Dancing with Destiny on the inside of Luciana's Honor. They're at the top of the stretch. And on the inside, Atenea, Sweet Montreal have been going at it throughout, pulling up in distress with Setting Sun. On the inside, here is Dance with Destiny coming after the top pair late. It's Sweet Montreal, Atenea, Sweet Montreal. Sweet Montreal gets up. Atenea was second, Dancing with Destiny third. St. Bridget's Cross was fourth.
Wild finish. 9th race at Saratoga. Sweet Montreal, the first-time starter by Instagram. Christopher Elliott. What looked like some trading of paint, some brushing in the stretch. For now, Sweet Montreal, an upset winner in the 9th and final.
Wow, is all I had to say. I mean, when you look at the pedigree of this horse, this is only the second turf sprint winner for the sire, Instagram, who's more prominent on dirt. This was a wow performance, and especially when battling on the inside, or on the outside, excuse me, of JK Selection, who ran a great race in Atenea. This was extremely impressive, probably blowing up the last legs of your ticket, though. What a bomb at 42-1.
Yeah, I'm curious to see it head on. It did look like Jose had a little bit of a bump. I don't know where it came, whether it came from the inside or from the outside. You can imagine, I'm hoping it came from the outside.
Christopher Elliott, Sweet Montreal. Difficult to tell from the pen, but from what it's been, such a shocky sequence, this late pick 5. 42-1, shocker. 8-7, 2-10. We'll step aside for the time being. Wrap it all up. Sweet Montreal bombs away. Christopher Elliott, 42-1 in her debut in the 9th at Saratoga.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5s. First post 12:50 weekends, 2 p.m. Fridays.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
Thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter, you've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum, and we're ready for more.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Just down Union Avenue. and in the winner's circle on this side of Union Avenue, Sweet Montreal, third win of the meet. Christopher Elliott, 42-1 shock.
Yeah, absolutely. There's nothing wrong with a little 42-1 shot to finish out the day. And Christopher Elliott, who recently became a journeyman rider without that weight allowance of being an apprentice, gets the job done here at 42-1, pays $87.
Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, Sweet Montreal, $87. Tanea, big effort, but the long shot outdueled her late, Dancing with Destiny, completing the trifecta. For Elliott, the third win, a win in the Rick Violet earlier in the meet. And yeah, Megan, the pick 5, this is going to shake things up a little bit when you wind up with an $87 winner to finish out the sequence.
A little bit. I'm sure a lot of people are ripping them up behind us, but congratulations to the Ryerson team for getting their first win of the meet. 14 starters. They've had some 3 seconds so far, so it's always exciting to get that win here at Saratoga. Deservedly so. Being able to really secure it in that way is also incredibly exciting. You're an underlay. I mean, that filly didn't have really any turf pedigree. She was under the radar. Wasn't too flashy in the morning, but certainly ran her race there.
And then Maggie, Setting Sun, who did not finish the race. What can you tell us?
Unfortunately, not much at the moment, Lafitte. The Naira veterinarians are still tending to her, which she has been loaded in the equine ambulance and is being tended to by them. Obviously, she was abruptly pulled up by Flavia and Pratt, who did an amazing job in doing so. I wish I had more information to give, but all I can give right now is what we observe here from the winner's circle. So definitely sending her the best wishes, Setting Sun.
Hopefully we'll learn good news before long. Barry Schwartz, the owner, Setting Sun, pulled up before finishing in her debut, the 9th race today at Saratoga. As we wind down the broadcast here on Fox Sports 2. Tomorrow we'll be right back at it, 1 Eastern, and this Galway, the Thursday feature. I mean, that's loaded field. George Weaver, who has 4 of the runners wide open, and Love, help me say the name.
Severe.
Serve that word. Good enough. 7-2, tepid morning line favorite.
Yeah, look, Love. This is a horse I'm actually against in here. I think there's a few horses in here that have run a little bit faster. This one has had back-to-back wins. One of them going 6.5 at Woodbine, but right here, downstate at Aqueduct, I just didn't get a great trip, so I understand why people might like her based on that. She should have to run faster to beat some of these other horses in here.
I completely agree with you there. And as far as the pace perspective, speed kills. And in terms of her, from a tactical standpoint, she's been able to kind of sit a trip, which I do like about her. But I agree with you. This is kind of a wider open field in my books. I wouldn't accept too short of a price in this one.
About Proud Starlet, Megan, for trainer Steve Asmussen, now with Steve Asmussen, who's been running primarily out west, coming off this win mid-July at Del Mar.
This was an impressive performance from her career best speed figure, and you don't typically see Steve Asmussen with a lot of turf sprinters. Well, I guess in the way of that guy named Cogburn, other than him, he's primarily centered on dirt, but teams back up with Ricardo Santana Jr. for this filly off of course, this impressive Del Mar performance where she just powered away from the field. Very much physically looks like the quintessential turf sprinter. And I will note this, that came on July the 19th. So as far as the turnaround is concerned, she is kind of coming back quickly, which I think is a good sign in terms of her readiness for this.
Number 9, Luna Luska. Jonathan, figuring things out, finding her groove as a turf sprinter.
Absolutely. The horse we just saw, Proud Starlet, and this one, Luna Luska, you mix these two in together, you're going to have a pretty fast pace. Both of these horses making the lead with fast-paced figures in flat 5 furlong turf sprints. This should set up very nicely for someone who's going to come from off of it. I don't trust neither one of these horses based on the fact that they're going to be going a little bit further. They're drawn near each other. They're likely going to look each other in the eye. It could be a very, very fast opening.
You have 24 hours. You can change your mind. We won't hold you to it. Do you know who you like just yet?
Yeah, I like the 5, Silsby, who I thought ran well. I'm hoping doesn't have to make the front, can tuck in from that inside draw of the 5 in this big full field.
Well, I think I might go with the Asmussen runner up there at 6-1 tomorrow in the way of the number 7, Proud Starlet.
Tomorrow's Galway. On Saturday, Grade 1 Resorts World Casino Sword Dancer. Also, you'll see the Saratoga Oaks with 3-year-old fillies as part of the coverage beginning at 3 Eastern and 6 strong with Laura Lynn. Installed as a 9 to 5 morning line favorite. She and Opulent Restraint in the Memories of Silver, throwing it down at Aqueduct late April.
Yeah, Laura Lynn was impressive. She ran well in there, and she feels like one that might appreciate just a little bit of added distance. I've always been an Opulent Restraint fan. She was one of those expected to be a really good one for Chad Brown as a 2-year-old. She's shown a new dimension being forward, which I think is always dangerous when you're going these longer distance turf races.
I think you hit it right there on the head as far as Opulent Restraint is concerned. They've sent her to the lead. They've been a bit aggressive with her, and it has paid off. I love her in this spot, and Laura Lynn looks to go. She's 4 for 4 right now. She looks to continue that perfect record here as well.
About Go-Go Boots, the English filly, stateside debut for Miguel Clement. JK, 4th to Garden of Eden in the Ribblesdale Royal Ascot.
Yeah, I like her in here. Watch, you'll notice the Coolmore horse making the front. There's also a Coolmore horse outside of Go-Go Boots. Feels like a little bit of team tactics here, not wanting to let Go-Go Boots out to help the stablemate when you were a little bit empty. Once she finally gets out, she levels off and seems like she has a little bit more. She's been in some pretty ambitious spots throughout the spring for Bobby Flay over in John Gosden over in Europe, and I think she could be tough in here with a little bit of a more fair trip in the stretch.
Yeah, a really exciting addition to the Saratoga Oaks. Megan, totally justified. Going back to her regret at Churchill Downs, all of a sudden that race looks that much better given what Fillon did here at Saratoga earlier in the meet.
Exactly, you said it. Very much flattered that form line, but I will say this. She was kind of a no-show last time out, and she looks to certainly redeem herself. I've loved this filly ever since she ran at Keeneland and at 2, and she looks to certainly redeem. She has the tactical ability to do so. I think it's an encouraging that they bring her back this quickly as well off of that. Kind of disappointing performance.
Fox Saratoga Saturday with the Grade 1 Sword Dancer. Coverage begins at 3 Eastern, and we'll be right back at it tomorrow afternoon. We'll see you here on FS2. Coverage begins at 1 Eastern. As today, the highlights and Parchment Party, the win in the Birdstone and beyond. Australia this fall, Melbourne Cup. Sounds like a plan on this Adirondack Day. Saratoga Racecourse at the foothills of the gorgeous Adirondacks. Thanks so much for joining us on Saratoga Live. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great night, everyone.